If you suddenly woke up in a world of swords, secrets, and seductive danger, would you play along to survive, or rewrite the script entirely? Rina, a famous actress celebrated not only for her mesmerizing beauty, but also for her exceptional acting talent. Whether on stage or on screen, she has a gift for breathing life into even the most complex roles. Her shelves are lined with awards, each one a symbol of her hard-earned success. But in a startling twist, Rina suddenly finds herself stranded in a snow-covered forest. Shivering and dressed in flimsy clothes, she looks around in confusion. The icy wind cuts through her like knives. Just hours earlier, she'd been preparing for a film shoot near a cliff, the set buzzing with equipment and crew. Her manager had warned her about the risky scene and suggested using a stunt double. But Rina, ever fearless and determined to push her limits, had insisted on doing it herself. Despite the knot of anxiety tightening in her chest, Rina had kept a calm face. With one deep breath, she reminded herself that every safety measure was in place. But then, the unexpected struck. A violent gust of wind knocked one of the safety devices loose. In a terrifying moment, she lost her footing and fell. As she reached out desperately for her manager's hand, her voice echoed in panic. But her fingers slipped through the air, and she plunged into the unknown. To her disbelief, she didn't land in the ocean below the cliff. Instead, she awoke in a thick forest, surrounded by trees that shouldn't have been there. The air was unnaturally cold for summer, and her lightweight outfit did nothing to shield her from the chill. Groaning from the impact, she slowly pushed herself up, surprised to find her body in better shape than expected. Then came a noise. At first faint, but growing louder. Rina tensed, expecting help, or at least another person. But what emerged from the shadows was something out of a nightmare. Towering over the trees was a massive beast, part crocodile, part dragon. Frozen in place, Rina could barely catch her breath. Just as it lunged, everything exploded in a blinding flash of white. Instead of pain, she heard the distinct sound of something ripping, like leather tearing apart. In the midst of this otherworldly scene, she witnessed something terrifying yet awe-inspiring. The monster that had attacked her was being torn apart. With a flurry of metallic flashes, a cloaked man moved like a storm. A sword gleamed under the moonlight as he cut through the creature with precise, brutal strikes. Rina's breath caught in her throat. Whoever this man was, he wasn't part of any film set. There was no mistaking it. This wasn't staged. His movements were too fluid, his aura too powerful. Rina remained frozen in place, still gripped by shock. Her legs trembled, and her thoughts scattered like snowflakes in the wind. When he spoke, his voice was calm, yet foreign. The words meant nothing to her. Strange, melodic, but she couldn't make sense of a single syllable. Despite traveling across countless countries for her career, never once had she encountered a language like his. A strange unease washed over her. Dimensional travel. She had heard of such things in stories, but never imagined living one. The chill in the air seeped deeper into her bones. This land, this sky, that monster, and now, this mysterious man. It all felt too real, too different. Even his appearance was something out of fiction. Moon-pale skin, silvery gray hair, and eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. No makeup or special effects could ever recreate that. Her thoughts raced. Could this truly be another world? Goosebumps rose on her skin as the realization began to settle. The man extended a hand toward her, his expression unreadable. Though he had saved her, she couldn't ignore the lingering doubt in her mind. Was he friend or foe? Hesitating briefly, she decided to trust him. For now. She reached out, and to her surprise, he slipped a slim metal bracelet onto her wrist. It tightened gently, locking into place. Wow, what is this? She muttered instinctively, still in her own language. The man's lips curved ever so slightly, as if amused by her reaction. Then, slowly, she tried repeating his earlier words, and this time, they made sense. The bracelet had begun translating his speech, allowing her to finally understand him. The man's cool, measured voice confirmed what she had feared. She had truly crossed into another world. A mix of confusion and reluctant awe stirred within her. Dimensional shifts were things she'd only seen in scripts, but now she was living one. Trying to make sense of it all, she asked, "Where are we? Who am I here?" Her voice trembled with uncertainty. The silver-haired man glanced her way, but didn't answer directly. Instead, he posed a question of his own. "Would you even know where this is?" His calm yet cryptic tone made Rina pause. "I guess I wouldn't," she admitted softly. "And as for your second question," he continued, "you already know the answer." Realizing the oddity of asking who she was, Rina gave a sheepish nod. Of course she knew. She was still herself, just somewhere else entirely. This man's composed attitude and his matter-of-fact way of strapping the translator on her wrist told her one thing. This wasn't his first encounter with someone from another world. As he turned away to clean up the monster's remains, without so much as a glance back, Rina let out an inward sigh. Seriously? He saved me, then acts like I'm just background noise? Still, she knew it was safer to stay close to him, at least for now. Adopting her most graceful actress smile, the kind that could win over any director, she approached him. "So, are you a knight? Or someone who hunts monsters here?" she asked, trying to learn more about this strange place. The man glanced at her, his lips curling into a faint, cold smirk. The air somehow felt even colder in that moment. That reaction gave Rina chills. As someone who had read countless fantasy novels, she couldn't help but start connecting the dots. Cold expression, monster-slaying skills, zero warmth in his personality. He fit the mold perfectly, just like the powerful northern dukes in her favorite romance fantasy stories. And then came the confirmation. "I am Calcion Landbird," he said, "Duke of the North, head of the Landbird family and protector of the kingdom of Ikleen." Rina's eyes widened in disbelief. Nailed it. Her gut had been right all along. Deciding it was safer to use a less traceable name, she introduced herself as Selena. It was a name easy to say, and unlikely to draw attention in this unfamiliar land. With a warm, friendly smile, Selena extended her hand in greeting. Unsure of the social customs here, she debated whether to bow or curtsy. He was a duke, after all. But before she could decide, Calcion surprised her by taking her hand and pressing a light kiss to it. She froze, eyes wide. Back in her world, such a gesture was old-fashioned but familiar. But from him, the stoic, sword-wielding Duke of the North, she hadn't expected that level of formality. His greeting was brief, no more than a customary gesture. But when he looked up, there was a flicker of amusement in his gaze. Selena blushed despite herself. The contrast between his icy demeanor and that oddly charming act had caught her off guard. Maybe I'm still a little dizzy from the fall, she thought. She had only meant to offer a handshake, something she'd do naturally at awards shows or press events. But clearly, this world played by different rules. Even the greetings here held unexpected depth. "You may be a commoner," Calcion said, his voice calm, "but you carry yourself like someone noble." Calcion's cold gaze swept over Selena's clothes, his lips curling in faint distaste. "You look like a fallen noblewoman from a tragic play," he remarked. Selena gave a small, awkward smile. "Where I come from, there's no real hierarchy. Everyone's treated equally." That answer seemed to catch him off guard. For a moment, he didn't respond. "So, you're not a noble?" he asked, voice flat. "I suppose that makes you less useful." His words sent a chill through her chest. Suddenly, the reason behind her rescue no longer seemed so kind. Calcion's ominous smile returned. "If you want to get off this mountain alive, prove your worth. Otherwise, you're free to find your own way down." Selena swallowed hard. The mountain was crawling with monsters. She wouldn't last an hour without him. Whether cold or cruel, Calcion was her only lifeline for now. She had no choice. Drawing on her instincts, Selena stood straighter and put on a calm face, as if she were auditioning before a full audience. Survival depended on performance, and this was her best role yet. When she casually mentioned her talent for acting, Calcion's eyes lit up with the faintest trace of curiosity. "A world-class actress?" he repeated. "Prove it." He folded his arms, expression sharp and unreadable. "Show me a villainess." No further instructions, no script. Just his eyes boring into her, demanding results. Selena didn't panic. She took a breath, pushed aside her fear, and stepped into the role. Her face darkened, her eyes gleamed with fierce defiance, and her voice rang out, bold and sharp. "I don't owe you anything just because you saved me. I refuse to be ordered around like some puppet, duke or not." Her words cut through the cold air, daring and dramatic. For a moment, he just stared at her. Then something flickered in his expression. Approval? Selena felt her nerves settle. Her heart stopped pounding so loudly, her face relaxed, and the fear began to ease. "I've still got it," she thought with pride. Then Calcion spoke again. "You'll do," he said simply. "If you can act that convincingly, then you're perfect for the role I need you to play." Selena blinked. "Role?" He nodded. "You'll pretend to be my lover." The words hit her like a thunderclap. "But be warned," he added. "You'll be stepping into a role filled with death threats and enemies. One wrong move could cost you everything." Selena stared at him, stunned speechless. Selena's mind spun. Pretending to be the Duke's lover? That seemed like a trivial request, until he mentioned the death threats. She was already struggling just to stay alive in this dangerous world. Now she'd be walking into the center of an even deadlier storm, surrounded by enemies she couldn't see. Piecing it together, Selena realized something crucial. Calcion must be a man with many foes, and very few he trusted. Desperate to understand her role in all this, she demanded to know, "What do I get out of this?" Even in fear, Selena held on to one core belief: never work for free, no matter how powerless or afraid you are. But Calcion, cold as ever, simply replied, "The price of your life is payment enough." Her face paled. That wasn't enough. If he wanted loyalty, he needed to earn it. She insisted on proper compensation. And finally, Calcion made an offer she couldn't ignore. Life in a grand castle, everything she needed provided by dutiful maids, luxury beyond her dreams. Then came a revelation that made her heart leap. There was a way to return home. Beyond the Landbird territory, past a region so deadly only a great sorcerer had survived it, was the key to crossing dimensions. It was dangerous, possibly impossible. But it was the only hope she had. Without hesitation, Selena agreed to Calcion's proposal. No matter the risks, this alliance was her chance. Calcion gave her a rare smile. This operation was different. He would be acting alongside her, personally. A two-person scheme. Together, they descended the monster-infested mountain and approached the towering city walls. Knights stood guard, their faces turning to shock as they saw their duke, a man known for ruthlessness, carrying a woman wrapped in white. Their eyes darted between the two. How had she gotten past the protective barrier? One knight quickly offered to carry her, but Calcion refused, his stern face cracking for just a moment with unease. But this moment wasn't just chance. It had been planned. Flashback. Before leaving the mountain, Selena had insisted they needed a proper backstory. "No one will believe this if we don't act the part," she said. As an actress, she knew the key to performance was immersion. Surprisingly, Calcion agreed. Together they crafted a romantic tale, a noble rescue from near death, a fateful meeting, and Calcion falling in love at first sight with the mysterious, beautiful woman. Selena had even dropped subtle hints to reinforce their fabricated story. Now, wrapped in his cloak, Selena shifted slightly. Calcion's arm was firm around her, shielding her strange clothing from sight. She peeked up at him, trying to read his face. Stone cold, he didn't say a word. Selena sighed inwardly. He really doesn't get it, she thought. If they were going to pull this off, she'd have to do more than just act. She'd have to teach this emotionally oblivious Duke how to play the role of a man in love. The Duke is a man devoid of warmth, stoic, terrifying, and utterly incapable of expressing emotion, no matter how hard he tried. Pretending to be in love? That was uncharted territory, and the mere idea left him visibly uneasy. But to protect themselves from suspicion, they needed to look like a deeply devoted couple. Anything less would raise dangerous questions. Selena thought hard. His blank expressions weren't going to convince anyone. So, she proposed a bold plan. She would seduce him, as part of the act. It wasn't real, of course. Just a way to help him embody his role. In this performance, Selena would play the part of a relentless, love-struck woman chasing after the Duke, and he would simply give in. To her surprise, Calcione agreed without protest. He understood the strategy as a clear scenario. Selena would pursue him, and he would let it happen. She explained further. He needed to look utterly smitten. He should go along with everything she said, let her steer their conversations, and act as though he hung on her every word. It would make their story more believable and silence doubts. But there was one problem. Calcione didn't understand love at all. No matter how hard Selena tried to explain it, he just stared back, taking her words literally. It was like teaching poetry to a brick wall. She tried metaphors, emotions, even body language, but it was hopeless. He couldn't grasp the feeling she wanted him to fake. Selena grew increasingly frustrated. The clock was ticking. Their act had to be perfect, or she might not live long enough to regret it. She didn't give up. Even when her patience wore thin and she nearly burst out in anger, she held herself back. Failure wasn't an option. Meanwhile, Calcione remained as stiff as ever. Their training was nearing its final test, but he showed no signs of improvement. In one last attempt, Selena whispered cues to him in code, hoping to guide him discreetly. But the knights nearby noticed. Their raised eyebrows and murmurs made it clear. They thought it was rude. Just as tension rose, Calcione stepped forward and broke the silence. "I'll carry her." The words were simple, but coming from him, they were monumental. This was the same Duke who couldn't even sit across from a woman without discomfort. And now, he was lifting Selena into his arms like it was second nature. Among the watching knights, Dion, a trusted comrade, stood speechless. He had never seen Calcione act this way. Possessive, protective, human. Selena caught the shift and leaned in with a quiet, approving smile. "Not bad," she whispered. For once, he had pulled it off. The gossip spread quickly among the soldiers, buzzing with disbelief. And while Calcione's performance was still painfully wooden, it worked. The illusion held. But deep down, Selena knew this was only the beginning. The real challenge had just begun. Selena couldn't help but admire the grand castle she'd be living in. It was more luxurious than anything she had ever imagined. And for a brief moment, it almost felt like a dream come true. But her mind quickly snapped back to reality. Why did she have to act like a fake villainous lover? Curious, she voiced her question to Calcione, and he, with his usual cold demeanor, began to recount the story of his late fiancé. She had been a socialite, one who was supposed to join him in marriage for purely political reasons, an engagement arranged to protect the gold mines in his territory. Selena immediately regretted bringing it up. "I'm sorry," she murmured, realizing that the topic was still a raw wound for him. But Calcione, though his eyes darkened with anger, remained indifferent. His fiancée had been assassinated in his own castle. The night before their engagement, she had been killed, leaving behind nothing but a wealthy northern duke and a trail of unanswered questions. The investigation had labeled it a suicide, but Calcione knew better. The wounds on her body didn't match the story they'd spun. To make matters worse, her father, the Baron, never once questioned the results of the investigation. It was as if he had accepted the story without a second thought. Just as Selena was about to offer some words of comfort, a sudden knock interrupted them. Both she and Calcione exchanged a knowing glance. They needed to hide her outfit, and quickly. A flash of cunning crossed Selena's mind. This was an opportunity. She smiled to herself, feeling the gears of her plan start to turn. The maid outside, clearly confused by the lack of response, waited for a signal. The once tense atmosphere in the room shifted as Selena slowly rose from her seat, taking a deep breath. It was time to act. Without warning, Selena's voice rang out, loud enough to echo down the castle halls. She screamed, throwing a tantrum as if she were a spoiled noblewoman, unwilling to let the servants assist her with a bath. Her words dripped with disdain, hinting that the maids shouldn't have to join her, whether they liked it or not. The effect was immediate. Calcion, though fully aware that it was all an act, played along effortlessly. His casual response was enough to convince anyone listening that this was indeed a lover's quarrel between the two. The servants outside, clearly embarrassed but loyal to their duke, hurried to carry out his commands, scurrying away as Selena's tantrum echoed through the hall. Once the sounds of their footsteps faded, Selena turned to Calcion, her face now composed. "Where's the bathroom?" she asked with an air of calm, now that their performance was complete. "I'll bathe alone." And just like that, they had pulled off the perfect distraction. As Selena entered the bathroom, she couldn't help but marvel at its sheer grandeur. The space was vast and lavish, unlike anything she'd ever seen. Wrapped in a fluffy bathrobe, she turned to Calcion, the ever-stoic duke, and delivered the line like she was in a spy movie. "Rip my old clothes. No evidence." Calcion, ever the gentleman and a little awkward, looked away because of accidentally catching a glimpse of her in the robe. Not romantic, mind you. More like deer in headlights. The poor man was trying to stay composed while committing textile murder. With one dramatic tear, he ripped her clothes, and just like that, he transformed. That cold northern duke vibe turned into something darker. He was alert, his voice low. "Quiet?" Selena blinked. Okay, dramatic much?" But she could feel it too. Someone was watching. "Do you always deal with spies like this?" she asked casually. "I usually eliminate them," he replied, like he was talking about trimming hedges. But Selena, being more brains than bloodshed, pitched a new idea. Use the spy to spread fake rumors. Drama and strategy? Now that's her kind of party. The Duke, ever the thespian not, muttered, "Atrocious acting on my part." She rolled her eyes and gave him a playful shove. "Relax. I'm a pro." And then, showtime. With one swift move, she yanked the cold-blooded Duke down into the scene. Yep, the same man was now blinking in confusion while pretending to be seduced. The hallway outside? Oh, someone was definitely listening now. Selena didn't hold back. Clothes ripping, screams, gasps. Theatrics worthy of an award. If anyone was eavesdropping, they'd be too stunned to blink. Meanwhile, Calcion clumsily tore fabric like he was speed-wrapping presents in a blizzard. A+ for effort. After pulling off an Oscar-worthy solo performance of Fake Lover Goes Wild, Selena left poor Duke Calcion in a cold sweat crisis. This man, usually stiffer than an ironed cravat, was now gulping like he'd just seen his taxes, unprepared and overwhelmed. From the outside, it sounded like a woman sweetly bickering while a supposedly emotionless Duke low-key admired her curves. Yep, that was all acting. Sure. As the final bow of their dramatic duet ended, they quickly wrapped up the show, just in time for a maid to open the door and nearly drop dead from shock. The sight? The stone-faced Duke in a scene that screamed romantic scandal. And naturally, the mansion exploded with gossip. Maids tried to pretend they'd seen nothing, but let's be honest, even the walls were whispering. Unable to handle the emotional whiplash, Calcion fled to his safe zone, his study. Meanwhile, Selena treated herself to a mini spa break. Hair dried, perfume dabbed, nails on point. When she stepped out like a walking fashion magazine cover, one maid could only blink in awe. Turns out, the dress Selena wore had sentimental value. It belonged to Calcion's late mother, suggested by none other than Jeanette, a suspiciously bold headmaid. Selena knew she was walking a tightrope, but hey, if you're gonna play the part, you might as well look the part. So what did she do? Stormed straight into Calcion's room. No knocking, full confidence, hoping for a compliment. Instead, she got his trademark discomfort and a face that said, "Why are you wearing that?" But Selena wasn't about to let him spiral into a scolding fit. She yanked his necktie, because nothing says calm down like mildly choking your fake boyfriend. He froze like a deer caught in a love triangle. Her strategy? Chaotic genius. With a sly grin, she asked, "Do you think I'm beautiful?" And what could Calcion say? Blushing and cornered, he nodded like his life depended on it. Let's be real, it kind of did. Just then, Jeanette walked in with a sheepish apology for the wardrobe mix-up. But Selena wasn't about to fade into the background like some side character. She'd claimed her role, and everyone, maids included, was about to learn one thing loud and clear. She's the Duke's lover. To her surprise, Calcion spoke calmly, his voice devoid of the coldness that usually characterized him. "It's fine," he said, surprising Selena with his leniency. Jeanette bowed and exited the room, but Selena's eyes remained fixed on her. Despite only having just met Jeanette, Selena could feel something was off. There was malice, subtle but unmistakable, in the way Jeanette had looked at her. Selena had learned to trust her instincts in a world full of hidden dangers, and right now, something told her that Jeanette's intentions were far from innocent. When Calcion introduced Selena to Dion, the serious as steel head of the Knights, things escalated fast. The Duke dropped the truth bomb. They'd have to pretend to be lovers to keep up appearances, of course, and to avoid Dion jumping to the wrong conclusion, like thinking Calcion had actually fallen for her. Now that would be awkward. Selena, ever the professional, and a certified queen of keeping it cool, agreed without batting an eyelash, as if saying, "Fake dating to fool the public and hide a murder mystery? Sure, why not? Just another Tuesday." But beneath her calm surface, she was curious. Who was getting under the Duke's skin this badly? Was it a fierce sword-swinging lady with rage issues? Or maybe a cunning noblewoman who plays 4D chess with people's lives? Meanwhile, poor Dion was the only one buying into the idea that Selena actually liked his grace. Dion stared at her like she'd just confessed to a forbidden romance. Selena? She laughed it off. Romantic feelings? For his grace? Please. I'm just a visitor from another dimension who got stuck in this reality. And if I were into someone, it definitely wouldn't be Mr. Emotional Iceberg over here. He's not my type. It's like how to slap the cold Duke hard. Her voice stayed calm and her poker face unmatched. If Dion can't tell I'm acting, that means I'm doing a stellar job, she thought smugly. No signs and cracks, just vibes. Once the whole spy prevention strategy session wrapped up, Dion and the maids exited stage left. That's when Calcion got real. He leaned in with the intensity of a man who just realized his wallpaper might be hiding microphones. There could be spies anywhere. Stay sharp. Selena gave him a really look, saying, "I was a public figure before this. Being watched is basically my hobby." But his next warning? Now that one was personal. Don't act when we're alone. It's distracting. She almost laughed. Oh no, she teased inwardly. Is the Duke blushing? Out loud, she smirked and said, "Wouldn't it be better if you got used to it? You know, less shocking when the cameras, eyes on them." His argument? Non-existent. Instead, he shifted gears, because truth be told, Selena was shaking things up. People were acting out of character. Even he was noticing things he usually ignored. Then came the real mystery hook. Selena, curious as ever, tilted her head. "You mentioned someone I should be wary of. Who exactly?" Calcion's gaze darkened. His voice dropped. "There's a person who drives me insane. Like, absolutely makes my blood boil. If you see her, stay alert." Whoever this chaos-stirring person was, she had managed to rattle even the famously unflappable Duke, and that said a lot. The very next morning, the Duke's mansion shook. No, not from an earthquake, but from a shrill, dramatic voice echoing through the halls like she owned the place. Selena knew exactly who was about to waltz in. The walking pink flag Calcion had warned her about. Enter Fiona, tiny in size but impossible to miss. Dressed head to toe in the frilliest pink monstrosity ever stitched by man, and with hair as bright as her personality, and just as suspicious, she barged past the servants like she was auditioning for a reality show. Selena stared, Was this real? Fiona sparkled with that too-sweet-to-be-true energy that made even the sun look shady. But beneath that glittery, over-the-top cheerfulness was something off, like candy laced with poison. Unlike the usual cunning noblewomen Selena had anticipated, this one wasn't playing games. She was charging straight for the prize, the Duke. Without missing a beat, Fiona glued herself to Calcione's side, firing off rapid words of affection like a broken record stuck on flirt. Calcione, bless his cold, emotionally confused heart, stood frozen like a statue someone had forgotten to defrost. He clearly wanted to vanish, but unfortunately for him, Fiona was on a mission, and ignoring rejection like it was a foreign concept. But here's where things got extra weird. Fiona just happened to show up less than a month after Calcione's ex-fiancé mysteriously died. Coincidence? Selena thought not. With a seat next to the Duke suddenly available, and cursed by the looks of it. Why would anyone jump at the chance unless they had something to do with the vacancy? Selena's gut screamed red flag alert. Could this aggressively cheerful woman actually be hiding a sinister motive behind those pink ruffles? Had she been lurking in the shadows, puppet mastering the tragedy that left Calcione single, and now was stepping in to comfort him? Whatever the case, Selena knew one thing. Fiona wasn't just a walking headache. She might be the first piece of the deadly puzzle. Calcione, meanwhile, kept dodging her advances with the grace of a brick, while Selena tried not to burst out laughing, or pull out a magnifying glass and start interrogating. This wasn't just a romance gig anymore. It was turning into a full-on comedic crime scene with a suspicious side of ruffles this time. There was a brief silence, and then Calcione gave Fiona the quickest glare known to mankind. Somewhere between "I'm done" and "please disappear." Without saying a word, he turned on his heel and walked off. Selena, ever the loyal fake lover and professional drama enthusiast, instantly clung to his arm and strutted after him like they were in a runway show for how to avoid clingy exes. But of course Fiona wasn't going down without a fight. Oh no. She scampered after them, heels clicking, voice whining like a toddler denied dessert. No matter how fast they walked, she stuck to them like glitter at a birthday party, loud, shiny, and completely impossible to get rid of. Eventually, Selena slowed down, mostly because even petty drama queens need to breathe. That's when Fiona took her chance to toss a few verbal jabs Selena's way. But our actress wasn't just trained in fake kisses and dramatic fainting. She was born for verbal duels. With the grace of a cat and the sass of a theater kid, Selena snuggled up to Calcione's arm like it was the softest pillow in the palace. She turned on the charm, soft giggles, fluttering lashes, cheek rubs, the whole sweetheart act, cranked to maximum. Fiona's eyes narrowed like a rival in a dating game show. Her fingers dug into her frilly dress. She finally understood. Selena was playing her own game, and playing it better. Meanwhile, Selena, completely unbothered. Her smile said, "I can do this all day." And then, plot twist, the composed Duke actually bolted, dragging Selena with him like she was his human emotional support. Selena barely held back a cackle. As they made their escape, she peeked over her shoulder, stuck her tongue out, and flashed the most elegant, sore loser alert smirk in Fiona's direction. Cue the loud shriek from behind. Fiona shouted, voice laced with rage and a generous dash of jealousy. So the Duke just ditched the poor child and ran away? Selena grinned and thought to herself, there it is. The cheerful mask was slipping. This wasn't just some spoiled noble chasing a man. This was a woman with teeth. The moment Fiona disappeared from their view, both Selena and Calcione let out a simultaneous sigh of relief. The tension that had thickened the air began to dissipate, but the realization of the challenge that lay ahead lingered. Fiona, the daughter of a count, had proven herself to be a persistent and stubborn opponent, a force to be reckoned with from the very beginning. Selena hadn't expected to face such a formidable adversary so early in the game. Selena reflected on how tiresome it would be to deal with someone like Fiona on a daily basis. She could already sense that Fiona's presence would become an ongoing headache, one that would only add more complexity to the delicate web she was weaving in the Duke's world. "Calcione," ever the observer, acknowledged the unique challenge Fiona presented. But he also warned Selena that she would encounter even more eccentric and unpredictable individuals as she delved deeper into the intricate layers of noble society. Each person, he assured her, would bring their own set of obstacles, testing her ability to adapt, to remain sharp, and to outwit those who might stand in her way. Understanding the stakes, Selena knew she needed to secure a stronger position. She couldn't afford to be seen as weak or vulnerable, especially in a world where even the highest-ranked dukes were bound by stifling societal rules. Their power wasn't as absolute as it seemed. The web of noble politics was filled with subtle traps, and one wrong move could spell disaster. Selena's mind raced as she realized that finding the criminal behind the fiancé's death was just one piece of the puzzle, one that could unravel the entire power structure if handled carelessly. Knowing this, Selena took a moment to look at Calcione, her mind shifting from the external dangers to their own arrangements. She voiced her desire to renegotiate the terms of their contract, to ensure that her position in this increasingly precarious world was safeguarded. Selena, never missing an opportunity for jest, teased him, jokingly demanding 100 times more privileges in return. But behind her playful words, Selena could see the seriousness in his eyes. "I know this will only get harder," she said, her voice steady. "The noble society is suffocating, and I'll be facing more than just Fiona. I need to be compensated for the dangers that lie ahead, for the risks that I'll take." Calcione's gaze softened slightly as he nodded, understanding the gravity of what she meant. For Selena, every step forward in this world was a calculated risk. She was moving through a minefield where a single misstep could lead to death, and the criminals she sought would use every opportunity to strike at her when she least expected it. As the meal went on, she lost her appetite and sat there, watching Calcione eat, when a playful idea suddenly struck her. She called out to him, her tone teasing, "Would you mind cutting my meat into bite-sized pieces, Your Grace?" she asked, her voice soft and coaxing. Her intentions were clear. She wasn't merely hungry. She was bored, looking for a way to pass the time and perhaps flirt with him a little. Calcione, taken by surprise, felt the pressure of the situation mount, his composure wavering as Selena opened her mouth like a baby bird, waiting for him to feed her. There was an odd sensation in his chest, a discomfort he couldn't quite place, but he told himself it was just a simple task. He wasn't accustomed to it, but it wasn't difficult. He carefully cut the meat into pieces and fed her, trying to ignore the growing unease in his chest. Selena, delighted by the attention, eagerly opens her mouth, and before long, her appetite seemed to return. She seemed satisfied with just that one bite, but then began to order sweets, each new request only adding to the strangeness of the moment. Calcione couldn't help but feel warmth spreading to his earlobes, his gaze lingering on his fork. It was a peculiar feeling, one he wasn't used to, but it was undeniable. The awkward tension had risen between them. He lacked the courage to continue eating, his mind clouded by the strange interaction. Selena, now feeling slightly dejected and confused, wondered why Calcione hastily fled to his office without a word. She considered following him, but sensing his desire for solitude, she refrained. It was clear he was troubled. Selena decided to focus on her new mission in the meantime, teaching Calcione about emotions. And so, an idea struck her, and she quickly asked a maid about Calcione's whereabouts. She learned that he was already dressed in different clothes, likely preparing for the rest of his day. A grin spread across Selena's face as she thought of a cliché gesture. Flowers, of course. She tapped on the window like a mischievous cat, clearly expecting to catch him off guard. Calcione, ever the calm and collected Duke, blinked in surprise. But to Selena's delight, he didn't shut her out. Instead, he opened the window, unknowingly inviting chaos into his peaceful room. The moment Selena leapt toward him, clearly expecting a romantic movie-style catch, was when things took a comedic nosedive. Her landing, elegant. His reaction, a disaster. Calcione stood there like a coat rack with arms wide open, waiting for nothing. Selena, never one to miss a beat, flashed an awkward smile and casually dusted off her pride. I'm a very self-sufficient woman, you know. Oh, the confidence, it sparkled brighter than her entrance. But the Duke, still as stiff as a board, replied without missing a beat. What's with the bouquet? Falling in love wasn't part of our contract. Translation. Feelings? No thanks. I have paperwork. Relax. I'm not falling for you. I'm just showing you how love is supposed to look. The sass? Impeccable. Still, teasing Calcion was like tickling a stone statue. He wasn't built for playful banter, but he reluctantly accepted the bouquet she offered. You always have the final say, he muttered under his breath. Poor guy. He's starting to realize she's the director of this love show, and he's just winging his lines. Bored, Selena flopped onto the nearest sofa like a queen returning from war. It's so boring out there. Calcion stared at her, long enough to consider tossing her out, or maybe just giving in. With a sigh of epic resignation, he waved her permission to stay, while he is drowning in paperwork. Selena watched him. She didn't say anything, but oh, she was thinking everything. The day had drained her, but she felt oddly victorious. Not every fake romance leads to clues, after all. The daylight had peacefully slipped into a chilly evening when Selena groggily blinked herself awake. Stretching like a cat fresh out of a nap, she found herself alone. Calcion had vanished, without a trace. With curiosity now buzzing louder than her growling stomach, she decided to snoop around. As she stepped into the crisp evening air, she spotted a maid and politely asked for Calcion's whereabouts. The maid blinked at her like she was some strange weed that grew in dukedom soil, uninvited and unwelcome. Selena, keeping her composure, asked again. This time the maid huffed and lazily mentioned, he's at the training grounds. With a chilly glare that could freeze boiling water, Selena stared the maid down. Suddenly the maid found her sense of direction and added clearer instructions. Funny how that works. Selena eventually strolled away, head high. But her thoughts were spinning. Something wasn't right. That weird chill from the staff, that tension. Was it really about her? Or was this how they treated Ariel, Calcion's mysteriously dead ex-fiancé too? One thing was clear. Calcion might be emotionally constipated, but the people around him, they were just plain rude. Selena mentally bookmarked this nonsense for later. First, she had to find her partner in fake love. Time passed. The moon climbed high. And Selena? Completely lost. Just when she considered giving up and admitting defeat, bushes shook. Heart pounding, she braced for an assassin. But instead, Fiona showed up like a dramatic side character who missed her cue. She was aimlessly wandering, probably hoping to accidentally run into Calcion. Yeah, sure. Selena stared. Fiona looked like she'd just survived a wrestling match with a tree. Dress ripped, leaves in her hair, and an expression that screamed, "Don't ask." Selena can't help but commented, "You look ridiculous," she said with a playful grin. If Calcion sees you like that, he might actually start running. What followed were words exchanged laced with sarcasm. In the middle of their back and forth, Selena almost forgot one tiny little detail. Fiona was still a top suspect in a murder case. Oops. The sass and snark had distracted her from the very real possibility that this rival might also be hiding something much darker. Fiona wasn't just playing along, she was throwing punches, verbally at least. Things got heated fast. What started as petty teasing shifted into something far more intense. Then Fiona's voice dropped cold, sharp, and spine-chilling. "Do you think you're special, Selena?" she snapped, her words slicing through the air like a knife. "Do you have money? A powerful backer? Keep playing cute and you won't last long." That wasn't banter anymore. That was a straight-up threat. Selena felt the words hit harder than any insult so far. For a moment, her playful confidence cracked. The petty drama faded, replaced by a creeping dread. This wasn't just catty fight anymore. She was alone with Fiona in the dark. And suddenly, all those jokes didn't feel so funny. Selena may have been acting the part of a confident fake lover, but now she had to face the cold truth. If Fiona really was the killer, or even just someone pulling the strings, Selena was dancing on a very sharp edge. Selena had always been the type to handle herself. After all, she was trained and ready to throw hands if needed. But tonight, this garden wasn't giving peaceful estate. It was giving potential crime scene. Despite Fiona's dainty damsel act, something felt off. The eerie stillness. The very real chance that someone could jump out from the shadows made Selena's muscles tense. Her instincts kicked in. Could she take Fiona in a fight? Absolutely. But what if Fiona had a knife hidden in her fancy dress? Or worse, what if she brought backup? A sidekick assassin hiding in the hedges, just waiting for Selena to blink. She couldn't shake the image. One wrong move and bam, case closed, heroine down. Selena's heart pounded like a drum solo because she could be next. Just as she braced herself for a showdown, possibly her last, a sharp crunch behind her snapped her out of it. Footsteps. Someone was coming. Her adrenaline surged as she spun around, fists halfway clenched, eyes wide. And there he was. Calcion, Selena's life-saving hero. Fiona, caught like a deer in headlights, went silent mid-intimidation. Selena, on the other hand, let out the tiniest breath of relief. "Your Grace," she said, steady but clearly shaken. I'm glad you're here." Calcion said nothing right away. His gaze flicked between the two women like he was reading a script he didn't sign up for. Was he confused? Suspicious? Secretly amused? Hard to tell. But whatever he was thinking, he had perfectly interrupted one very suspicious situation. "So good job, my guy." Selena latched onto Calcion's arm like a kitten claiming its favorite sunspot, flipping from shaky damsel to playful minx in half a heartbeat. The Duke blinked, so that was unexpected, but he let her cling while he zeroed in on the real problem. Fiona lurking 3 feet away, radiating enough hostility to wilt the roses. With a syrup-sweet pout, Selena deliberately mangled her words, tattling that Fiona had threatened her. Bingo. Fiona's high-pitched comeback rang through the garden exactly as Selena planned, and Calcion seized the moment. Fiona tried a sugary smile on the retreat, but that only cranked their petty rivalry up to cartoon levels. Each snarky exchange scraped Calcion's patience thinner than parchment. The poor man looked ready to pay for silence. Sensing the clock on fun was ticking, Selena flashed Calcion a covert grin. Time for the grand finale. She looped her arms around his neck in a swoon-worthy swoop, as if the Duke were her personal carriage. Calcion caught on fast. He scooped her up bridal style, cool as ever. "Lady Fiona," he said, voice all steel and zero compromise, "return to your chambers, now." Command issued, rebellion denied. Selena, ever the mischief magnet, poked out her tongue as she and Calcion headed indoors. Another score for Team Fake Lovers. The result? Fiona froze, jaw tight, jealousy flickering like a faulty lantern. She could only mutter a frustrated curse while the happy couple floated off, leaving her alone with nothing but crushed pride and the scent of victory that definitely wasn't hers. Once inside Calcion's room, the adrenaline of the moment began to fade, and Selena recounted everything that had happened to her. She told him about Fiona's ominous comment about someone already being dead. Selena's words made him pause, his expression hardening as he processed the information. Selena then added, "Even if she hesitated in the moment, I know I'm stronger than her, but if she's hiding a weapon or has someone waiting to strike..." Calcion interrupted her. "Both of you are small in my eyes," he said, his tone measured. "But yes, I do see the possibility. We can't afford to underestimate her." As Selena continued, analyzing the situation and venting her frustrations, Calcion listened carefully. He was taking everything in, understanding the gravity of what had just happened. His thoughts were already turning to how they could prepare for future encounters, ensuring they were ready for any similar threats. Out of nowhere, Calcion praised Selena for her performance. It was rare for him to express such approval, and it caught Selena off guard. For a brief moment she was silent, unsure of how to respond to such unexpected praise. She quickly regained her composure, giving him a bittersweet smile. Don't expect me to do it for free, she said dryly. I want compensation for helping you with your schemes. Calcione nodded, acknowledging the value of having someone like Selena by his side. Someone who could deceive and outwit his enemies. Of course I won't forget. Their conversation wound down. But just as Selena was about to leave, something curious occurred to her. It'll look suspicious if I leave your room right away, Selena said with the nervous sweat from her forehead. We just acted like lovers. If we split up now, the whole plan might fall apart. Cue the silence. Calcione stood frozen like a statue, completely unsure whether he should say, stay, or run for the hills. The tension was so thick, even the wallpaper looked uncomfortable. But just when things couldn't get more awkward, they did. Thanks to an unexpected twist, both of them ended up so stiff and speechless that the servants had to literally carry them off, like two emotionless mannequins, just to get them ready for bed. Selena thought she'd just wash up, throw on some comfy clothes, and call it a night. She was wrong. The moment she stepped into the room, the maids attacked, with soap, perfume, and dress. But the real shocker? The dress, so sheer, so scandalous. It could have been banned in 5 kingdoms. Selena's jaw dropped. Absolutely not, she said. The maids, however, keep insisting. Apparently, they'd already written tonight's script in their heads. Romantic night, passionate whispers, maybe even a stolen kiss. As they bombarded her with giggles and sly glances, Selena tried to shut it down. Politely, of course. She smiled, nodded, dodged questions like a pro, until she realized it was pointless. These women were already deep into their fantasy drama. So our actress flipped the script. With a casual smirk, Selena hinted, "It's not like I'm the first woman to be in his bed." Q gasps. One maid admits, "No way. The Duke? He's basically allergic to romance." Now Selena was really intrigued. Apparently, despite his face that looked sculpted by angels, Calcione was a certified romance disaster. Cold as winter, focused only on monster hunting, and totally disinterested in flirting. Still playing her part, maids finally agreed that Selena wear something less scandalous. Thank goodness, since she told the maids she'd return to the Duke's room. After all, if the fake lovers didn't sleep in the same room, people might really start asking questions. Later that night, Selena opened the door to Calcione's room and immediately froze. There he was, lying like a character from a cheesy romance novel. Rose in his mouth, wineglass in hand, and surrounded by flowers. Shakespeare himself would have said, "This is too much." Turns out, the poor Duke had just followed the servants' romance setup instructions, without any idea what they were for. The man was dense, no, beyond dense, romantically extinct. To test her theory, Selena asked him bluntly if he even knew what sleeping together meant. His answer? A blank stare and a very serious, "Go to sleep." As she got into bed, Selena tried to calm her nerves, but sleeping next to a man, especially one as unknowingly charming as Calcione, wasn't exactly easy. So she poked him with questions. "How do you normally sleep? What side of the bed do you like? Do you snore?" Eventually he snapped, "Sleep." And when she asked for a pillow to hug, Calcione casually agreed. Although she adds that she was used to sleeping anywhere, on plains, in jungles, even inside props. But this was new. Calcione's dry, awkward comments didn't help. He even made an offhand remark about her first time sleeping with a man, which made Selena choke. He sat up, clearly surprised. She burst into laughter. He apologized, realizing he may have stepped on sensitive ground, and Selena let it go. She knew by now. He didn't have a clue how women worked. But then, just before they both drifted off, Calcione turned serious. He complimented her acting, saying she played the role too well. "Felt like I was really being seduced," he admitted. Selena blushed, rolled over, and gave a teasing smile. "Well, I am a professional." With that, she promised to keep up the act, and do even better moving forward. The room grew quiet. Selena let out a deep sigh. And finally, sleep came. The Duke, ever the gentleman, tucked himself in and fell asleep too, still clueless, still adorable, and completely unaware that their fake romance was getting more real by the day. The next day rolled in. Selena blinked awake, half asleep and barely functioning. All she wanted was to mumble a quick "good morning" to Calcione before dozing off again. But then, something felt off. There was a warm, solid presence snuggled up beside her. Her brain, still running on sleep mode, expected a pillow. What she got instead? A whole Duke. Yup. Selena, with impeccable self-control, was wrapped around Calcione like he was her favorite body pillow. One look down confirmed the horror. Her arms were latched around the Duke's torso like a koala clinging to a tree. Cue the internal scream. Her heartbeat went full drum solo. She tried to untangle herself from him like a thief caught mid-heist, but Calcione's arm wasn't budging. It was as if he had mistaken her for a sleep prop. Selena froze, only to find Calcione already staring at her. Locked eyes, check, blushing cheeks, dignity, possibly missing in action. Trying to play it cool, she awkwardly rolled to the other side of the bed like a guilty cat. Maybe if she pretended to sleep, he'd forget the whole thing. No such luck. His calm voice cut through the silence. "You're already awake." Busted. Caught red-handed, Selena sighed and confessed, "Maybe I should sleep on the left side next time." To her surprise, Calcione actually smiled, a rare sight, like spotting a unicorn, and replied, "I'll remember that." The real mystery is how Calcione manages to be so utterly clueless and unintentionally charming at the same time. Later that same morning, Selena stood with Calcione, fully prepped for what nobles like to call a grand welcoming, aka everyone dressed up just to smile and pretend they weren't silently judging each other. Fiona, the Count's spirited daughter, bounced in like she owned the place, clearly thrilled to join the welcome party. It was Lady Rosalind they were all waiting for, a high-ranking noblewoman. As they waited, Selena couldn't help but chuckle at his helpless expression. Fiona was glued to his side like a stubborn sticker, and he had no idea what to do about it. Classic Duke, hopeless with women. Then came Rosalind, descending from the carriage like she was walking on clouds. She brought with her a sweet floral scent and a smile so gentle, it felt like spring had arrived. But for Selena, that spring breeze was more like a cold gust. Rosalind's smile deepened as she greeted Calcione, her eyes never leaving his. Beside him, Fiona stood stiff, shooting invisible daggers at Rosalind, who returned them with a smile dipped in pure poison. Selena could practically hear the dramatic violin music playing in the background. The ladies exchanged polite hellos laced with not-so-polite insults. Every word from Rosalind sounded elegant, but Selena knew shade when she heard it. She wasn't just saying hello. She was saying, "You wish you were me." And Fiona, despite her usual firecracker spirit, seemed to bite her tongue a little. Rosalind, clearly enjoying herself, pretended to be worried about Fiona. Fiona's reaction? An eye roll so sharp it could slice fabric, but the claws stayed in, for now. Throughout the encounter, Rosalind blatantly ignored Selena, as if she was just a piece of background furniture, not even a flicker of acknowledgement. Selena knows why. She also noticed something odd about Fiona. Usually easy to read, Fiona's expression today was layered with something deeper. Rosalind's status was clearly higher, but Selena was no rookie. She grabbed Calcione's arm, partly to stake her claim, partly to steer the spotlight away from him before Rosalind grilled him like a witness on trial. Of course, Calcione's introduction was as stiff as ever. Selena had to step in and take control. Rosalind, now looking straight at her for the first time, asked about her noble roots. Selena, with the confidence, smiled sweetly and said, "That doesn't really matter." Translation: "Mind your business, lady." Rosalind didn't flinch, still smiling, still smug, but her next comment was a direct insult. Basically, she was questioning why someone like Calcione would ever pick Selena. Calcione tried to defend her, but this was not his battlefield. Words weren't his weapon. So Selena wielded hers. When Rosalind compared her to a hunting dog, yep, really, Selena's smile sharpened just a bit. Two could play at this game. With perfect poise, she chirped back that the only thing she needed to do was be beautiful while standing next to Calcion. Oof. Strike one, Lady Rosalind. Rosalind's polite mask cracked for half a second. Her eye twitched. But she quickly masked it with a calm, "I want to have breakfast with her," pointing at Selena like it was a challenge. Selena raised a brow. Breakfast with the lady of passive aggression? Sure. Why not? She agreed with the grace of someone used to high-stakes scenes. Fiona saw her golden opportunity and clung to Calcion with a sugary grin, clearly thrilled to have him all to herself. Meanwhile, Calcion remained blissfully unaware that he was the prize in a full-blown battle of elegance and ego. Left alone in the corridor, Selena barely had time to brace herself before Rosalind, who just moments ago smiled like a spring breeze, suddenly unleashed a kick that sent Selena crashing into a nearby pillar. The polished elegance of nobility? Gone. Rosalind had tossed that out. The jolt left Selena breathless. But before she could react, Rosalind slammed her hand against the wall beside Selena's head, close enough to make her flinch. Had that been my head, there'd be a perfect crater by now, Selena thought grimly, blinking at the sudden shift in tone. Rosalind's eyes gleamed with venom as she criticized the expression on Selena's face. Then came the punchline. "How much will it cost for you to leave the Duke?" The audacity knocked Selena for a second time. Was this woman seriously trying to buy her off like a second-hand necklace? "I'm not with the Duke for his money," Selena said, straightening up. She tried to keep her cool, but Rosalind wasn't done. "Oh, please," Rosalind practically scoffed. "You'll still benefit, won't you?" Flipping the script with theatrical arrogance. "Fine. Buy me 100 of this dress. Exactly the same." She had no idea how money worked in this world, but she did know the dress once belonged to Calcion's mother, meaning priceless. Rosalind visibly faltered. That little dress comment? It landed. "I can afford it," she bit back, recovering her poise. Selena felt a flicker of temptation. The deal was tempting, but then Calcion's promise echoed in her mind. He'd help her return home. That was worth more than any bribe. Still, she couldn't resist pushing Rosalind further. "You're going to have to offer something more valuable," Selena said sweetly. "Like Calcion's heart." The air went cold. Rosalind's smile dropped an inch, her gaze sharpening to a dagger's edge. "I'm not joking," Selena added calmly, watching her opponent unravel. Rosalind warned her then. Trying to be Duchess of Lambert was dangerous. Women had killed for less. Selena didn't miss the warning hidden beneath the words. Back off or else. But Selena's mind raced. Why would Rosalind discourage her, and still covet the position herself? Her blood ran cold. Was Rosalind the one behind Ariel's death? She wasn't just a woman scorned. She was possibly a killer, too. Selena swallowed hard but didn't back down. "Power, wealth, none of that matters to me," she replied. "So why does it still matter to you?" Rosalind, unnerved but trying to hide it, murmured that there was something else she needed, then turned and walked away, leaving a heavy silence in her wake. Selena exhaled, her mind spinning. Fiona's interest in Calcion was at least simple. She liked him. Rosalind? She was a riddle wrapped in silk and blood. Selena couldn't see her endgame. But one thing was clear. This wasn't over. As evening rolled in, dinner was served right on time. The dining table was ridiculously long and overflowing with dishes, so many it looked like a food festival rather than a meal. Just one bite from each plate would have been more than enough to burst a stomach. Selena, who used to eat alone like some tragic heroine, now found herself in the middle of a fancy feast. The occasion? A grand welcome for two high-born ladies, Fiona and Rosalind. But there was one tiny problem. Selena had absolutely no idea how to behave at a noble's dinner table. Every dish seemed to come with its own rulebook. She tried copying the others at first, then gave up. Watching her fumble was probably more embarrassing than doing it her own way, so she just picked whatever looked tasty and went for it. A bold choice, but at least she was eating. While happily munching on some bread, she noticed the two ladies across from her staring, more like analyzing her like she was some kind of rare creature. Dressed to the nines in gowns that screamed, "I'm rich and I know it," their expressions slowly twisted as Selena bit into her bread. Then came the snark. Rosalind, ever the picture of passive-aggressive nobility, decided it was time to insult Selena for her table manners. Selena met her glare for glare, but Rosalind wasn't done. She smugly claimed that Selena ate like some wild beast from the mountains, the kind of insult wrapped in silk but meant to sting like a dagger. Selena briefly considered causing an actual scene, maybe throw a plate or flip the table, but decided against it. Food was too good to waste. Rosalind kept going, calling Selena no different from Fiona's pet. Yes, she really compared a grown woman to a dog. Fiona, ever the loyal hype woman, joined in, suggesting that Selena and her pet should dine elsewhere, since they clearly didn't belong at the same table. But what the insult duo didn't know was this. Selena had already expected their little tag team act. She gave them a smile. Not the sweet kind, but the "you're about to regret this" kind of vibe. "If I were really a beast," she said sweetly, "I wouldn't settle for breadcrumbs." Then, with perfect timing, she stabbed her knife into a piece of meat like she was auditioning for a horror movie. Rosalind flinched, enough to show a crack in her icy facade. Selena smiled wider, now holding the meat like it was a threat. "If I were truly beastly, I'd rather bite your neck." Was it a joke? Was it a warning? Hard to tell, but that was the point. One thing was clear. If this table was a jungle, Selena had just roared louder. Then her eyes drifted to poor Fiona, who looked ready to sprint out of the room. Selena reassured her with a wicked grin. "Don't worry, you're too scrawny to eat anyway." The backhanded comfort of a beast? Maybe. But it made Fiona shrink further into her seat. Selena went right back to eating, totally unbothered. Sure, she wasn't using the right forks, but who cared? Meanwhile, she found Fiona's panicked reaction kind of adorable. Fiona, despite being brave in her own right, realized she was completely outclassed in this predator showdown. She might be a strong herbivore, but even herbivores know when to back off and let the wild ones fight. Rosalind eventually found her voice again and tried to recover by attacking Selena's looks instead. A classic move when you've run out of better insults. But Selena wasn't one to sit there quietly and take it. She clapped back just as fiercely. Rosalind then tried a new angle, doubting why Calcion would choose someone like Selena. Selena figured she could provoke Rosalind into losing her prim and proper mask, but nope. Rosalind clung to her fake elegance like it was a lifeline. Just as their squabble was getting spicy, a voice cut through the room like a sword. Silence fell. Calcion had spoken. He calmly revealed Rosalind's not-so-glorious past. Turns out, the Lambert dukedom once offered a marriage alliance to Rosalind's family, before they discovered the gold mines. But her father, Marquis Theolan, rejected it. Now that gold was in the picture, things were different. Rosalind tried to explain, but Calcion wasn't having it. His gaze locked onto her like she was an insect he was deciding whether to squish or ignore. He stated flatly that Rosalind's status was inconvenient for him, and that he much preferred slaying monsters over dealing with politics. "Honestly, I'm more comfortable with a wild beast." Translation? Selena wins. Selena grinned like she just scored a goal. She even leaned into the moment, joking that she and Calcion were now officially teamed up. The table stayed silent, but Calcion chuckled. He ended the topic coldly, declaring he had no interest in cozying up to the Marquis Theolan. Rosalind's proud act crumbled, and she had to accept defeat. But of course, she wasn't going to walk away without a last-ditch attempt at revenge. She waved to her servants, who marched in with a box full of letters, boring political letters from nobles in the capital, a classic sneak attack, using paperwork. Selena spotted the sour expression on Calcion's face. As lord of the territory, he had no choice but to deal with the mountain of noble nonsense Rosalind brought. It was a sneaky move. She lost the battle of words but came back with a bureaucratic ambush. Selena looked at the stack of letters, then at Calcion's grimace. and couldn't help but think, okay, fine. Maybe Rosalind scored a tiny win this round. As night crept in, the lively echoes of laughter drifted through the hallway outside Calcion's room. Selena and the maids were clearly enjoying themselves. Calcion sat quietly on a couch by the fireplace, surrounded by a mountain of noble letters, trying to make sense of the paperwork Rosalind had dumped on him. That peace didn't last long. After a round of gentle nudging, and not so gentle teasing from the maids, Selena hesitantly stepped into Calcion's room. Calcion instinctively looked up and froze. Selena, cheeks already pink, tensed her face in a hopeless attempt to appear unfazed. She was wearing that night dress, the one the maids had enthusiastically insisted she try on. Delicate, sheer in all the wrong, or right places, and definitely not the kind of thing she would wear by choice. She quickly blurted out an excuse. "The maids made me wear this," she mumbled, clearly mortified. Calcion acknowledged her explanation, trying to keep his cool. The dress may as well have been woven from lightning, given the jolt of tension it brought into the room. Selena thought she was the only one losing her composure, until she glanced back at Calcion and caught him red-handed, literally blushing and half-hiding his face behind a stack of letters like a guilty schoolboy. That was new. This man, who never so much as flinched around women, was now visibly flustered over her. Cue the internal chaos. A sudden wave of heat hit her, and not just from the fireplace. Beads of sweat prickled her skin. Calcion, on the other hand, was still pretending to review the letters, though his sideways glances and increasingly awkward posture betrayed him completely. Had someone swapped him with a shy teenager? The silence between them stretched longer than it should have and almost too much to handle. Both of them sat there, side by side, slowly melting like forgotten candles. And then, because Selena couldn't take the suffocating awkwardness any longer, she did what anyone in her position might do. Desperate to break the tension, she blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "Why did you react so strongly about Rosalind back then? You really fired back at her, and backed me up at the dinner table in front of everyone. That wasn't like you." Calcion stayed quiet for a moment, eyes flicking back to the papers in his hand, though his focus was clearly elsewhere. "I just don't get it," she continued. "You said Rosalind was easy to deal with, but isn't that rude, considering her status? She still belongs to a prominent family, far more influential than Fiona's. That makes her nearly untouchable." Calcion gave a small nod, confirming her suspicions. Her family rejecting the engagement proposal was the real issue, he said plainly, as if stating a weather report. He then added, voice colder now, "My mother was obsessed with status. She wanted me to marry into the central noble circle, get dragged into their petty political games. Rosalind, or rather, Thiolen, was her ideal choice. The jewel of the capital. But the Rosalind family looked down on me, said I wasn't good enough." Selena blinked, surprised by how calmly he spoke about it, as if he had already processed the wound long ago. She gave a faint smile. "So you do remember. I guess holding grudges is your special talent," Calcion admits. "It's not exactly difficult. Some things shouldn't be forgotten." But then Selena tilted her head, half joking, half curious. "Maybe it's not a grudge. Maybe it's regret. Maybe you liked her." That hit harder than expected. The Duke's expression hardened instantly, his brows furrowing as he stared directly at her. "Why would you use that word? Of all things, regret." Selena tilted her head, confused by his sudden change in mood. Why is he so worked up over a harmless comment? She thought. Still, she pressed on, teasing just a bit. Well, she was beautiful, famous. It's not an impossible assumption. Calcion scoffed. That wasn't my opinion. That was my mother's fantasy. Rosalind might have looked perfect on the outside, but inside she was a walking storm of suspicion. I don't like people like that. Selena nodded slowly. You're not wrong. She acted so kind in public, but the moment we were alone, she threatened me. Calcion's eyes narrowed as he immediately asks what happened. So, Selena told him everything. How Rosalind cornered her, demanding to know just how much gold it would take for Selena to disappear from Calcion's life. And that Selena challenged Rosalind to give her 100 of the same dress she was wearing that time, which Rosalind gladly offered, but Selena eventually didn't make the deal with her. Calcion listened in silence, but Selena noticed a strange look growing on his face, half confused, half horrified. The cost of those dresses would rival Landbird's budget for the next 20 years. Selena stared at him, speechless. Her mind spiraled. Had she just made the worst financial decision of her life by turning down Rosalind's offer? A tiny, greedy voice inside her screamed. But instead of surrendering to it, Selena tried to refocus her thoughts. Returning to her original world was still her best option. Still, curiosity got the better of her. So, what exactly does the position of Duchess entail? She asked, trying to sound casual. Calcion, still reeling from the dress budget revelation, blinked. Does it matter? Even if Rosalind was aiming for the title from the beginning, Theolin's family is just as wealthy. It's not about money. Selena nodded slowly. Funny. Rosalind said the same thing, that she didn't need wealth or power to become Duchess. She glanced at Calcion. Then, what's the real reason people want this position? Why do they chase you? Her question clearly caught him off guard. Selena took her time, eyes scanning over him with an innocent curiosity that wasn't quite innocent. Maybe it's your face. You are unfairly handsome, you know. Calcion gave a modest shake of the head, about to protest, until Selena casually added, Well, maybe it's your body then? At that, Calcion gives an unapologetic gesture of agreement, shameless and smug. They both burst into laughter, the earlier tension finally melting into a wave of teasing banter. As Calcion sifted through the pile of letters, his fingers paused over one envelope in particular. Selena caught the flicker of tension in his eyes. That one's different, she said, leaning forward. Who's it from? Crown Prince Raisin, he replied, voice clipped. The name alone explained the mood shift. He added, It's normal for a letter from someone like him to carry weight. He's the strongest contender for the throne. Ambitious, calculating, and not someone who can be ignored. But he doesn't like Landbird. To him, this place is a backwater filled with stubborn nobles and annoying autonomy. He's been wary of Landbird from the beginning. The fact that we operate almost like an independent region makes it harder for him to extend his influence here. Selena frowned. And you being a vassal, doesn't that make things worse for you? It does, Calcion said. But money and power talk. We have enough of both to make this region function like a small country. Even so, I can't openly oppose him. Not without consequences. Selena went quiet, her thoughts drifting to herself. If Raisin ever saw her as a threat, would she survive it? As if reading her mind, Calcion added with a sigh, I have no intention of meeting him. But like it or not, all noble families are summoned to the 300th anniversary of the founding of the country. I can't refuse. Selena shrugged, feigning nonchalance. Then if it's unavoidable, why not enjoy it? You'll be in the capital. It's the perfect time to gather intel and see how the social world moves. But only if I act the part, Calcion muttered. Exactly, Selena chimed in, smirking. Which is why I should be worried. You're a disaster at acting. That earned her a light cough from Calcion, who clearly took that one to heart. Seeing his reaction, Selena rose from her seat and, without warning, sat right on his lap. Calcion instantly becomes flustered. She gave him a regal look, eyes shimmering playfully. I want to visit the capital too. Think of it as practice. Calcion blinked, trying very hard not to focus on how close she was, she said sweetly. For someone who's terrible at faking emotions, you need a lot of practice. And I'm not letting you off the hook this time. Calcion swallowed hard, internally panicking. But Selena wasn't done. With an exaggerated sigh, she added, Honestly, you might have the trashiest sense of emotional timing I've ever seen. I only mentioned going with you to see if you could at least pretend to be charming. But you failed miserably. Calcion groaned. Still, both knew that regardless of awkwardness or not, They'd be attending the anniversary event together. As the hour grew late, Selena rose again with a stretch. It's nearly midnight. I'm going to bed. As for the Duke, his thoughts swirled in every direction, from politics to affection to acting lessons. A hymn via lap ambushes. With a deep sigh, he mutters, "What's wrong with me?" Yes, another day, another catfight. The moment Selena shows up in front of Rosalind, the woman's eyes nearly pop out. Selena's outfit? A total scandal. But since Rosalind was the one who insisted on this meeting, Selena figured, why not give her a show? After all, Lady Rosalind had been strutting around like she owned the world. This was just a little revenge, fashion edition. Rosalind immediately accuses Selena of being beyond rude. Apparently there's a limit to sass, and Selena just bulldozed through it. But Selena? Completely unfazed. She calmly stands her ground, reminding Rosalind that she literally had nothing else to wear. And frankly, she couldn't care less what Miss High and Mighty thought of her wardrobe. Then came the kicker. Rosalind suggests she could have just worn what she had on yesterday. Easy fix, right? Not quite. Selena, deadpan, says Calcione tore all her clothes last night. Rosalind freezes. That was not the kind of response she was ready for. Selena, enjoying the moment, notes that Rosalind's shocked face is priceless. Finally, someone gave her a taste of her own medicine. Rosalind, now scrambling to save face, accuses Selena of both insulting her and spreading lies. As if Selena's out here committing war crimes over tea and dresses, but Selena's not one to sit there and take jabs quietly. She fires back that she's only matching Rosalind's energy, low blow for low blow. Naturally, the conversation turns into a full-on roast battle. Both start arguing about who's got less common sense, and the claws are officially out. Rosalind sneers that now she understands Selena's fashion choices. Poor girl probably can't even afford a decent dress. Selena strikes right back, pointing out that the Duke himself brought her here, and he's still standing by her side. Unlike Rosalind, who's acting like she owns him. She then adds that they'll be seeing more of each other soon. Rosalind's confused. Wasn't Selena supposed to leave? But nope. Turns out Selena's heading to the capital too, as Calcione's official partner for the grand 300th National Founding Day celebration. Rosalind's jaw hits the floor. Selena doubles down, asking if Rosalind plans to retire from high society, now that she's the one attending with the Duke. Selena even jokes that after a little begging, Calcione gave in and agreed to take her. Rosalind is horrified. Dignity, gone. She's convinced the Duke has lost his mind. Selena, clearly having the time of her life, throws in a very spicy comment about last night, something that makes Rosalind slam the table and jump up in fury, calling Selena a harlot. And then, plot twist, standing right behind Selena is none other than Calcione himself. Rosalind's rage shrinks into panic. She quickly tries to twist the situation, planning to point fingers at Selena. But before she can get the words out, she sees tears welling up in Selena's eyes. Of course, she's an actress, crying on cue. Please, it's like breathing for her. Calcione immediately wraps Selena in his arms, clearly siding with her. Turns out, she'd sent him a letter before the tea party. This? All part of the plan. Calcione looks at Rosalind with a cold stare, saying his world doesn't revolve around her social circles. Rosalind has no comeback. She's officially outplayed. In his mind, Calcione realizes that Selena just saved him from being blind to Rosalind's true colors. If not for Selena, Rosalind would have continued her petty tyranny right under his nose. Selena, meanwhile, is basking in her glorious win. Now that the drama has turned in her favor, she makes sure to play her role well. Shivering ever so slightly, she looks up and says she's cold and wants Calcione to hold her. The Duke, ever the gentleman, or maybe just completely, wrapped around her fingers, lifts her up in his arms. The tea party is over, he declares. As he walks away with her, Selena throws one final dagger, a smug glare, followed by a subtle but deadly middle finger aimed right at Rosalind. The look on Rosalind's face says it all. Pure crashed ego. Back in their room, Selena didn't waste a second to praise Calcione. She clapped, metaphorically, for his character development. In just a short time, he managed to rush in, rescue her, and even declare Rosalind an enemy, all with a heroic arm around her waist. That grin sneaking up on his face? Totally earned. He casually dropped her on the sofa and threw in a surprise. He'd already called the tailors to make her new dresses. Selena blinked. That was fast. She'd only hinted at it in her morning letter, and boom, orders placed. Guess he wasn't a fan of her wandering the mansion in nothing but a nightgown and accidentally starting fashion scandals in every hallway. Then Calcione turned serious. He reminded Selena that she'd be meeting nobles regularly now, and that meant prepping for battle. Well, social battle. Acting? She already had that down. But now he wanted to equip her with real knowledge, manners, etiquette, all the stuff proper noble ladies are supposed to ooze effortlessly. They had 20 days before heading to the capital, and he planned to use every second of it to polish her up. The word noble lady hit Selena like a rogue slipper. She had signed up to play the wild card, not the refined flower. This sudden upgrade in role? Unexpected. But Calcione reassured her. He didn't plan to change her completely. He just wanted her to survive the high society's sneaky language and subtle mind games. Selena couldn't argue with that. It made sense. She needed to fit in if she wanted to dig deeper into their world. Still, the fact that he was worrying about her getting ignored in those circles, that caught her off guard. She hadn't expected him to care like that, and frankly, she didn't think she mattered that much to him. So her next question came naturally. Did he learn the secret codes of the nobles? His answer? Nope. He never needed to. But when she proposed they learn it together, he looked mildly horrified, like she'd just suggested ballroom dancing in full armor. Selena didn't back down. She reminded him, very logically, and with just a hint of sass, that even someone like him would benefit from brushing up on it now. Eventually, he caved, agreeing to join her in noble society boot camp. Of course, Selena had one more twist. Let's make it a bet. Calcione, now visibly suspicious, asked what was on the line. According to Selena, whoever masters the noble lingo first gets to make the other fulfill one wish. Any wish. Calcione tried to play it cool, saying she should be more worried since she's at a disadvantage. But Selena, fully confident. She cheekily claimed she was great at using her body, which made the Duke switch to competitive mode instantly. He reminded her that he's been surrounded by nobles for years, while she only crash-landed into this world recently. But Selena, unshaken. She threw down the gauntlet. Winner gets a wish, no questions asked. Let the petty wagers begin. As Selena was just about to wind down for a nap, he casually mentioned the tailor would arrive before dinner, since Calcione called him in the morning. But the door suddenly burst open. A man dramatically stepped in, panting as though he'd sprinted the entire way from the capital, and with the kind of energy that suggested he might pass out. I'm Devon, he added between heavy breaths. Your tailor for today, at your service. Selena blinked at him, then got emotional. This man looked like he was barely hanging on to life, yet still gave his all. You can start right away, she said, genuinely moved. Without wasting a second, Devon got to work, on the Duke, taking his measurements and admiring his physique a bit too much. Such perfection, truly ideal for tailoring. Calcione gave him a sharp look as he grabs Devon. I called you for dresses, not suits. Selena chuckled, sensing danger. You might want to tone it down, Devon. His grace isn't used to your level of enthusiasm. She turned to Calcione. Let's just let him do his job. He's got spirit. Then she informed Devon. I can't keep walking around in this nightgown forever. I need proper clothes. Devon nodded seriously, whispering apologies before asking Selena to change into something more fitting for measurements. Meanwhile, Calcione stood nearby, arms crossed and glaring. Selena turned to him. You should go to your office. Don't you have paperwork to deal with? I can help choose, he offered coolly. Selena just raised an eyebrow. Devon, now done with measuring, pulled out sketches with dramatic flair. Behold, the finest designs, I swear on all 10 of my fingers. The lady will be the most beautiful lady in Landbird." Selina couldn't resist. With a grin, she told Devon, "The Duke said I look better without any clothes." Devon gasped in inspiration. "Then I shall design a dress that doesn't hide your beauty at all." Calcion groaned under his breath. He was clearly regretting staying. The teasing continued as the topic shifted to the previous Duchess and her odd habits, choosing one dress at random and discarding the rest. "She sounds extreme." They reviewed modern fashion trends from the capital. Devon showed off a luxurious design that made Selina's eyes light up. "What do you think?" she asked Calcion. "It's okay." Devon, ignoring the lukewarm reaction, suggested making 5 versions in different colors. "No," Selina said thoughtfully. "Different designs are better than different colors." Devon noted that the former Duchess always wanted variety based on her moods, but Selina wasn't impressed. Sounds like she was just a rich eccentric. Devon then offered to make 1 dress per design. That's when Calcion chimed in again. "Make at least 7. Devon clapped. "7 it is. I'll include every color of the rainbow." Selina cut in. "Let's not go overboard. 1 perfect match of design and color is better. If we make them in every color, it'll feel mass-produced." Calcion shrugged. "Extravagance is part of noble life." Selina smiled, getting an idea. "Then nobles should wear something unique, something that exists only once, not 10 different copies." Selina explained that creating 1 truly stunning singular piece would carry more value than dozens of duplicates. Devon's eyes sparkled. "That's genius. Beautiful ideas from a beautiful mind. If we do this right, the dress will practically shine with brilliance." Devon beamed. "But I'll need extra manpower and funding." Calcion stood tall. "Landbird will provide both. Gold, gems, whatever it takes. We're heading to the capital in 20 days. I expect 100 pieces, all unique." Moments later, the butler arrived carrying a hefty bag of gold coins as a down payment. Devon's eyes sparkled with greed and excitement. Selina, watching the madness unfold, could only think one thing. Everyone in this kingdom is crazy, even the tailors. While Calcion sat quietly at his desk, drowning in papers, Jeanette's voice echoed from outside the door, announcing her presence. She had just returned from teaching Selina her first etiquette lesson. But when Calcion asked her how it went, she took her sweet time responding. That silence? It was long enough to make Calcion suspect disaster. Did Selina flip a table? But when Jeanette finally spoke, she called Selina a genius. Genius? That was unexpected. Jeanette went on, explaining that while it was painfully obvious Selina had never touched a single etiquette book in her life, lacking even the basic instincts of noble behavior, she still managed to absorb everything Jeanette taught her, even the most delicate and complicated rules. A human sponge in high heels, apparently. Flashback to a few hours earlier, Selina was seated across from Jeanette, looking both curious and mildly suspicious. She asked why it was just the two of them, and where the Duke had gone. Jeanette calmly explained that Calcion's lessons would only begin after Selina passed the basics. First-grade etiquette before advanced noble nonsense. As the session continued, Selina couldn't shake off the bad first impression Jeanette had made when they met. The hostility had been real, and now here that same woman was, acting as her teacher. Talk about awkward. Selina, never one to keep quiet, admitted that she never imagined someone like Jeanette would be in charge of her lessons. Jeanette quickly clarified that it was all under the Duke's orders. She introduced herself as the second daughter of Baron Merlin, trained in the refined ways of the capital's society, and someone who once served the former Duchess. Translation: she was qualified and proud of it. Jeanette subtly, not really, warned Selina to do her best and not disgrace the honor of House Landbird. But Selina caught the hidden message loud and clear. Jeanette wasn't giving her advice out of kindness. No. She was hoping Selina would mess up and leave on her own, sparing everyone the trouble of kicking her out. Selina then asked, point blank, what would happen if she tried her best, but still failed? Jeanette gave a polite answer, promising to do her part as a teacher. But when Selena pushed again, the politeness melted. Jeanette's tone turned icy and her gaze sharper, as if she were a hawk eyeing a clueless little mouse. At that moment, Selena realized something important. There were a few ways this could go. Jeanette could make the lessons unbearable, change her methods just to mess with her, or, worst case, make Selena vanish like she never existed. Still, instead of flinching, Selena told her to begin, because deep down, Selena wasn't scared. She was thrilled. Nervous? Sure. But this was the kind of tension she liked. After all, she saw herself as an actress, someone who had lived 1,000 different lives in different worlds. Learning some noble etiquette? Please, that was child's play. Jeanette started the lesson by explaining they would repeat each step 5 times to build muscle memory. Selena immediately called that out as a waste of time. She boldly asked Jeanette to demonstrate everything at once. Once was all she needed. Jeanette was visibly skeptical. A commoner grasping high-level etiquette in a single try? Unbelievable. But Selena stayed confident, unbothered by the doubt. Her determination was enough to leave Jeanette speechless and slightly rattled. Just in case Selena failed, Jeanette warned her she'd be held accountable for wasting the Landbird headmaid's time. Selena didn't flinch. She agreed without hesitation. And then, the miracle happened. Selena didn't just memorize the steps. She nailed them. From her posture to the angle of her arms, she radiated elegance. Even her fingertips oozed nobility. Jeanette watched in disbelief as Selena performed over 50 moves perfectly, and even figured out subtle details that hadn't been explained. By the end, Jeanette had nothing to criticize. Selena looked like she belonged at a royal banquet, not as a guest, but as the host. Back in the present, Jeanette explained all this to Calcione. She admitted that Selena's talent was so uncanny, she started to suspect that Selena might be hiding a different identity altogether. Calcione shook his head. Nope. He guaranteed her identity himself. Feeling hopeful, Calcione asked if there would be enough time before their departure to the capital. Jeanette confirmed they had plenty. Inspired, Calcione decided to join the etiquette lessons himself, admitting he could use some polish for the capital's social games. Jeanette excused herself, mentally preparing to deal with not one, but 2 ambitious students starting tomorrow. Left alone, Calcione peeked outside his window and saw Selena smiling and laughing with the maids. She looked genuinely happy. But Calcione, now a little nervous, remembered something else. If Selena really managed to pull off everything in one day, he'd lose the bet. And knowing her, whatever she asked for in return might just leave him speechless next. That night, as Selena awaited dinner, one of the maids arrived at her door, holding a tray of food, and a surprising bit of gossip. Apparently, word of her etiquette lesson with Jeanette had already spread through the entire mansion. Selena quickly caught on that rumors were flying faster than a hawk in hunting season. Curious and sharp as ever, Selena pressed the maid for more, only to be met with a string of compliments about her own brilliance. The praise felt too sweet, too rehearsed. Something about it made Selena feel like an exotic bird in a cage, too unique to be local. Smiling slyly, she decided to test the waters. If the maid liked to talk, maybe Selena could trap her into saying something more interesting. Feigning innocence, Selena casually remarked that no one seemed to dislike her, which of course wasn't entirely true. Then she dropped a subtle dig. Jeanette, in her opinion, didn't exactly strike her as reliable. That got the maid's attention. Emboldened, Selena went a step further, imitating Jeanette's overly dramatic introduction to the lesson, throwing in a few exaggerated quotes for effect. The maid blinked, surprised by the idea that Jeanette had been rude to someone connected to the Duke. But then, the truth spilled out. Jeanette was always like that, especially with the maids, always nagging about honor, like she ran the place. What really caught Selena's attention, though, was what came next. The maid confided that Jeanette had once served the previous Duchess, and still nagged her endlessly. Even worse, there were rumors. Yes, actual rumors, that Jeanette had gotten slapped for it. That little nugget of information hit Selena like an unexpected plot twist in a play. Jeanette? Getting smacked for being too uptight? Now that was juicy. Selina mulled it over. If even nobles weren't safe from Jeanette's nitpicking, then no one was. The maid agreed but added that, in her opinion, His Grace was still scarier than Jeanette. Selina had to admit, the Duke didn't stir up conflict needlessly like Jeanette. He knew how to command without making enemies. As Selina sipped her tea, she found herself intrigued. This maid was good at talking. Too good. Was she just naturally chatty? Or was it a skill? Either way, Selina decided it'd be smart to keep her close. She asked for her name, and the maid introduced herself as Juna. Selina then shifted gears and told Juna she'd be calling for her again soon. Delighted, Juna agreed, happy to have a future tea-chat companion. Seizing the moment, Selina leaned in and asked an oddly phrased question. If someone keeps acting up, or gets too greedy, do they just end up dying? Has something like that happened before? Juna hesitated, clearly unnerved, but admitted that she couldn't share such things openly. But after a brief pause, she lowered her voice and revealed something huge. Just a month ago, the Duke's would-be fiancé died, a suicide. Juna quickly clarified. There was no romantic bond. The woman died before the engagement ceremony. There was no affection between her and Calcione. Selina asked if Juna had seen the body herself, and to her surprise, the answer was yes. Juna had been one of the servants present in the capital. Then, with a shrug, she described the woman as plain, gloomy, and withdrawn. Nothing special to look at. That response struck Selina as oddly harsh. To Calcione, this woman must have meant something. But to Juna, she was a shadow, a whisper. Selina was puzzled. How could people see the same woman so differently? She decided to get straight to the point. You didn't like her, did you? Juna didn't even hesitate. You're right, she said. She was sleeping around with all sorts of men in the capital. And just like that, a new layer of mystery was added to the already tangled web of secrets inside the Duke's mansion. After a long day, Selina finally found a moment to sit down with Calcione. Their conversation naturally drifted toward Jeanette. To Selina's shock, Calcione revealed that Jeanette had praised her. Selina nearly choked on her thoughts, praising her. Was this a prank, or had the maid finally lost it? Feigning disbelief, Selina asked if Jeanette treated him the same way. Calcione explained that she wasn't as hard on him since he'd never been under her direct instruction. Selina then pointed out something odd. None of the other maids had ever been tutored by Jeanette either. That alone made Jeanette's obsession with her feel more personal than professional. Trying not to sound too obvious, Selina probed deeper, mentioning what she'd learned from Juna about Jeanette's strained history with the previous Duchess. When she brought up the rumor of a slap, Calcione brushed it off as something not entirely unthinkable for a loyal headmaid. Still, Selina couldn't help but see it differently. With the thought of one day returning to her own world, she told him they needed to draw up a real contract about Ariel. If Ariel's death wasn't truly a suicide, she needed to know. It wasn't just about Ariel anymore. It was about what Selina would face if her own contract ended. Calcione, sensing the seriousness in her tone, asked why she suspected foul play. Selina said simply, "The enemy isn't always outside." She watched as realization settled on his face. Selina believed Jeanette may have driven Ariel to her death. Instead of getting angry, Calcione asked for details. Relieved, Selina began piecing the story together, knowing that Jeanette could very well be kicked out if this led somewhere. She reminded him that emotional abuse can kill just as surely as poison. If someone's mind is pushed far enough, is it still just suicide? They discussed the maids who had followed Ariel to the capital, those who whispered behind her back, while Jeanette upheld the honor of Lambert. Calcione commented that it all looked like nothing on the surface. Selina responded that it was only because he never had to live under constant scrutiny. As a duke, he didn't have to care about others' opinions. People like Ariel didn't have that privilege. Selina imagined her own life being ruined by rumors. How she'd been blamed for a failed film project simply because of a scandal she didn't cause. Though she had people who stood by her, she wondered if Ariel ever had anyone in her corner. Probably not. When Calcione asked for proof or names, Selena said she didn't know them. They couldn't judge Ariel now, not when they hadn't lived her life. What mattered was that Ariel had felt threatened, cornered, like she was about to be kicked out before even becoming Duchess. Calcione admitted that, to him, the whole engagement was just politics. Ariel's father, Baron Zeon, would have been satisfied with a simple exchange, money for status. It was all too easy. Selena reflected on the gifts and attention she'd received since arriving and wondered again, who was Ariel really? Then she said it plainly. Ariel hadn't left a single man in the capital untouched. To Selena's surprise, Calcione didn't flinch. So what? He asked. People live like that all the time. 1 or 2 rumors won't ruin the Duchess of Landberg. But Selena snapped. Only you think that way. She painted a picture of what life was like for someone like Ariel, or even herself. Rejected, isolated, whispered about. In that world, 1 step wrong could mean ruin. Realizing she'd raised her voice, Selena quickly apologized. Her memories had bled into the moment. She calmed herself, but then Calcione surprised her again. He gently held her hand and said with quiet resolve, "No matter what rumors people spread about you, I won't care. Not now, not ever." He promised that unless she ran away, he would never break their contract. "I won't abandon you," he said. "But don't go starting any affairs with other men while we're still tied together. Why not stay forever, right?" The day finally arrived for the 2 most unwanted guests to leave the Landberg mansion. Fiona, ever the clingy, beamed with delight as Calcione appeared before her. She fluttered her lashes and declared how touched she was that the Duke himself had come to personally see her off. Calcione, however, shot her dream down in a single breath. "I was just taking a walk. You happened to be in the way." So much for heartfelt. Not far away, Juna leaned in close to Selena and whispered, "She's probably heading to the capital to do what she does best, spread rumors and accessorize. She's scarily good at both." Once Calcione gave Fiona the briefest farewell, Selena turned her attention to Rosalind and, with a playful jab, said, "I guess we'll be meeting in the capital soon enough." But Rosalind didn't return the light tone. Instead, she simply said, "Maybe." And the way she said it, like a snake wrapped in silk, made Selena pause. Was that a threat? Something about Rosalind's smile told Selena she might not even get the chance to set foot in the capital. A shiver ran down her spine. Feeling uneasy, Selena instinctively reached for Calcione's hand, clutching it tightly. "I'm going to stick close to you from now on," she said quietly, seeking reassurance. Calcione didn't flinch or question her sudden clinginess. He simply nodded and said, "All right," as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Selena and the Duke finally end up in the same etiquette class, with Jeanette leading the lesson on how to act like proper high society folks. Selena, oddly enough, gets a little excited. After all, fancy manners sound like fun, for now. Jeanette says Calcione doesn't need to learn too much and plans to just give him the basics. But Selena, being Selena, immediately starts teasing her for softening up. Jeanette snaps back, reminding her, for what feels like the 100th time, to speak politely all the time. Selena rolls her eyes, pointing out that they're not even in a real formal setting. So why the drama? She smugly adds that she's better at handling real-life situations anyway. Trying to sound wise, Jeanette explains that good manners should be a habit, even when no one's watching. Calcione quietly observes, then remarks that Jeanette's teaching style is way stricter than expected. Jeanette claims there's a reason. Men and women learn different etiquette rules. But when Calcione asks why, she completely blanks and starts stuttering. Oops. Suddenly, Selena raises her hand like she's in school. She reminds Jeanette, again, that she has no interest in becoming a duchess. Jeanette nods, but Selena doubles down, saying she's only here temporarily and doesn't plan to stick around. She tells Jeanette there's no need to overdo it with her, and even hints that Jeanette might have treated someone else the same way, referring to Ariel. That stings. Calcione, who's been caught in this whirlwind, starts feeling the pressure. He finally tells Jeanette he only asked her to teach Selena the basics, just enough so the Landberg name doesn't get dragged through the mud. Jeanette nods, finally understanding. Calcion then adds that Selena learns fast anyway, and since he himself picked up a few things as a kid, maybe Jeanette can dial down the intensity. Jeanette agrees without protest. Small miracle. As class continues, it becomes very clear that Calcion is a disaster when it comes to etiquette. Selena can't resist teasing him, poking fun at every mistake. Jeanette tells her to go easy on him, but it's hard not to laugh when Calcion looks like he's trying to survive a battlefield instead of a ballroom. Eventually he snaps. Do nobles really have to know all this just to survive? Jeanette calmly explains that yes, every noblewoman must master it, and some men if they're, well, not immature. Calcion finally realizes the nightmare noblewomen must go through daily, and Jeanette is thrilled he gets it now. Selena, on the other hand, mourns the day she'll no longer be able to mock Calcion. Teasing him is too much fun. When Calcion admits that he finally understands, she piles on with more playful jabs until he embarrasses himself again. Selena keeps pushing the lesson until Jeanette steps in to stop her. Selena argues that she's helping the most here, acting like she's the real tutor. Calcion sighs and admits defeat. He's lost the bet. He agrees to grant her wish if she stops torturing him. But of course, Selena's wish is for him to keep learning, so they can at least talk properly in public. And so, round 2 begins. The Duke immediately makes a fool of himself again with some awkward phrase, convinced he'll never crack the noble language code. Selena tells him she can't do this alone. He has to help her too. Calcion's had enough. He'd rather die than keep going. But then he stands up, says he'll now prove himself with his body, and asks for her hand. No, not like that. He just wants to start dance class. Selena, baffled by his sudden enthusiasm. But turns out she can't dance, so Calcion sees his chance to shine. They step into the hall and begin with the usual noble greeting. Selena copies him, and surprises Calcion by doing it perfectly. When he kisses her hand, she goes full tomato mode, blushing hard as his ridiculously handsome face catches her off guard. The room suddenly feels 10 degrees hotter. Selena quickly realizes she's been teasing him for so long, yet now she's the flustered one. And Calcion? He knows it. He keeps it cool and starts teaching the basic dance steps, explaining that she doesn't have to memorize everything. Just follow his lead. He gently holds her waist and hand, asking permission at every step, the gentleman that he is. Selena, meanwhile, is completely distracted by how annoyingly beautiful he is. His eyes, his nose, his perfect forehead. Focus, girl. To change the subject, she brings up the wish he owes her. Her request? That they start using cute nicknames, to deepen their bond. Calcion doesn't even argue, and Selena is thrilled, especially when he allows her to call him my Cal. Surprisingly, he doesn't protest. Selena notices a slight hesitation, but is impressed he keeps his promise. For once, a man who actually follows through. She realizes she was wrong to think all men were the same. Calcion, clueless about women as he claims to be, is unexpectedly considerate. The dance draws to a close as Calcion pulls her in, and Selena asks if it's over. He stays quiet. She comments on how fun it was to dance without music, though mostly because Calcion knew the moves so well. When he asks if she really enjoyed it, Selena assures him she did. Meanwhile, Calcion remembers his late mother comparing him to his dull, emotionless father. But now, Selena, this odd, chaotic woman, has managed to crack his shell. As he stands in silence, clearly deep in thought, he eventually declares that he's calling it a night. Both women bid him good night. But before he can walk off into the dramatic hallway evening, Selena calls out sweetly, Cal, and tells him she had a lot of fun. The Duke finally smiles and says she did well too. A few days later, Selena had finally wrapped up her crash course in noble etiquette and finished packing for the capital. Devon, ever the fashion wizard, had pulled off the impossible, completing a whopping 100 dresses in just 20 days. Despite all the chaos and drama, Selena couldn't help but feel like things were finally falling into place. She was actually going to the capital tomorrow. For real. But just as she was about to settle in, a thought popped into her head. She called out for Juna, who came running at the sound of her voice. Selena smiled, genuinely impressed. "You did such a good job with the packing, especially with all those dresses and accessories." Juna, ever the modest maid, bowed slightly. "It's only natural, my lady. I'm your maid, after all." Then, with a soft smile, she asked, "Are you nervous? You'll be leaving for the capital soon." A little," Selena admitted. "Some tea sounds nice right now." As Juna bustled off to prepare it, Selena watched her thoughtfully. Juna had grown on her quickly, so attentive, so dedicated. It hadn't even been that long since they met, but the girl was already clinging to her like a loyal manager. But beneath her casual admiration, Selena's mind wandered to something darker. Juna had once followed Ariel to the capital, hadn't she? She must have been close to her then, just like she was to Selena now. Ariel, married to the Northern Duke, likely out of financial desperation, couldn't have been happy. When things fell apart, she probably leaned on Juna. And Juna, sweet, innocent Juna, may have been talking behind her mistress's back the whole time. Selena didn't think Juna was capable of outright murder. But gossip, secrets, subtle betrayal, that was a different story. She might not be the killer, but she could definitely be involved, even unknowingly. With a small, casual tone, Selena asked, "Did you pack your own belongings?" Juna blinked. "I'm not sure. Madame Jeanette was in charge of selecting the personnel for the trip." "Ah, so she wasn't listed." Selena's mind raced. If Juna wasn't going, who among Jeanette's people were? More importantly, she needed Juna to go to the capital. If she could stay close, maybe, Selena could uncover the truth. "Then I'll talk to Jeanette," Selena said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "I'll request that you be included in the list." Juna looked startled, maybe even flattered. But Selena had a plan. If Juna went to the capital and fell back into old habits, talking behind people's backs, letting little things slip, Selena might finally get the clues she needed. After some time, Selena found herself sitting inside the carriage with Calcione, the two of them quietly bumping along the road. Quiet being the operative word, because, unfortunately, Calcione wasn't exactly the talkative travel companion type. Selena sighed inwardly. If she didn't start a conversation, they'd probably ride in silence all the way to the capital. Her eyes drifted to the book in Calcione's hand. "What are you reading?" she asked casually. Without looking up, he replied, "A report. Statistics on urban population and regional dispersion policy." Of course, Selena thought. Leave it to Calcione to be elbows deep in something as thrilling as population metrics. Still, she was bored and determined not to die of silence. She started tossing out random questions, anything to keep her mind occupied. Calcione, though, glanced at her with faint suspicion, as if confused by her sudden curiosity about matters she'd never shown interest in before. Trying to switch things up, he unfolded a map of the kingdom and held it out to her. "This is the Landbird territory," he explained. It sprawled across the northeast and west, massive like a pot lid slammed onto the continent. Selena's eyes followed the lines on the map. "That's where the Sindart Mountains are, right?" she asked, pointing toward the top of Landbird. That was also where the monster lands lay, an inhospitable place no human dared to tread. The memory stirred something in her. "That's near where Calcione found me," she recalled. He nodded and moved his finger across the map. "Here, Silenza. Best place in the north to live. A hot spring runs through it, so even in winter it stays warm." Selena blinked. "A hot spring, huh? Sounds better than the capital's boiler system." She paused. "Wait, do you even have boilers here?" Calcione raised a brow. "Sort of. The area near Silenza has grown in population, so we've been discussing ways to extend the hot spring system there." Selena nodded, intrigued. "So, it's like running a mini-country." Calcione gave a dry chuckle. "It basically is a country. The central government leaves us alone." "No taxes either?" she asked, surprised. "None. Landbird was founded by the first settlers of the continent. It's tax-free by historical right. Selena tilted her head. Then why not just go independent? We could, he said flatly. Our military's separate too. But it's bothersome. Once a year I put up with royal nonsense. Going independent would mean paperwork and politics every day. So he's the most proactive duke they've had, Selena thought. Which probably means none of the others ever considered independence either. I figured this mess with the crown prince was just court drama, she said. But why does he keep pushing? Calcion's expression turned sharper. His supporters are unstable. The royal family will keep coming after me, either until I fall or die. The words hit Selena like a stone in the gut. She realized something chilling. If Calcion had no heir and no contingency plan, his vast lands and fortune would automatically revert to the royal family. And if that was true, then Ariel's death might not have been just an accident or a lover's feud. It could have been part of a calculated slow-burn strategy to dismantle Calcion's power. A sudden heaviness settled over her. Are we just walking into the lion's den right now? Do you think the crown prince might be one of the suspects? She asked quietly. He certainly has the power, whether directly or through someone else. This isn't about gossip or high society. This is politics, and I'm standing right in its path. Selena wished, deep down, that this was all one big misunderstanding. Just another mess that could be cleaned up with time and effort. But the further they went, the darker the picture became. Fast forward. Just as the knights proudly announced their arrival at Dunfell, something strange echoed from inside the carriage. A suspicious thud, followed by a very questionable silence. Naturally, Dion flung open the door without warning. And what did he find? Oh, just Selena and Duke Calcion, in an extremely awkward eyebrow-raising position that screamed gossip headline. Their eyes met Dion's in pure horror, and without skipping a beat, Selena calmly, yet firmly, asked him to shut the door. Now, rewind 30 minutes. The carriage had just pulled up near the place where they'd be staying the night. Selena breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, no more trying to sleep, while rattling around on wheels like a sack of potatoes. Calcion reassured her there was a cozy spot arranged, but Selena brushed it off with a smug little shrug. Apparently she could sleep anytime, anywhere. A real nap queen. But her calm confidence went out the window the moment she noticed a small crowd forming. People. All eyes on them. Turns out these were folks lining up to welcome the Duke himself. And Selena? She hadn't even freshened up. Panic mode. Activated. She frantically began fixing her hair, only to realize she couldn't see the back. With zero shame, she turned to Calcion and demanded his assistance. But alas, what followed was a glorious disaster. Every time he tried to help, the situation got worse. Somehow, in the chaos, he tugged a bit too hard on her dress. And boom, they both lost balance and crashed onto each other in the carriage. Which brings us back to the present moment. The knights and servants outside were shook. Dion's eyes widened in pure disbelief, and within seconds he slammed the door shut with the speed of lightning. Honestly, they'll be talking about that carriage scene for days. Later that evening at supper, the air was thick. Not with the aroma of food, but with secondhand embarrassment. Selena could feel everyone's eyes glued to her and Calcion, thanks to their carriage incident. Her cheeks were probably warm enough to boil tea. But instead of crumbling, she made a bold decision. If they're going to stare, give them a show. With a silent cue to Calcion to brace himself, she suddenly rested her head right on his lap, like it was the most natural thing in the world. The entire table froze. Even Calcion looked like his soul briefly left his body. Then came Act 2 of Selena's plan. Pretend she was completely helpless without his grace. She didn't lift a finger, literally. Instead, she gazed up at him and wordlessly made it clear, "Feed me." And oh, he did. Spoon after spoon, Calcion fed her while the servants watched in stunned silence. It was the most intimate, awkward, and strangely elegant performance dinner had ever seen. But behind the theatrics, Selena was thinking strategically. She needed him to be tied to her, to make people believe that she was the only one who could move the mighty Northern Duke like this. and judging by the reactions, the message landed. Once the audience scattered, Selena pulled Calcione aside for a post-show debrief. She didn't hold back either. With all the seriousness in the world, she told him that making expressions like he'd just bitten into rotten cabbage was not going to cut it. The man needed charm, warmth, a look that screamed, "I love this woman," and would follow her into battle. Calcione, ever the serious student, gave it a try. He began practicing compliments, and surprisingly, nailed it. So much so that Selena went from teacher to speechless admirer real quick. His words were so smooth, so detailed, that even she started to believe them for a moment. Was this practice? Or was his grace actually good at this? Either way, Selena told him to remember exactly what he said and repeat it when the time came. Because if he could pull that off in public, they'd have society eating out of the palm of their hands. Just when Selena thought the chaos had finally ended, the maids politely summoned the two for their evening bath. She sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness, maybe they could both wash off the awkwardness from earlier. But peace? Not today. The moment they stepped into the lavish bathhouse, Selena froze. One glance around, and her mind was spiraling. Were they supposed to bathe together? With an audience of maids floating around like it's totally normal? Selena's inner monologue was in full meltdown mode, but she held her face like a noble lady. She waited for the Duke to protest, say something, anything. But nope. His Grace was already undressed. Is this man carved out of stone and shamelessness? Then the maids, clearly on a mission to test her patience, started preparing to massage the Duke's shoulders. Oh no, that wasn't happening. With a voice cold enough to freeze the hot bath, Selena interrupted them and said she'd do the honors. Calcione, bless his obedient knightly soul, followed orders and dismissed the maids, leaving them alone in the steamy room. Selena rolled up her sleeves with flair. If this game was about sending a message, she was going to engrave it in gold. She playfully teased Calcione, asking if he'd just let any woman touch his back while she wasn't even away. He calmly replied he wasn't doing anything strange, but Selena wasn't done yet. She started massaging his shoulders, then leaned in closer, whispering questions that turned him redder than a boiled crab. "Why'd you act like I wasn't even there earlier, huh?" she teased. "What do you think the maids would say if they saw how unbothered you were by me?" The poor Duke started squirming under her hands, clearly wishing for a distraction or divine intervention. But Selena wasn't done being a menace. With the maids still outside, she turned things up a notch. And no, she didn't do anything scandalous, but she did start making suspicious moaning noises, loud enough to get the maids' ears burning and imaginations running wild. All while she was just giving the most G-rated back massage of all time. By the time they left the room, Calcione was carrying her like a princess, both of them glowing like two newlyweds. When they asked for directions to the bedroom, a maid nervously started explaining about their separate rooms, thanks to Jeanette's earlier arrangements. But Calcione didn't even blink. He just kept walking with Selena in his arms, leaving the staff completely stunned. Gossip exploded like fireworks behind them. Once inside the bedroom, Selena lit up with pride. "You were amazing!" she beamed, tossing compliments like confetti. His Grace had truly stepped up his performance. She declared that they'd keep this approach going, turning every moment into a masterpiece of drama and deception. In fact, she promised that the next massage would be even more intense, for maximum dramatic effect. Then came her next brilliant idea, stretching before bed. Why? To make it look like they were training together, like a power couple with abs and alibis. Selena was convinced. If they could pull this off so flawlessly, then nothing could stop them now. They weren't just faking a relationship. They were rewriting the script and the audience, eating it up. The next evening, just as dinner is being served, Jeanette strolls in like she owns the place and politely asks if she can speak with Selena. Now, Selena had not mentally prepared to face Jeanette this soon. Her nerves instantly kicked in. Was she about to get scolded? Judged? Publicly shamed for acting like a spoiled, love-struck villainess? And just to stir the awkward pot a bit more, Jeanette asks Calcione for permission to speak with Selena, as if Selena's not sitting right there. Selena stares, confused, thinking, hello? I'm literally right here. But it becomes clear. Jeanette doesn't want to chat. She wants a private audience. The moment Calcione gives the go-ahead, Selena's inner alarm bells start ringing louder. She suspects Jeanette might have heard some interesting things from the maids. But this time, Selena vows she's not going down without a fight. A little while later, Jeanette wasted no time and suggests that Selena and Calcione start using separate rooms. Selena, keeping her composure, replies that kind of decision is up to the Duke, not the etiquette police. Jeanette claims she's only doing this for the sake of Landbird's reputation. Very noble, very dramatic. But Selena, not buying it. When Jeanette insists she's acting independently to protect the duchy's honor, Selena asks what she plans to do. File a report? Throw her out? Jeanette calmly says it all depends on Selena's behavior. That gets under Selena's skin. So, she really thinks I'm just some reckless, immature brat? Of course, Jeanette doesn't know Selena's been pretending to be immature this whole time. Their conversation quickly turns into a passive-aggressive tennis match. Jeanette tries to nudge Selena into acting respectably, especially in front of the staff. But Selena isn't shy about calling out the veiled threat behind her words. Advice or not, Selena makes it clear. She's not about to follow Jeanette's orders like a docile little pet. Jeanette fires back, accusing Selena of not caring about Calcione's honor. But Selena shoots it down fast. If Calcione had any real problem with her behavior, he would have put a stop to it himself. After all, he's not some innocent kid being dragged around. And just to seal the argument, Selena reminds Jeanette that she's not a random intruder. Calcione personally brought her in. Jeanette's eye twitches. She hadn't expected Selena to talk back like that, let alone win the conversation. Then Selena twists the knife a little deeper, casually pointing out that Jeanette acts nothing like that way on the other guests, especially Fiona, who was openly rude from day one. Selena tells her plainly she doesn't care one bit about Landbird honor, especially if Jeanette's idea of honor is picking on people at will. And with that, Selena struts away, leaving Jeanette to stew in silence. Now left alone, Jeanette finally realizes she may have made a tactical error. She had completely underestimated Selena, despite all the signs, the Duke's trust, their growing closeness, the ridiculous drama Selena somehow thrives in. But Jeanette isn't one to fold easily. Deep inside, she still believes it's her sacred duty to preserve the duchy's image and reputation. And if Selena's aiming for that duchess spot, then Jeanette swears she'll do everything in her power to block Selena's path. After the fiery face-off with Jeanette, Selena practically waltzes back inside like a champion. Her mood? Absolutely through the roof. Not only did she stand her ground, but she also managed to get the last word in, against Jeanette of all people. Juna, who had been hiding in the background during the argument, finally breathes out and admits she was terrified the entire time. Watching the two women go at it felt like witnessing a noble-level showdown, minus the polite fencing gloves. When Selena recounts her victory, Juna cheers her on like a proud sidekick, eyes sparkling with admiration. Later, Selena heads off for a relaxing bath, still basking in her triumph. But just as she settles in, she realizes, no hair tie. Not ideal. Juna quickly volunteers to fetch one, and is about to leave when Selena casually asks her to grab a drink too. Bathing and victory celebration? Obviously both require refreshments, but the mood shifts fast. The second Juna's out the door, the lights flicker off. Selena blinks, unsure if it's just bad luck or a bad omen. Moments later, she notices something even stranger. The windows, which she definitely closed, are now wide open. Suspicion creeps in fast, and Rosalind's name jumps to mind. Selena wonders if the grudge-holding noblewoman is behind this eerie scene. Before she can piece it together, a shadowy figure appears. In an instant, a hand grabs her face tightly, silencing her before she can even let out a scream. Her heart pounds in panic. She realizes one horrifying fact. If she's knocked unconscious in the tub, she could easily drown. In a desperate move, she slips trying to escape, hitting the ground hard. The intruder grabs her again, muffling her mouth. But Selena, ever the scrappy survivor, elbows the person with all her strength and finally yells for help. Her voice, panicked and raw, sends the intruder into full retreat. In a flash, it flees through the window like a coward vanishing into the night. Calcione bursts in seconds later, alerted by the scream and clearly alarmed. Selena, still soaked and shaken, points toward the window where the attacker escaped. Without missing a beat, Calcione orders Dion to track the intruder down immediately. As the pieces start coming together, Selena notices something else. Calcione hasn't asked if she's okay. His jaw is clenched, eyes burning with silent fury. It's not that he doesn't care. It's that he's blaming himself. His pride, clearly wounded, won't let him ask the question he most wants to. Too exhausted to stand, Selena finally speaks up and asks for his help. And without hesitation, Calcione scoops her into his arms, yet again. Minutes later, Jeanette rushes in, all flustered, demanding to know what happened, until she realizes Calcione isn't the one who got hurt. Her concern evaporates like mist, and her tone, ice cold. Not a trace of care for Selena, just quiet outrage that something disrupted the order of her perfect duchy. Calcione, unbothered, walks right past her and heads toward the bedroom. He then coolly instructs Jeanette to bring dry clothes and a first aid kit for Selena, making it very clear who matters in this moment. Back in the bedroom, Calcione notices a bruise on Selena's foot, clearly from when she slipped trying to escape. Without a word, he starts treating her wounds himself. Selena, still shaken, realizes he could have easily summoned someone else, but he didn't. He's doing it personally, carefully, without making a fuss. Not because it's his job, but because he wants to. That realization hits her harder than the bruise. As he tends to her injuries, Selena's thoughts spiral. Does he care for me? Her heart flutters at the idea, but she quickly tries to snap out of it. Focus, Selena. You're here for a job, not a fairy tale romance. Even so, her cheeks flush with a mix of confusion and curiosity. Trying to ground herself, she breaks the silence by asking Calcione if this was the kind of situation he had warned her about. His grim expression confirms it. Yes, he meant assassination attempts. But what he didn't expect was for her to become the target instead of him. "How do you even live like this?" she asks, incredulous. Calcione admits it was a lapse in security and vows it won't happen again. Calcione tries to brush it off with his usual stoicism, but it's clear he's trying to keep her calm too. Selena reflects on the attacker's plan. It wasn't just a random attempt. It was meant to look like a suicide. Drowning in a bathtub? Just like Ariel. The connection chills her. "Do you think it's the same assassin?" she asks. Calcione nods, saying it's highly possible. Her thoughts then drift to Jeanette. The timing was suspicious. An argument, then an attack right after. Could she? Selena wonders aloud. But Calcione shakes his head. If Jeanette wanted you dead, it wouldn't be this sloppy. That leaves two other suspects, Fiona and Rosalind. Both have the motive. Before they can dive deeper, Dion bursts in with news. The intruder? Dead. Not caught. He killed himself the moment he realized he was cornered. No clues. No trail. Dion suspects the man had been following them long before the attack even happened. Calcione stays calm and orders Dion to dispose of the body discreetly. He also instructs him to contact Silenza and open a separate investigation. Apparently, there are 30 noble families with the means to orchestrate something like this. In the capital? Over 3,000. Selena nearly chokes on the number. At that point, Selena realizes they're not getting anywhere tonight. The only option left? Sleep. Or at least try. But in the middle of the night, Calcione's voice breaks the silence. "Are you okay?" Selena, wide-eyed and restless, admits she can't sleep. Too much suspense. Too many unanswered questions. Calcione, in an unexpected twist, casually suggests they practice instead. You know, normal bedtime hobbies. Selena brightens. "Can I learn swordsmanship?" she asks. "If it helps you protect yourself, then yes." And just like that, she's up, eyes gleaming. Calcion hands her a sword that clearly has seen war, and probably ended one or two. Under his guidance, she starts swinging it. Clumsy at first, but determined. As she trains, Selena notices something different. Calcion's gaze isn't cold or distant. It's focused, even proud, like a professor watching their brightest student thrive. Then reality hit. The look in his eyes isn't romantic. It's respectful, admiring, but not in that way. He doesn't see her as a woman, not yet. As their journey to the capital rolled on, Selena's body finally caught up with the pain she'd been ignoring. Every muscle screamed from sword training, and she looked like someone who regretted every brave decision from the past 2 days. Calcion, however, remained completely unfazed. To him, this kind of pain was just a sign of progress, whatever that meant. When Selena lightly hinted at taking a break, Calcion shut it down immediately. According to him, now was the perfect time to push her further. His version of rest apparently included advanced lessons. Poor Selena was slowly starting to realize she'd signed up for boot camp, not a noble escort mission. With the capital nearing in the distance, Selena began mentally preparing herself. New training, more planning, and probably more ways to accidentally injure herself were right around the corner. But before she could spiral too far, Calcion advised her to sleep, because once they arrived, peace and quiet would be a rare luxury. Fast forward to their arrival at the Grand Lambert estate. Selena, still asleep from earlier, had no clue she was now being carried in Calcion's arms like some noble damsel. The mansion staff greeted the Duke with bows and polite welcomes, though a few raised brows could be seen at the sight of the sleeping beauty he cradled. Ignoring any talk of guest rooms, Calcion ordered the staff to take them directly to his own chambers. No hesitation, no explanations. Once there, he instructed the maids to dress Selena in something more comfortable. Then, without resting himself, Calcion headed out for a personal patrol. Despite having stationed elite guards around the estate, he wasn't taking any chances, especially not after the bathtub ambush. Meanwhile, the butler handled things on the inside. Upon hearing about the attack, he acted fast, gathering all the staff, soothing panic, and firing anyone without proper background checks. Even the mansion's sentry team had been placed on high alert just in case. Later that night, Calcion finally returned to his room. Selena was already tucked in, breathing softly in her sleep, completely unaware of the chaos that had just been locked out. Now came the true test. Which side of the bed to sleep on? After a short mental debate, Calcion chose the left side, then, with the gentlest of movements, pulled Selena into his arms. No grand speeches, no dramatic tension, just a silent belief that maybe, just maybe, she'd sleep more peacefully this way. And she did. The next day, Selena slowly opened her eyes, thinking she'd just woken up early. But surprise, Calcion casually informed her she'd been sleeping for over 24 hours. Yep, a whole day gone. She figured the exhaustion had finally caught up with her. And now? Her stomach was demanding justice. Calcion, ever the gentleman, offered to have food brought in, but Selena quickly stopped him. The room was too nice to smell like a kitchen. So, she chose to grab a quick bite on her own and hurry back before bedtime rolled around again. Down in the kitchen, things weren't exactly warm and welcoming. The servant was giving her the silent treatment, loud and clear. It didn't take a genius to figure out she wasn't thrilled about her presence. When Selena asked for something to eat, the maid didn't even flinch. She silently placed a bowl of porridge in front of her, if you could even call it porridge. It looked like something scraped off the bottom of a forgotten pot. One glance, and it was clear. No sane person would eat that, not even out of desperation. Selena stared at the bowl, then at the maid. Was this a joke? Because if it wasn't funny. Maybe Calcion's ex had stirred the pot before leaving, but Selena wasn't the type to let bad manners slide. She firmly reminded the maid that she was dining under the Duke's roof, and getting slop for food with a side of frostiness wasn't exactly the best treatment. At the mention of the Duke, The maid suddenly turned pale and nervously asked her to wait. Moments later, the maid returned pushing a trolley stacked with a proper feast, way fancier than the bowl of what looked like porridge mixed with regret that Selina had been handed. The difference was almost insulting. Selina, unfazed, helped herself to the Duke's food. Sitting there alone, she decided to be generous. With a smile, she invited the maid to join her. The maid froze, clearly unsure. Selina nudged again. "Come on, sit, eat." But just as the maid reached out, Selina smacked her hand away. Classic trap. With a teasing smile, Selina explained that if she wanted to eat with her, it had to be from the sad porridge bowl. The maid stared, stunned. That stuff wasn't even edible. The maid mumbled an apology, but Selina wasn't done. She had crafted this little scene to get back at the disrespect earlier. Revenge? Served warm and with flair. Calling for someone in charge, the butler soon showed up. Polite, composed, and clearly used to putting out fires. He tried redirecting the conversation, asking if Selina would like a freshly cooked meal instead. He claimed the maid wasn't the cook, and probably just messed up the recipe. Selina gave him a long look, middle-aged, decent-looking, clearly holding some power while the Duke was away. She understood his game. He didn't want to throw his staff under the bus. Still, he eventually agreed that if the maid was at fault, she would be punished. But when Selina asked what kind of punishment, the butler dodged the question. Typical. He even made a sly comment, suggesting her sensitivity might be from too much carriage riding. Selina just smiled. But in her mind, she was already plotting round 2. Once Selina was gone, the maid nervously asked the butler if they were in trouble. But he was relaxed. Too relaxed. According to him, as long as the Duke didn't get involved, it would all blow over with just a formality. After all, the Duke never meddled in these small matters. Or so he thought. As expected, the next day Duke Calcion summoned the staff. His face calm, but his tone sharp. He wanted to know exactly what happened yesterday. The butler, trying to save face, quickly stepped forward. With a smooth voice, he claimed it was all his fault. He should have handled things better before they reached the Duke's ears. When Calcion asked what action had been taken, the butler explained the maid had been scolded and sent for more training. She'd now be cleaning the reception room and wouldn't be allowed near the kitchen again. Problem solved? Not quite. Calcion wasn't buying it. A prank on his guest, and this was the punishment? The butler had clearly underestimated Selina, who had pulled him deeper into trouble than he ever saw coming. Feeling the pressure, the butler panicked. In a desperate move to protect himself, he offered to fire the maid immediately and even dock her pay. But Selina wasn't satisfied. She wanted the lesson to go deeper. She wanted the butler gone, too. The word fired hit him like a lightning bolt. His knees buckled as he dropped to the floor in front of the Duke, pleading for mercy, tossing his pride aside. But Selina wasn't done yet. Calmly, she asked him how he treated the staff behind closed doors, then adds that she'd witnessed him asking the maid for money. Money he claimed was for operations, but he used it for a shady night out with some woman. The butler, sweating bullets, insisted Selina was making it up, but his words fell flat. Calcion, who had already warned him to avoid drama and chaos in the estate, had heard enough. With a cold tone, the Duke fired everyone involved, no second chances. He ordered a fresh investigation and warned that any lies during it would double the punishment. As Selina turned to leave, she paused and glanced back. A small, satisfied smirk crossed her lips. Lesson delivered. Back in the room, Calcion sighs, while Selina was relieved that they had both seen through the lies from the start. Something had always felt off, especially with how the butler dressed way above his pay grade. But now, after watching everyone's reactions, things were clear as day. This wasn't just one person's doing. Some people wag their tails for the boss, but bare their fangs when no one's watching. Calcion couldn't help but wonder if Ariel had gone through something similar. Still, he was more than furious. He'd been fooled twice by the same man. Meanwhile, Selina felt she'd come out on top. At the very least, the staff would think twice before crossing her again. Calcione even admitted Selena had handled this better than Jeanette ever would have. He saw real potential in her. When Selena asked to join him outside for training, he happily agreed. Later in the changing room, Selena bumped into Juna. Juna, suddenly shows full of concern, insisted Selena should call on her for anything, just so another yesterday wouldn't happen again. Selena raised an eyebrow. Juna's protectiveness felt a bit over the top. Most of the maids from Landbird had gone back, yet Juna was still here, sticking close. Too close. Selena could tell Juna was trying to cozy up to her now that there were no other maids in the way. Selena asked for pants instead of a dress. She didn't just want to watch training, she planned to join in, which is totally a smart move. And in that moment, she quickly caught on. Juna was putting on a show, trying to act like the perfect, loyal maid. Selena couldn't help but wonder. How had Ariel not seen through this? Still, Selena wasn't falling for it. She knew Juna's type. And while she admitted people here felt strange compared to those at Landbird, and yes, it made her uneasy, she wasn't about to let her guard down. Juna repeated that Selena should always rely on her, but Selena held her tongue. No matter how fake the smiles, she would wait. Once she had proof, she'd deal with Juna her own way. Fast forward to the training grounds, Selena's jaw almost drops. The training sessions are brutal, way harsher than she imagined. And strangely, there are way more soldiers here than she expected. She can't help but wonder, are they seriously planning to march all the way to the palace with this army? While swords clash and orders echo in the background, a royal messenger arrives. He brings a letter from none other than the queen herself. Apparently, Her Majesty heard that Calcione is staying at the mansion and wants to see him. Tomorrow. No warm-up, no warning. Calcione, on the other hand, looks like someone just told him dragons are real. He immediately orders his staff to send back a message saying he's too sick to meet anyone. Very convenient. But the poor messenger starts sweating bullets. He's scared the queen might think he lost the letter and made up a story to cover it. Honestly, can you blame him? Thankfully, Dion steps in with a better excuse. Just say the Duke got hurt while training. More believable, less risky. Meanwhile, Calcione casually tosses Selena into a sparring match, like nothing dramatic just happened. And the messenger? He looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. But Dion gives him a pep talk and sends him off with the polished excuse. The moment the messenger exits stage left, Selena, still catching her breath, asks if the training's done for the day. Nope. Calcione's clearly on a mission. He's determined to drill some serious sparring skills into her before letting her off the hook. Selena, though, is barely hanging on. Calcione's attacks are fast and heavy, and she's struggling just to block one strike at a time. But after a while, she starts noticing something. A small pause in his rhythm. A tiny gap. She tries to take advantage of it, only to trip over herself. Luckily, Calcione catches her before she hits the ground. Gentleman points. But in truth, this is just Selena's sneaky way of turning the tables and win the duel. Calcione is impressed. She read his moves, spotted the opening, and nailed it. Naturally, he wants a rematch. But Selena? She's already plotting her escape. Dion couldn't help but notice. Something about the Duke had definitely changed ever since Selena entered the picture. He quietly wondered if something more than just a fake lover act was going on between them. Time passed, and poor Selena was completely wiped out. Training with Calcione felt less like sparring and more like surviving a personal boot camp. Gasping for air, she finally asked what had been on her mind. Did the Duke also think the Queen was suspicious? After all, his face earlier looked like he'd rather eat nails than read her letter. Turns out he did. Calcione didn't bother hiding it. He found the Queen just as fake as Rosalind, though not as complicated as Fiona. She's good at acting sweet, he warned. But that sweetness can turn venomous fast. He reminded Selena to keep her guard up. The Queen might smile to your face, but don't be surprised if there's a knife behind her back. He also admitted something else. Queen Meryl had been pestering him for years to marry the princess. Even before that, he had a fiancée. No wonder he saw the queen as a walking headache. Curious, Selena asked why the queen was so obsessed with pairing him up with her daughter, especially when Calcione clearly wasn't on good terms with the royal family. Calcione calmly explained that the tension was mostly with the crown prince. The queen, on the other hand, had her own reasons. She was the king's second wife, and once the crown prince took the throne, her power would vanish. Marrying her daughter off to someone strong like Calcione? That was her backup plan. Selena's head was starting to spin. She already found noble politics exhausting, and now there was a princess thrown into the mix too? Wonderful. Still, she knew better than to sit back and wait. If the queen planned to strike, Selena had to strike first, by becoming society's new darling. With that, she left training early, ready to prep for her next mission, winning hearts in high society. The next morning, Operation Society Sweetheart was in full swing, and guess who was more excited than Selena? Juna. She lit up like a lantern, proudly announcing that she'd handpicked only the finest shops for this makeover quest. But that wasn't all. Juna also gave a mouth-watering rundown of the food spots along the way. Selena couldn't help but admire how well Juna knew the area. From fashion to food, this girl had serious skills. Selena, out of the blue, asked Juna if she used to shop a lot with Ariel. Juna quickly shook her head, hinting that Ariel's shopping habits had changed over time. At first, Ariel was shy and hesitant to buy anything she liked. But soon enough, that shyness disappeared, and she turned into a full-blown shopaholic. According to Juna, Ariel had a talent for picking things and always chose the most well-known stores. Selena, silently raising a brow, figured Ariel was probably rolling in her grave. Juna seemed to be talking more trash than truth about her former lady now. Curious, Selena asked if Juna was from Myeong. Juna proudly nodded, but admitted she never stepped into any high-end stores until she started working at Landbird. She explained how a friend had told her about the job, and she made a long journey across the country to find work. But to Selena, that story raised more questions than answers. Crossing that far for a maid job? Sounds a bit too dramatic. Juna insisted it was out of desperation, but her overly sweet words weren't helping her case. Then, Selena quietly observed Juna. The maid was oddly protective, yet somehow managed to sneak in comments that chipped away at Selena's confidence. And the way she constantly badmouthed Ariel, it wasn't just gossip, it was personal. Selena couldn't shake the feeling that Juna had an agenda, one that involved keeping her far away from Calcione. A spy in disguise of a loyal maid, maybe? Eventually, they reached the boutique. But just as Selena stepped up to enter, the guard stopped her. Apparently, the store was too full. Yet right after, a group of noble ladies strolled in without issue. Confused, Selena asked why they were let in, but she wasn't. The guard claimed the others had made prior appointments. Selena then pressed, was there a spending limit or a special recommendation needed? The guard, clearly not trained for tough questions, stumbled over his words. Selena considered calling Calcione to fix things, but he was sick today, conveniently. Not in the mood for games, Selena asked to speak to the owner. The shopkeeper soon arrived, introducing herself as the owner of Date. She gave Selena a long look and silently labeled her as a countryside noble, probably clueless about how upper-class shopping worked. Nobles from the outskirts always caused a scene their first time, after all. The owner even wondered how Selena would react if she kicked her out right now. But Selena stayed cool. She casually mentioned that she would be joining the Duke at the upcoming celebration, and had come here out of respect for his status. Then she turned to leave. The owner's entire attitude flipped. She hurried after Selena, now suddenly interested, and asked if she was the guest staying with Duke Calcione. Turns out, store policy could bend after all. The owner welcomed Selena inside, claiming she was willing to make an exception. Still, there were no seats left. Not that Selena cared. She walked in with her head high as all eyes followed her. And of course, the whispers started, but Selena was unfazed. Let them talk. Moments later, the owner returned with a fancy design book. The styles were different from what Selena saw in the north, but she liked them. Wanting to make an unforgettable entrance into high society, she boldly said she would buy everything in the book. The owner froze. Head snapped in Selena's direction. She didn't stop there. Selena told the owner to send the bill to the Duke. And then came the final blow. She wanted 10 dresses, each in a different color. The owner looked like she'd just struck gold. Moments ago, they wouldn't let Selena in. Now, she was the most pampered guest in the entire boutique. Funny how fast money can flip people's behavior. Selena realized something. This was a world where money made people dance to your tune, and clearly she was holding the baton. Later, after a round of fittings, she stepped out of the dressing room in a stunning gown. It was worth every coin. Her extravagant shopping not only turned heads, it set a tone. Selena wasn't just any guest of the Duke. She was someone they needed to take seriously. And with that, she told the store to get the dress ready. She'd pick it up on her way back. Just as Selena was about to leave the boutique, someone not subtly stepped into her path. It was Smith, the second son of the Chad Barron family. He politely invited her to join their table nearby. Selena gave him a quick once-over. Compared to the rest of the well-dressed aristocrats in the store, the group around Smith seemed fairly plain, underwhelming even. That alone told her they weren't exactly influential, and Selena had no intention of being associated with nobodies, especially not now. Politely, she declined the offer. But Smith's eagerness to know her name at least. This made it clear. He is also a newbie in Noble World and still trying to climb the social ladder. Getting tangled up with him and his peers was a recipe for another scandal. Selena gave a carefully crafted excuse. Calcion didn't like her sharing infos about her, so greetings were all she could offer. She bowed out gracefully, leaving Smith behind. As she walked away, Selena found herself deep in thought. People treated her very differently now compared to how they used to treat Ariel. According to Juna back then, their behavior seemed flirtatious. Now, it was all about status and looks. No one saw the person behind the pretty face. Juna had once called Ariel gloomy, but now she was describing her as flirty and attention-seeking. That inconsistency didn't sit right with Selena. Why did her story keep changing? Curious, Selena asked if Ariel had received different treatment from the earlier store, since she was once the Duke's fiancée. Juna quickly clarified that Ariel had faced the same rejection, until she bought 5 dresses and earned herself an entrance into that shop. That confirmed everything. Juna knew exactly what would happen to Selena. She led her to that shop on purpose, just to watch her get humiliated. Trying to shift the mood, Juna then suggested visiting another fancy store next, but Selena declined. She needed a moment to herself, and instead wandered into a nearby flower shop, the scent of fresh blossoms offering a quiet break from the buzz of the city. She asked Juna to check for any open spaces in the area. An hour later, Juna returned with news. There was just one empty store nearby, but she warned Selena against visiting it, claiming she'd never been there herself, and didn't recommend it either. Selena narrowed her eyes, smiling sweetly on the outside. But inside, she was already imagining herself yanking out every last strand of Juna's hair. Well, the more she listened to Juna, the more her suspicions grew. Maybe Juna had done something to Ariel, or maybe she was doing everything she could to discourage Selena from uncovering the truth. But Selena wasn't rattled. Piecing everything together, Selena started seeing a clearer picture. Ariel hadn't been a manipulator or seductress, she was a scapegoat, and someone wanted her out of the way. Selena mentally lined up the possibilities. 1, Fiona's jealousy. 2, Rosalind, trying to remove any obstacle in her path. 3, the Queen, who may have seen Ariel as a threat. 4, the Prince, possibly aiming to weaken Calcion. 5, some nearby crime that got Ariel caught in the crossfire. Or perhaps Ariel had stumbled upon something she was never meant to know. Whatever the truth was, Selena was now determined to find it. Just then, a servant rushed in and handed Selena a message from the Duke. The letter was short but serious. The Queen will arrive very soon, and Selina needed to return to the estate right away. No time for snacks or breaks. Time skip, back at the estate. Selina stormed into the room, clearly not in the mood for games. She glared at the Duke and shouted, "Why are you exercising? You told me the Queen was arriving soon." Honestly, she looked more confused than angry. Because seriously, who does push-ups before a royal visit? The Duke, calm as ever, brushed it off and said it was just an excuse. Wow, not exactly Oscar-worthy acting there. Selina, now really losing it, snapped that even if he couldn't trick the Queen, he could at least pretend to be sick. It wasn't that hard. She went on about how he clearly had no clue about fake sick etiquette. And since she'd basically eaten lunch and touched up makeup with theater staff for years, she'd had enough. If no one else would do it, she'd turn him into the perfect patient herself. Cue makeover time. Selina got to work. A cold, wet towel on his head. A sad little flower bouquet like he was in a drama. A touch of fake fever sweat. And that classic half-leaning posture that screams, "I might not make it till dinner." But instead of looking pitiful, the Duke somehow ended up looking like a model from a hospital-themed fashion shoot. Great job, but also totally missing the point. Then came something unexpected. The Duke quietly said that while he had been sick before, he never allowed himself to rest. He had too much responsibility, too many people counting on him. Whether it was a fever or a broken arm, he believed a leader had to push through, no matter what. Selina's anger melted a bit. She admitted she used to think nobles were all raised with fancy manners and soft beds. But this guy had clearly been through some rough stuff. His little confession hit her hard. She felt bad for yelling. Then the Duke noticed she looked exhausted and asked if she was okay. Selina, half sighing, said yes. She'd been running around since morning. He told her to rest. He promised to wake her if there was any update about the Queen. Not one to miss a chance for a nap, Selina plopped down right beside him and mumbled, "Wake me in 5 minutes," before dozing off immediately. The Duke, meanwhile, watched her sleep like she was a fascinating new puzzle. Apparently, her ability to fall asleep in seconds never failed to entertain him. Just then, a servant burst in to report. The Queen had arrived. Uh-oh. But the Duke? Totally unfazed. He pulled Selina into a hug and casually told the servant, "I'm very ill and asleep. Tell the Queen that. Looks like someone's enjoying this fake sickness a little too much." Right at that moment, Selina woke up and jolted upright. She glanced around and gasped. An hour had passed. She quickly turned to Calcione and asked why he didn't wake her up like he promised. His answer? Well, he's the sick patient, and apparently, rest comes first, even if the Queen is waiting. Priorities, right? Selina, clearly annoyed, rushed to fix her hair and tidy up her dress. Calcione told her she looked fine, but she wasn't about to greet royalty looking like she just rolled out of bed. Finally, the doors opened, and the Queen was allowed inside. Calcione, slipping right into his role as the world's most dramatic patient, immediately apologized for not greeting her and the princess properly. A+ for effort this time. Now, the Queen, who honestly looked more like Selina's younger sister than her senior, stepped in with her daughter. She admired Selina's beauty, but Selina? She got chills. And then came the boldest line of the day. The Queen looked Selina dead in the eyes and said, "You're scared of me. Why? Do you think I'll kill you?" What a way to start a conversation. But just as the tension peaked, the Queen casually switched topics, like she hadn't just implied murder, and said it must be fun for Calcione to be living with a beauty like Selina. Oh, and by the way, no need to worry. She had no plans to kill her. Totally reassuring. Then, she once again floated the idea of Calcione marrying her daughter, Princess Jeriel. Wait, marriage with a child? She didn't hold back. In her head, Selina was yelling, "How embarrassing! The poor kid." Out loud, she declared, "Well, I'm planning to live with the Duke forever, actually." The Queen, ever sarcastic, teased them, saying they must be in that honeymoon phase. Then she asked how Calcione felt about all this. Calcione snapped back that he wasn't about to throw Selina out and marry someone else. His heart was already clear. Wow, that shut things down fast. Still playful, the queen told Selena that love and marriage aren't always the same thing. Marriage, she claimed, was for adults. Selena couldn't help but joke. Well, if that's true, your little princess might need a few more years before tying the knot. Good point. Immediately, the queen turned to Jeriel and asked, Do you want to marry the duke? But surprisingly, the shy and young princess says yes. Selena looked stunned. She leaned closer and tried to reason with her, saying, Princess, he's way older than you, and he's not exactly Prince Charming when he's mad. He's scary, boring, and you'll be stuck in a room while he's off being mysterious somewhere. But Jeriel was in too deep. She insisted he was handsome and young enough. Turns out she'd had a fangirl crush on him for years and loved all his cool traits. Yikes. Selena sighed and explained, Love isn't something you do alone, you know. Trying her best to be the voice of reason. The princess didn't take it well. When I grow up, I'll be prettier than you, richer than you, and I'll have more than you. But Selena stood her ground. Well, the Duke already told me he's destined for me. That one line hit like a scene straight from a romance novel, and the poor princess ran out in tears, shouting that it couldn't be true. Her Majesty, not too bothered, just laughed and said Jeriel was acting shy. She even praised her daughter's charm, trying to win points with Calcione. But Calcione wasn't having it. He politely asked the queen to find a better man for Jeriel. She smirked and reminded him that marrying the princess would offer her great protection. And she does have a crush on him. Selena was just about to jump in again when Calcione beat her to it. I'm not marrying someone just because they're useful, he said sharply. The queen raised an eyebrow and joked, Is this puberty I'm seeing, or are you finally becoming a real human with feelings? But Calcione simply said he's just grown more careful now. The queen chuckled, honestly surprised by his mature answer. I never thought I'd hear that from you. You must really be in love. Selena's heart skipped. Then she just laughed. Clearly, she didn't believe the cold-hearted Duke could ever fall for someone. Her Majesty turned to Selena and said, Don't get too full of yourself just because he likes you. Love doesn't last forever. Ouch. Before leaving, she reminded Selena about the upcoming banquet and told her to behave properly in front of the nobles. If she didn't, well, there were plenty of people who might want her dead. Lovely. But don't worry. Her Majesty had no such plans. Allegedly. With a smile that somehow felt like a warning, the queen exited the room, flawless and unbothered. The room finally fell quiet as Selena and Calcione sat together. With the tension easing, Selena shared what had been bothering her. She didn't believe the queen killed Ariel, but something about her felt off, like she knew more than she was letting on. Calcione gave no reaction. Selena pressed on. What if the queen had introduced Ariel to another man? Someone better suited in her eyes. It could have been a sneaky way to push Ariel aside so the princess could swoop in. Even if Ariel's death was a suicide, if the queen set her up to fall, then she was still part of the reason. But Calcione shook his head. He remembered the scar on Ariel's wrist. Too clean, too deep. No way someone as delicate as Ariel had done that on her own. Silence returned. The puzzle had too many missing pieces, and none of them fit just yet. So, the next step? Check Ariel's old room. Maybe it still held some answers. As Calcione stood, he gently took Selena's hand. A simple gesture, but it warmed her heart more than she'd expected. They made their way through the estate, and Calcione started pointing out the differences between the east and west wings. The west had belonged to the Duchess. Selena glanced at the grand staircase. Looks like a bridge, she muttered, almost like it was built for sneaky late-night meetings. And it actually was. His father had it built for his mother's convenience. Very generous of him, in a very questionable way. That's how noble marriages worked, Calcione said, sounding more tired than amused. Once he was born, his dad just made life easy for his mom, affairs included. Their conversation faded as they reached Ariel's room. It looked untouched, elegant, clean, almost too peaceful. She kept it just like this, Calcione said softly. Selena glanced at a small room next to it. That one belonged to Jeanette, Calcione explained. She was here when Ariel died, and this room's only connection is through hers. The memory hit like a slap. Ariel had been found on her bed, wearing her engagement dress. Her wrist was cut deeply, blood everywhere. Door and windows are locked. Only way in? Jeanette's room. But that was locked too, with no signs of break-in. Selena crossed her arms. If anyone could have done it, it was Jeanette. But Calcione wasn't convinced. Jeanette lived and breathed Landbird's reputation. She wouldn't risk a scandal like that. Unless she had a reason, Selena mumbled. Then she adds quietly, what if Ariel really did take her own life? People can do unexpected things when they feel hopeless. Maybe she thought she had no one left. Not even you. Calcione flinched, as if her words struck something raw inside him. For a moment, he could almost see Ariel standing there, gazing at him with hollow eyes. He blinked, and the image vanished. I didn't even mourn her properly, he admitted. I was more upset that Landbird was under attack. Not that she was gone. I didn't care about her like I should have. The guilt was all over his face. Then, unexpectedly, Calcione asked, Selena, have you ever experienced something like that? A moment so painful, you felt like the world wanted you gone? Selena looked down, her expression softening. There was a time I thought the entire world hated me, she whispered. I didn't belong anywhere. I was cursed by people I never even met, dragged into scandals I had nothing to do with. Her lips curved into a sad smile. But I endured. I held it all in, and in the end, I survived. Calcione stepped closer, eyes fixed on hers. You don't have to endure everything alone, not in this world. Trying to lighten the mood, Selena raised an eyebrow. So what? If something happens to me, you'll avenge me? Give my haters a little noogie? Calcione smirked. You think a noogie is enough? She grabbed his arm. Your Grace, you're joking, right? Okay, look, he said. I've never killed anyone personally, but during territorial battles, things happen. Then leaning closer. But you don't need to suffer anymore. You have me now. And for once, Selena didn't argue. The next day, Selena showed Calcione a letter of apology from the boutique she had ordered her dresses from. According to the note, they couldn't continue her order because the measurements they had were wrong. But Selena wasn't buying it. She knew what the letter really meant. A challenge. Someone inside that shop clearly wanted to pick a fight with her. Probably a jealous rival trying to throw shade through fabric. When Selena stepped into the boutique, she immediately spotted Fiona, standing there like she owned the place. Fiona wasted no time throwing a jab, calling Selena thick-skinned, and wondering how she dared show up. Selena, as calm as ever, shrugged it off. She actually thought the place wasn't that bad. Kind of cozy, actually. But Fiona wasn't done. She snarked that Selena clearly didn't care about her own safety. Meanwhile, Selena was quietly impressed by how Fiona could confidently repeat the same lines over and over like a broken record with style. Without wasting more time, Selena grabbed Fiona and pulled her aside for a private chat. Fiona tried calling over the nearby servants like a damsel in distress, but Selena coldly told them to stay put. This was between them. After dragging her to a quiet corner, Selena got straight to the point: Ariel's death. She pinned Fiona against the wall and questioned her directly. To Selena, Fiona's constant threats were loud and clear. Stay away from Calcione or end up like Ariel. But Fiona tried to play it cool, pretend she had no idea what a dead person might think. Eventually, Selena let her go. But deep down, she knew. Fiona definitely knew something. The real challenge now was figuring out how to make her talk. Just when Fiona was about to leave, she turned around dramatically and declared that her feelings for the Duke were real, unlike someone else's. But Selena just smirked. Real or not, Calcione was hers now. End of story. That made Fiona snap. She called Selena a bad woman. Selena just raised an eyebrow and pointed out that the real bad one was the person trying to steal someone else's man. Fiona, clearly losing it, admitted that Selena always managed to get under her skin. Pointing her finger, she warned Selena again. She'd regret all of this. Once Fiona left, Selena stood there, half amused. Fiona had a point. But honestly, her little tantrum was kind of cute. Selena also realized Fiona had tried to warn her not to go inside. Probably because the shop was full of snakes in heels. Still, Selena wasn't about to back down. So with her not-so-trusty maid Juna, she marched straight into the boutique, ready for whatever drama was waiting next. As soon as Selena and Juna stepped into the shop, the owner rushed over, practically sweating buckets. She greeted Selena with a shaky smile and apologized. Apparently, they had found the correct measurements after all, so her visit was no longer necessary. Suspicious, right? Selena quickly sensed something was off. The owner looked like she was about to faint from anxiety. Then it hit her. The owner was being used. It was a setup. Some noble ladies inside the shop were just waiting to twist the situation and make it seem like Selena was causing a scene. And sure enough, whispers started floating around. She's harassing the poor shop owner. But when Selena looked around, she couldn't even tell who said it. What a classic coward move. The owner kept apologizing, saying she couldn't leave the store to tell Selena the truth earlier because they were short-staffed. Selena smiled politely and said she understood, but she also made sure to mention that Calcion was not too happy about the whole thing. Honestly, if someone messed up like this, they should have shown up at the Landbird estate, not just sent a flimsy letter. But of course, that little comment stirred up more whispers, louder this time. Insults flew through the room like cheap perfume. Selena was suddenly a cheap woman, a whiner, and even worse, a man's toy. Really? That's the best they had? Selena didn't even need to guess who was behind this petty drama. Rosalind, sitting there and sipping her tea like a smug queen bee, was clearly the puppet master behind all of it. Now that the real culprit was confirmed, Selena made her move. Calmly, she walked over and sat right across from Rosalind. With the sweetest fake smile, she said she didn't expect to be seeing her again so soon. Rosalind, not missing a beat, agreed. It was truly a friendly reunion. Selena, unfazed, leaned in a bit. Oh yes, the greeting was so kind. She then cheekily asked if Rosalind was just thrilled to see her again. Rosalind, pretending to be above them all, claimed she didn't have time to trade words with Selena today. Sure. Selena could see right through it. Rosalind looked down on her for being a commoner, someone unworthy of even sharing the same air. And right on cue, Rosalind's little posse joined in, throwing out cheap insults like candy at a parade. Brainless, uneducated, easy. Really now? If Selena was so easy, why did it take a whole gang of noble ladies just to insult her? One villain should have been enough, right? Anyway, Selena had heard worse in her acting days. She could handle this circus. But then she thought of Ariel, a timid, noble lady who once tried to survive in this same toxic environment. Unlike Selena, Ariel probably wanted to be liked, to fit in, and was met with bullying every single day. No wonder she felt like she was living in a nightmare. Selena also knew better than to start a full-on fight. This wasn't just about Rosalind anymore. The whole room was not on Selena's side. Clearly, this whole setup was Rosalind's trap. And if beauty or money wouldn't shake these women, what else could Selena possibly use? As the gossip continued, someone loudly called Selena a gold digger. But before the words could do more damage, a cold, commanding voice sliced through the air. It was Calcion. Everyone froze. He walked in, clearly not in the mood to play nice. He looked straight at Rosalind, who had definitely crossed the line. Before Selena could even ask why he was there, Calcion said it himself. He followed her out of worry. And after hearing what was being said about her, that decision seemed more than justified. Without hesitating, he stood beside Selena and faced the crowd. Loud and clear, he announced that Selena was his guest at Landbird, someone he personally invited. There was no room for questions. He made it crystal clear. Rosalind, scrambling to stay relevant, tried one last trick. She smirked and said that as far as she knew, the Duke never formally introduced Selena as his guest. She added that Selena was probably just a low-born woman who fell for the Duke and ended up in his bed. The room giggled again. They really thought they had him. But Calcione wasn't finished. He looked Rosalind dead in the eye and asked if that's how she saw the world, probably because of how she grew up, watching her father play around with mistresses. He pointed out that not everyone was like that, and he wasn't like that. He hadn't brought Selena into his estate to use her. He was serious about her. And then, to shut everyone down for good, he addressed the room with a glare that could turn tea into ice. He warned them all to think twice before ever speaking badly of Selena again. Calcione took Selena's hand, and together they walked out, leaving Rosalind and her band of bitter nobles stewing in silence. And just like that, Rosalind got a taste of her own medicine. Back inside the carriage, Calcione's jaw is still tight with anger, clearly struggling to process what had just happened back at the store. Selena, however, looks oddly calm. That contrast doesn't escape him. When he asks if she's upset, Selena casually shrugs it off. But Calcione, ever perceptive, knows better. From the moment she received that suspicious store note, he'd had a bad feeling. He'd noticed her nervousness, too. "Did you know what would happen if you went there?" he asks, brows furrowed. Selena admits it. Yes, she expected something to go down. Calcione lets out a heavy sigh, reminding her of what he said just yesterday. She doesn't have to carry everything alone anymore. She has him now. Selena chuckles, still wearing her cool mask. She tells him she was ready to kick a few noble butts, maybe even practice her noble lady combat mode, since this was probably going to be her new normal. Nasty remarks, veiled insults, daily verbal battles. Just a regular day in the aristocratic jungle. Of course, she doesn't mention all that part, but only reminded him about their goal, to uncover the truth about Ariel's death. Calcione, however, sees straight through her. He warns her not to walk the same path Ariel did. She's not Ariel, and he doesn't want her becoming collateral damage in this investigation. What happened today was humiliating. And the assassination attempt? That proved just being associated with him was already a dangerous gamble. He then looks straight at her and says, "Finding the culprit can wait. Your safety comes first. So, just do as you please." And that's when Selena's mask begins to crack. Because those words, those simple, comforting words, are something she's longed to hear for so long. Before, people told her to smile, to endure, to stay quiet for the camera. As an actress, she was expected to be pretty, obedient, and nothing more. No breakdowns, no complaints. Just smile and look perfect. But now, hearing that her safety matters, that she doesn't have to pretend anymore, from a stoic, cold-faced duke, no less, it hits her hard. She breaks down in tears. Ugly sobs, no filter. The kind she hasn't allowed herself in years. Calcione quickly pulls her into a hug. "You always calm down faster when I hug you," he whispers. But he also gently points out that he can tell she's still trembling inside. Selena laughs through her tears, poking fun at him. "You sound like one of those martial arts guys in action novels who can sense weaknesses before striking." He doesn't get the reference of that joke, of course, but he plays along, which only makes her laugh harder. Trying to lighten the mood, she compliments him. "You really pulled it off back there. The heroic entrance, the public defense, and that bold declaration." She meant it as a compliment to his acting. But Calcione, ever the curveball, replies plainly, "That wasn't acting. I meant it." Selena freezes. Her thoughts immediately jump to the obvious conclusion. Was that a proposal? Technically, what he said back at the store could be taken as a very public confession of love. Nobles would definitely consider that a form of marriage mindset. So in the most awkward voice ever, Selena blurts, "I didn't realize you'd developed feelings for me." She tries to keep things grounded, reminding him that they're from different worlds. Literally. One day, she may have to return to where she came from. And besides, she still has things to finish in this world too. So she thanks him, sincerely, but tries to create some distance. But when Calcione blinks in confusion at the word marriage, Selena quickly jumps in again. Hold on. Don't act clueless now. You were the one who said all that in front of everyone. How serious you are about me. That sounded like a proposal, Your Grace. That's when it hits him. Calcian's eyes widen, and he turns redder than a ripe tomato. He mutters something under his breath, clearly mortified by his own boldness. Selena grins and pats him. Relax. It was bound to happen once our acting skills got this good. You just accidentally got ahead of the script. Still, she's curious. If you weren't proposing, then what did you mean by being serious? Calcion takes a deep breath and explains himself. He's made so many memories with her, some unexpected, some unforgettable. By serious, he meant that he doesn't see her as someone passing through his life. If she decides to stay in this world, he'll support her in every way, emotionally, financially, everything. And most importantly, he never wants to hurt her. Not now, not ever. He also admits he's serious about her swordsmanship. If she wants to get stronger, he's more than willing to help her train. But Selena waves off the idea with a laugh. No thanks. If I train under you, my hobby will turn into a job, and I am not signing up to be the next knight commander. Calcion tries to persuade her again, but she holds firm and she'd like to keep it that way. Before completely heading back, Selena suddenly had a playful idea. Why not go shopping with Calcion? After all, nothing spreads dating rumors faster than being seen together in public, right? She even suggested a popular dessert cafe nearby, the same one her maid Juna once recommended, though Juna had been totally rejected by that place. Still, Selena figured it was perfect for their first fake date. Let the gossip begin. As soon as they entered the cafe, the head chef practically lost his mind. He scrambled to roll out the red carpet, or at least the best table, for the Duke. Funny how fast the service changes when you're with the Duke. Selena, of course, noticed this double standard, and mentally pointed out how different the treatment was from how Juna had been shown the door. Calcion said he heard Selena always wanted to visit this place. She nodded, saying she wasn't really into sweets. But hey, it was famous, so why not? The chef politely and nervously asked them to wait while he prepared something special, but to keep them busy and sweetly distracted, he let them nibble on the desserts already on the table. Selena didn't need a second invitation. She dove right in. But Calcion? He paused like a true bodyguard and said he needed to taste it first. You know, just in case there was poison. Selena raised an eyebrow. If there was poison, why should he eat it first? He was the important one here. But Calcion coolly said he had trained his body to resist poison. Of course he did. So she reluctantly handed him a small bite using her fork. His face immediately twisted. Selena panicked. Was it poison? Nope. Turns out, it was just way too sweet. Calcion had the taste buds of someone raised on bitter tea and military rations. Still, Selena kept feeding him bite after bite. Every single dessert was a sugar overload for Calcion, but he endured like a brave soldier, one sweet at a time. Eventually, Selena figured it was time to wrap it up. If everything was going to taste like melted sugar cubes, maybe it wasn't worth staying. But then, ta-da! The chef rushed out with the cafe's signature low-sugar cake. Finally, something Calcion could handle. He gave it a nod of approval and called it not bad, which was basically high praise coming from him. Selena took a bite too, without a second thought, and her eyes lit up. It really was delicious. But then she noticed something strange. Calcion's face had gone bright red. He was looking at her like she'd just done something scandalous. When she asked what was wrong, he awkwardly said, "It's nothing." The moment Selena glanced at her fork, it all clicked. That's why Calcion was blushing like a shy schoolboy. She'd just shared the same fork with him. Oh my, an indirect kiss. Still, Selena didn't make a big deal out of it. She casually took another bite and commented on how amazing the cake was, pretending not to notice. But deep down, there was no denying it. Something had quietly shifted between them. A spark, sweet and awkward, was now there. Then the scene transitions to the Landbird estate, where Selena's new dress for the upcoming foundation day finally arrived. And wow, it was worth the wait. The moment she slipped into it, She looked stunning, graceful, confident, and absolutely radiant. She didn't just wear the dress, she owned it. Now, Selena looking like a queen. And of course, with Calcione that will stand beside her, the two will naturally look every bit the power duo. Their next mission? Already looking like a success in the making. Selena was surprisingly enjoying today's shopping. Compared to her last outing, this one felt much more fun and relaxing. She had a soft spot for elegant, classic designs, nothing too flashy or over the top. Her smile said it all. Seeing her so pleased, the Duke teased her, asking if she wanted to buy the entire shop. Classic Calcione, just casually joking about spending a fortune. Selena chuckled, but part of her couldn't help but wonder, just how rich was this man? If he wanted to, he probably could buy every store she liked. No wonder people lost their minds whenever the name Landbird was mentioned. Still, Selena wasn't greedy. She was happy with what she had, even if she didn't come from a noble bloodline in this world. She had her own goals. But someday, someone might ask where she really came from, and she'd need an answer. Then, Calcione pulled out something important. An official identity paper. A government-issued document that proved Selena's existence in this world. Selena looked at it curiously, like a tourist being handed a citizenship card. Then she asked the obvious question. Could she actually buy land with this? Calcione nodded. As long as she was in Landbird's territory, that paper gave her rights. She could own property and live like any other citizen. It wasn't just a piece of paper. It was solid proof that she was real here, not a wandering spirit or a forgotten dream. She was now Selena of Landbird. Then, a random thought popped into her head. What if she suddenly returned to her original world? Calcione calmly replied that if that ever happened, she'd be listed as missing. But no matter what, this world would always recognize her. Her name would never be erased. She was one of his people now. The next day, Selena and Calcione find themselves surrounded by rows of carriages heading toward a grand event. Calcione, usually cool and unbothered, actually seems a little tense. After all, he's got to be there on time to welcome the royal family, who will arrive last. Being late? That's basically like declaring war. Selena thinks they should have left even earlier, but Calcione shrugs off the idea. On the way, she casually wonders if there might be drama between the powerful Theolon and Scion families. Her theory? Families who arrive fashionably late are often the ones who hold the most power. Rules, they bend them like twigs. But suddenly, bam, their carriage jolts to a stop. Something's wrong. The driver jumps down to check and finds a strange wire twisted around the wheel. Weird. He swears the carriage was in perfect shape before they left. Calcione's clearly stressed. They might actually be late. But Selena? She has a bold idea. Let's ride horses instead, she suggests, like it's no big deal. Calcione hesitates, unsure if arriving on horseback is the best look. But Selena is persistent, and eventually he agrees. One of the knights almost drops his sword in shock when Selena says she'll ride solo. But hey, she's not some delicate flower. She can handle a horse just fine. While they were riding, Calcione told Selena that she'd be just like the Count Orleans who showed up, riding a horse with perfect confidence. And guess what? Selena's gut was right. The Count was a woman. Not just any woman, though. She had inherited her family's title all by herself, which said a lot. Even now, it was clear. No one else could carry that title like she did. Strong, sharp, and totally in control. Selena's thrilled to meet this legendary lady. The Duke warns her, though. The Count doesn't stick around noisy crowds for long. At first, Selena thought she'd never feel connected to this world. But slowly, she's getting used to it. The customs, the people, it's all starting to feel familiar. And that's exactly what scares her. What if she can't bring herself to leave? They arrive just in time, literally, right before the gates are about to close. Their dramatic entrance turns heads immediately. Everyone stares as the famous Landbird Duke and the mysterious young woman make their way in. the announcer welcomes them with full flair. Inside, nobles try and fail to act normal while sneaking glances at the striking duke and his beautiful guest. Some even whisper, "How did he manage to find someone even more stunning than his late fiancée so quickly?" But Calcione and Selena, they walk in like they own the place. No stress, no drama. Of course, drama finds them anyway. Enter Fiona. She immediately turns on her sweet act, asking about the carriage, because she didn't see Calcione arrive in one. Selena jumps in with a smirk, half joking that Fiona must be the Duke's personal stalker at this point. Fiona, not amused. Trying to stay classy, Fiona then asks Selena if she could have a dance with Calcione. Big mistake. Selena shuts it down fast. He's hers, period. She even tells Fiona to go find someone else before whisking Calcione away, leaving Fiona to stew in silent rage. Calcione naturally is impressed. Selena handled that situation like a pro. She just shrugs and says she's ready to do the same with Rosalind if needed. Well, speak of the devil, Rosalind is right behind her and hears everything. Like always, Rosalind turns on the fake nice mode and greets Calcione with the same old polite smile. She even pretends not to know Selena, throwing shade by saying she only remembers people worth remembering. Ouch. Silent sparks fly. But then, someone new steps in. Lady Laurel, one of Rosalind's close friends and fellow troublemakers. She introduces herself to the Duke with all the elegance in the world, but Selena spots the hidden message. Laurel taps her fan on her shoulder, giving off very not-so-subtle, "I'm into you" vibes. But Selena's not letting that slide. She casually clings to Calcione's arm and tucks her hair behind her ear, a quiet but deadly warning, "Back off." Clueless Calcione, caught in the middle, politely introduces Selena to Laurel. Laurel, now slightly awkward, backs off with a tight smile. But the night's far from over. Soon enough, a crowd of nobles gathers around them, all eager to get close to the Duke. How the two of them survive that social ambush is anyone's guess. Honestly, just watching them work through this banquet feels like a battle of its own. Just then, the Queen and Princess Jeriel made their grand entrance. As for the king, nowhere in sight. Calcione casually explained that the king's memory had been getting worse. His Alzheimer's was becoming more serious. So now, the crown prince handles all the outside matters, while the queen manages the royal business inside the palace. He didn't sugarcoat it either. He admitted the crown prince wasn't exactly popular. Thanks to his terrible temper and cruel streak, the guy had made quite a few enemies. That's probably why he hadn't gained much power yet, unless he officially becomes king. Calcione even frowned when Selena teased him by comparing him to the crown prince. Rude. But clearly, she was just messing with him. At least, that's what I hope. And why was the prince so interested in Princess Jeriel? Simple. She's second in line to the throne, basically a royal threat to his power. But then comes the real question. Where is the crown prince now? Calcione guessed he's intentionally late. Apparently, he and the queen don't get along, so maybe he's trying to avoid her on purpose. Calcione also explained that once the royal dance begins, the event officially kicks off with prince or no prince. Soon after, the queen announced the start of the royal dance, but conveniently backed out due to her poor health. Instead, she pushed Princess Jeriel into the spotlight to take her place. How very royal of her. Selena quickly caught on to the queen's sneaky plan. That little pause and sly look she gave Calcione earlier? Classic matchmaking move. She clearly wanted Calcione to dance with Jeriel, and he wouldn't be able to say no. So, without missing a beat, Selena grabbed his hand and whisked him away like her life depended on it. No way was she letting any rumors spark about the Duke and the princess. Not on her watch. Outside, both of them were out of breath, gasping for air like they'd just run a marathon. Selena peeked back at the banquet hall, still on edge. What she didn't notice, though, was how close she'd gotten to him. So close, he could feel her breath on his neck, and just as she tried to back away, she lost her footing. Smooth. Calcione caught her just in time, pulling her into a warm, protective hug. Flustered, Selena quickly mumbled an excuse about how the dance was probably over, and they should head back. She gently pulled away from his arms, both of them blushing as they returned inside, hearts racing and faces red. Selena couldn't help but wonder what was happening to her. Why was she acting like a flustered girl in a romance novel? She shook her head, trying to snap out of it, and walked back into the hall, hoping no one noticed anything strange. Once they entered the hall, a nobleman quickly made his way over, firing off one worried question after another like a nervous parent. That man was Baron Zeon, Ariel's father. He looked genuinely concerned as he asked for a private word with the Duke. Before stepping away, Calcion gave Selena a calm but serious warning. Don't leave the hall. There are places you shouldn't go alone. As the men talked, Selena stands while sipping her drink and watching them from a distance. It had only been a few months since Ariel's passing, and she knew very well. Her presence must have felt like a painful reminder to the Baron. After all, she was now living a life that once belonged to his daughter. Trying to stay low-key, Selena just enjoyed her drink in peace, until a chatty nobleman strolled over and tried to spark a conversation. He clearly fancied himself a liquor expert and was ready to show off. Selena, with the grace of a bored cat, gave a polite nod that basically screamed, "Please stop talking," but the man didn't take the hint. He swirled around her like a drunk peacock, throwing old pickup lines like confetti at a sad party. Selena wasn't impressed, not even a little. And thanks to Jeanette's warning about etiquette, she couldn't even fully snap at him. Instead, she smiled through gritted teeth and kindly suggested that he go take a nap. Because clearly, the man was more alcohol than human at that point. Unfortunately, he didn't take the hint again. He went a step too far, inviting her to some empty room for who knows what. That's when Selena's patience finally snapped. Calm no more. She shot him a death glare and warned that if he didn't back off, she'd happily beat him to a pulp. Unsurprisingly, he vanished real quick. But that didn't stop the parade. More nobles came, all equally annoying, trying their luck with her. Selena, however, swatted them away with expert-level finesse, like batting away flies with style. Just then, Lady Villarreal came over with a cheerful smile, complimenting Selena on her incredible skill at repelling creeps. This time, Selena responded politely, finally meeting someone who didn't reek of bad intentions. Tired of dodging flirtations and fake smiles, she decided to join Villarreal in her circle. Maybe she'd learn something useful about what really happened to Ariel by blending in with the party crowd. Villarreal raised her glass and introduced Selena to the group like a star arriving at the show. Selena, setting aside her doubts for now, decided to just enjoy the moment. The drink started flowing, the laughs echoed, but not one person could keep up with Selena. One by one, they all dropped out of the drinking game, while she remained standing tall. She might not have gotten answers, but at least this bunch wasn't as insufferable as the others. Meanwhile, with Calcion still in deep talk with the Baron, Selena finally gave in and decided to find the restroom by herself. Inside the dark and eerie hallway, Selena wasn't about to wander alone. No way. She needed someone to tag along, and she quickly spotted the perfect candidate, Fiona. Without a second thought, Selena grabbed Fiona by the hair, gently-ish, and told her to follow quietly. Poor Fiona didn't even get a chance to resist. She was basically kidnapped to the restroom. Once Selena was done with her business, Fiona finally snapped. She had had enough of being treated like some unpaid tour guide and let her frustration explode. Selena blinked at the outburst, then chuckled, and, oddly enough, agreed with her, which only made Fiona even more furious. Fiona ranted like a volcano about how tired she was of being treated like trash. But Selena, as calm as ever, threw back a sharp line. Even when rolling in the dirt, a gem still shines. That smug comment made Fiona's blood boil. Selena couldn't help but look down on Fiona. After all, she still had the nerve to stand in her way, even when she had zero chance of winning Calcion's heart. But out of nowhere, Selena shifted gears and revealed something chilling. Fiona wasn't the only one who had warned her. Rosalind and even the Queen had said similar things, as if everyone already knew she was in danger. That sent panic straight into Fiona's face. She looked like someone had just spilled a deadly secret. She stammered, calling Ariel's death a suicide, or at least claiming she didn't know anything more. Selena stepped closer, clearly not buying it. The closer she got, the more Fiona trembled. Selena asked the question that had been bugging her. If Fiona truly didn't know anything, then why keep warning her? Deep inside, Selena felt a storm of questions building up. Why did Fiona seem more scared than her? Shouldn't it be the other way around? Fiona tried to steady herself, claiming she only cared about Calcion's reputation. She admitted she hated Selena, not because of anything Selena did, but because of how close she was to the Duke. Fiona shouted that Selena didn't even truly love Calcion. If Selena ended up dead out of greed, it would ruin the Duke's name, and Fiona wouldn't let that happen. Selena paused, wondering. Was that what happened to Ariel too? Did her greed lead to her death? But from what she knew, Ariel and Calcion's engagement was purely political. Curious, Selena asked directly if Ariel had been greedy. Fiona clammed up instantly. She refused to say more and only warned Selena, again, to be careful of the men around her. Without another word, Fiona bolted out of the room, leaving Selena standing there in silence. Left alone, Selena tried to piece things together. Did Ariel get involved with other men from high society, even while being engaged to Calcion, and end up paying the price? In that world, having a lover on the side wasn't frowned upon because it's common, and it wasn't enough to cancel an engagement. Even the Duke had admitted that much. So maybe something far worse happened. Maybe Jeanette couldn't tolerate the scandal and had Ariel killed, or hired someone to do it. After all, Selena had already heard whispers about Ariel being a problem when it came to noblemen. Now, more than ever, Selena knew she had to dig deeper, so she plans to make her way back quickly, determined to mingle with the noble ladies and pull out clues about Ariel's death. But instead of gossip, she found herself wandering alone in a dim, creepy hallway that looked straight out of a horror movies. Trying to stay calm, she took a deep breath and pretended to be brave, until a man suddenly appeared behind her. Her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. When she turned around, there stood a young man, handsome, of course, asking why she was wandering alone in such a dark place. And just like that, the vibe shifted from horror story to romance. Selena nervously explained she'd just been looking for the bathroom. Luckily, the charming stranger didn't laugh at her. Instead, he kindly pointed her in the right direction and even escorted her back to the banquet hall. Curious, Selena asked if he worked in the palace. The man let out a light laugh and said yes. He worked there and had been too busy to attend the party earlier. Judging by that face and the confident smile, he definitely didn't look like a regular staff member. After thanking him, the two parted ways, and Selena returned to the hall, only to be immediately met by a very worried Duke. He looked like he'd aged a year in the few minutes she was gone and quickly asked where she'd been. Selena explained her little bathroom adventure and casually mentioned that a kind young man had helped her find the way back. But before Calcion could say more, the room suddenly fell silent. All eyes turned toward the grand entrance. The crown prince had just arrived. Selena glanced over to see what the fuss was about, and almost did a double take. The man who had just helped her? Yep. That helpful palace worker was none other than the crown prince himself. The grand ballroom sparkled brighter than ever as the kingdom celebrated its 300th anniversary. The crown prince, standing tall with a drink in hand, raised his glass high. With a voice full of confidence, almost like he could already see himself wearing the crown, he declared his dream of restoring the kingdom's glory. The crowd cheered wildly, echoing through the hall like a royal drum roll. Meanwhile, when the Duke casually asked Selena about what had happened, she calmly mentioned meeting a polite young man earlier who helped her find the hall. That kind stranger just happened to be the crown prince himself. And oh, he wasn't just kind. He was dangerously good-looking too. Calcione, standing nearby, nearly choked. The same crown prince who once allegedly had a servant killed just for being annoying was suddenly playing the role of a gentle escort. He couldn't believe his ears. But Selena wasn't buying any of the dark rumors. Her brief experience with the prince had been surprisingly pleasant. Plus, even if the rumors were true, she couldn't ignore the fact that the man looked like he walked out of a royal romance novel. The Duke, clearly not thrilled by how many times Selena had called the prince handsome, started sulking. Selena, amused by Calcione's childish pout, decided to tease him back into a good mood. With a cheeky smile, she told him he was even more handsome than the crown prince. He's a total cutie. Soon after, the Duke suggested they dance, partly because the crowd seemed to be waiting for a performance, and partly to distract from the awkward moment. And just like that, the pair became the center of attention. A picture-perfect couple, dancing gracefully under the glowing chandeliers, completely stealing the show. Despite his usual stiffness, he surprised Selena with his smooth moves. He didn't miss a single beat, and for her, it was the best part of the night so far. For once, she was having actual fun at a royal event. Their magical moment ended with a round of applause, led by none other than the crown prince himself. He looked impressed, especially by Selena, whose charm had clearly caught his eye. Selena, realizing she hadn't recognized him earlier, quickly introduced herself and apologized. The prince, smirking, brought up a rumor he'd heard, something about a little bird who flew into Landbird and captured the Duke's heart. Selena acted clueless, saying she'd never heard of such nonsense. But the prince didn't stop there. He leaned in and told her how cute she looked wandering the hallway alone. Selena couldn't help but think, maybe the rumors were wrong. Maybe the prince wasn't a cold-hearted tyrant after all. He actually seemed nice. He then turned to the Duke with a sly smile and thanked him for showing up. Throwing a playful jab, the prince asked if the Duke had finally run out of monster emergencies to skip parties. Calcione, who'd been faking excuses for months, had no comeback. Then comes the trap. He insists Calcione say a few words, pointing out how rare their meetings are, but the Duke bluntly replies that he's not good at talking. Smirking, the crown prince turns to Selena and declares that, as punishment, he will dance with her instead. Calcione can do nothing as the prince casually steals his partner for the next round. Selena, however, doesn't hesitate. Dancing with the crown prince during her very first ball? That's a social jackpot. She accepts the offer with enthusiasm, leaving poor Calcione to fume quietly on the sidelines. As the two glide across the ballroom floor, Selena can't help but probe deeper. She asks if the prince is only dancing with her to provoke the Duke. But the prince denies it with a smile, insisting he has no hidden agenda. Then, without warning, he drops a bold opinion, that Selena chose the wrong man. He hints that someone like her doesn't belong in Landbird. Selena blinks, stunned by his sudden shift in tone. The charming prince she thought feels unpredictable and strangely intense. Reading her confusion, the crown prince continues, complimenting her beauty in a whisper, his words smooth and practiced. Selena begins to wonder, is he truly interested in her, or is this another act? But in the middle of the dance, he suggests that she should leave Calcione and choose him instead. What exactly is happening here? Is the prince genuinely interested? Is he suspicious of her involvement with the Duke? Or is this his usual behavior with every woman he meets? Her thoughts swirl. The dance continues, but Selena's heart races. Every word, every glance from the prince is dissected in her mind. His reputation, his charm, his sudden interest in her. It all feels too calculated. As their conversation deepens, the crown prince curiously asks about her background. He claims he's only heard rumors and doesn't know much about her. His innocent curiosity catches Selena off guard. For someone painted as ruthless, he's oddly sincere, or very good at pretending. Selena hesitates but admits that she is a commoner, In her mind, she's dancing with the man who might just be the most dangerous one in the room. More than ever, she realizes. She needs to uncover the prince's true nature. If his charm is a mask, it could be hiding something far darker. And maybe that's the clue she needs to solve the puzzle surrounding Ariel's case. Either way, Selena knows one thing for sure. She can't afford to underestimate the Crown Prince. After the ball, Selena and Calcione finally get a quiet moment to talk. With everything that happened, they reflect on the strange clues they've gathered so far, especially Juna's odd behavior. Something about her just doesn't sit right. They also realize that people who were once close to Ariel might be the key to unlocking this whole mystery. Then the Duke casually mentions his recent chat with Baron Zeon, and that gets Selena's curiosity buzzing. Clearly, there's more going on behind the scenes, and it's time they started connecting the dots. They agree. Everyone has motives, and it's their job to figure out which ones matter. As they dig deeper into the case, things start getting messier. Rumors and conflicting stories are everywhere. As for the Crown Prince, they decide to keep an eye on him too. Meanwhile, both Jeanette and Juna's actions seem full of little hints. If only they could decode them. While riding the carriage, Selena catches sight of Juna sneaking around in a cloak. And no, it's not cold enough for fashion layering. Juna's clearly on some kind of secret mission. Selena, never one to ignore a shady scene, immediately tells Calcione they need to follow her. Maybe this will finally lead them to the big clue they've been waiting for. So off they go, slipping into the shadows like two undercover agents. Their chase leads them to a town in the middle of a colorful, loud, and totally distracting festival. To blend in, Selena and Calcione throw on elaborate costumes and masks. They stroll through the crowd like two mysterious strangers, their eyes always scanning for Juna. But here's the problem. Their costumes are a little too eye-catching. A couple dressed like that sneaking off into alleyways? Yeah, people are gonna notice. So Selena thinks fast. Instead of hiding, what if they just pretend to be a couple so madly in love that they had to sneak off for a little privacy? It's brilliant. It's dramatic. It's totally embarrassing for Calcione. With a wicked little grin, Selena cups the Duke's face and begins showering him with kisses. Right there, in public. The poor man nearly forgets how to breathe. His soul obviously left his body and came back twice. Surprisingly, Selena and Calcione's alleyway act works like a charm. Their very public display of affection is so convincing that Juna doesn't even stop to take a second look. She simply hurries past them. Juna meets with a mysterious woman in a cloak, clearly someone she's working with. The woman groans, clearly annoyed. She's not too sure discussing their shady plans in a half-open alley is the smartest idea, but Juna insists there's no time to waste. So they press on. The cloaked woman then shares some news. An invitation is coming soon from the Heiss family for an upcoming tea party. And yes, Selena will definitely be on the guest list. Curious, the woman then asks Juna for updates about their target. That's when Juna's mask falls off. Figuratively, of course. She angrily complains about Selena, calling her a loudmouth who never listens, unlike Ariel, who used to quietly follow Juna's every word. According to her, Selena keeps asking questions, acting bossy, and treating Juna like an assistant. Oh, and apparently, Juna is convinced Selena's a pro at hiding secrets, probably because she's messed around with so many men. Selena, hiding just around the corner, hears every single word. Her spy mission nearly turns into a rage explosion. But Calcione gently places a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay calm, then pulls a hood over her head to help her stay hidden. Selena takes a deep breath, forcing herself to stay composed. Barely. Meanwhile, the gossip session continues. Juna and the mysterious woman even pity Calcione, saying it's sad he's tangled up with someone like Selena. Juna adds that Selena managed to win versus Jeanette, and even got a loyal butler and maid fired recently. The hooded woman is shocked that Calcione didn't react to any of that. But Juna claims he's totally devoted to Selena. Interestingly, Calcione, still hiding with Selena, can't help but smile at that part. Technically, that's not even a lie. The two sub-villains agree that Selena might actually be more dangerous than Ariel ever was. She's beautiful, bold, and catching the attention of every man in sight, but apparently hasn't looked twice at any of them. Juna confirms, Selena only has eyes for Calcione. Still, the women confidently assume Selena will change, just like Ariel, who used to be scared of men, but eventually loved them all. Selena, overhearing this nonsense, mentally rolls her eyes. How exactly would she become like that when she's basically glued to Calcione 24/7? The secret meeting wraps up with a plan to meet again at a cosmetics store during the tea party. Calcione gives a subtle signal to his team to tail the mysterious woman quietly. Now that they've finally uncovered a big lead thanks to Juna's loose lips, Calcione feels more certain than ever. They're getting closer to the truth behind Ariel's death. In the meantime, Selena will keep playing her role and getting close to Juna to dig out more information. As they prepare to leave, Calcione suggests heading back to the estate, but Selena sighs. It's a shame they didn't get to enjoy the festival. She even has a pretty flower wreath on her head that they bought earlier. Not wanting to disappoint her, the Duke agrees to stay a little longer. After all, as long as she's with him, he feels like she's safe. Of course, he blushes like crazy when he shyly admits, Selena looks beautiful with flowers in her hair. Selena, in full playful mode, plops the wreath onto Calcione's head instead and grins. She tells him he looks pretty too. And just like that, the two end up buying every flower they think would look cute on each other, walking back like a couple on vacation. Honestly, they look like they just returned from a romantic trip to Hawaii. Naturally, Selena can't resist adding the final touch. Right in front of the servants, she gives Calcione a dramatic kiss, her thank you for the Duke's patience and sweetness. Calcione? He turns to stone, frozen in shock, unable to even blink. Later, June is back to her overly friendly self, clinging to Selena like nothing ever happened. She's clearly fishing for gossip, asking Selena to spill all the juicy details from the royal event. Playing along, Selena says she enjoyed the party and casually mentions meeting the Crown Prince for the first time. The two start gushing over how handsome he is until Juna accidentally drops a major clue. She says Ariel used to talk non-stop about the prince. At first, Ariel was scared of him, but eventually she was so in love she couldn't even sleep. A certified head-over-heels lady. Selena immediately shifts tactics. She says she doesn't want to be like that, making Juna visibly nervous. That is not the reaction she wanted. Trying to save the situation, Juna insists Selena shouldn't push the prince away so quickly, like she's offering candy to a toddler. But Selena doesn't bite. She sticks to her role, saying all she can think about is Calcione. Then she drops a spicy little line. Calcione doesn't even like being apart from her, especially at night. Of course, that makes Selena remember how stiff and awkward Calcione acts during their fake PDA moments earlier. In private, he's way more relaxed. But to make their act believable, Selena comes up with another brilliant idea. She marches to the Duke and tells him her new plan. Daily kissing practice. Morning and night. Nothing too intense. Just cheek kisses. Or lips, if needed. For training purposes, of course. Calcione nearly faints but agrees. After all, keeping up their cover is important. However, during their first training session, Selena suddenly realizes something. The mood feels way too real. It's like a scene from a romance stories. Embarrassed, she says they can skip it for now. And to her surprise, Calcione leans in and plants a soft kiss on her cheek. They both turn red as tomatoes. But hey, level 1 of fake romance training? Officially complete. The next morning, Selena steps out for some solo investigation and ends up facing someone far colder than she expected. Ariel's father. She braces for grief, maybe guilt. But instead, the man meets her with nothing but contempt, his voice laced with bitterness. He openly admits that he blames Ariel for ruining his chance at wealth, ranting about how her death is less a tragedy and more a wasted opportunity. Shaken, Selena returns to her room and shares the encounter with Calcione, her thoughts heavy with disillusionment. The aristocracy they're entangled in is full of masks and monsters, people who treat life like a game and loss like loose change. She even wonders aloud, "If I died, would you mourn me, Your Grace?" Calcion's answer? A quiet but firm confession. He tells her that the day she was nearly assassinated, he was overcome with fury and dread. At first, he chalked it up to instinct, like seeing a wounded soldier. But deep down, it wasn't the same. It was worse. Before either of them can dwell too long on their feelings, Dion bursts in with news. His team tracked down the hooded woman Juna met in secret. And guess what? She's from the Heiss family, the same family that Juna once praised, and the same people who are now sending Selena an invitation to their upcoming tea party. Selena's instincts kick in. This tea party might be more than a social event. It might be a trap, or better yet, a lead. Eventually, she casually shows Juna 2 invitations and asks for advice on which to attend. Juna, no surprise, eagerly picks the Heiss party, even adding that Ariel used to boast about how glamorous it was and the important people she met there. Selena plays along with a polite smile, agreeing to attend, though she has zero intention of sharing what happens afterward. With her plan set, the Heiss tea party by day, the VRL gathering by night, Selena makes one last stop. Jeanette's room, in search of a crash course in noble etiquette. Jeanette is seated and carefully embroidering something refined for Calcione, because of course she is, yet she doesn't hesitate to offer guidance. She tells Selena to approach the tea party just like she did the palace ball, graceful, composed, and alert to the hidden meanings tucked inside noble traditions, especially the kind embedded in invitation designs. Selena listens politely, nodding along, but internally, she's side-eyeing her own track record. After all, her last graceful ball involved a little scuffle with Rosalind and some hair-grabbing with Fiona. Definitely not the kind of details Jeanette needs to know, or she'd be sowing angry instead of flowers. Still, this chat proves something important. Jeanette isn't a spy. If she were, she'd already know about Selena's more dramatic moments. Unlike Juna, who always seems one step ahead, Jeanette doesn't have that level of access. Selena tucks that realization away like a hidden dagger. Outwardly, she remains the picture of politeness, smiling, nodding, and mentally filing both the etiquette advice and the intel she just uncovered. Finally, the day of the tea party arrives. Selena looks absolutely radiant in a flowing white dress, carefully selected with Jeanette's advice in mind. Even Calcione matches her color palette today, though they won't be attending together. Not one to leave quietly, Selena cheekily borrows Calcione's cape, declaring she'll wear it at the party so no one forgets who she belongs to. Calcione is clearly worried, but she kisses his cheek as a send-off, because let's face it, that's their official couple thing now. As the carriage rolls away, Calcione watches with a storm of thoughts behind his composed face. He's trying to act normal, he really is, but his heart is still trailing behind the woman in the white dress. When a servant reminds him it's time for his daily sword training, the Duke finally turns away and heads off, pushing down the worry, for now. At the tea party, things kicked off with a small but petty showdown. Selena arrived and noticed, of course, all the best seats were already taken. It didn't take a genius to figure out what happened. Laurel, the party's hostess, had clearly sent her the invite at the wrong time on purpose. Cool as ever, she didn't let it show, and simply apologized for being late, all polite and graceful. Laurel, on the other hand, couldn't even look her in the eye. Guilt was written all over her face. Sensing the tension, Rosalind couldn't help but stir the pot. With a fake sweet smile, she joked that Laurel had been worried Selena might totally ignore the dress code, and the only white she'd end up wearing would be her undergarments. The shade was subtle, but it definitely landed. Luckily, Selena showed up looking stunning as ever. Not only did she follow the theme, but she pulled it off better than anyone else. That must have stung to them. That little jab? Yeah, it referred to their first party drama. Selena wasn't about to let it slide. She clapped back in style, without raising her voice. She casually mentioned how Calcione always wanted her to look her best, and had been sending her so many dresses lately that she had to change 3 times a day just to try them all. And of course, she sweetly added that Calcione only wanted himself to see her in those dresses. So naturally, the moment he saw her in today's gown, he immediately covered her with his cloak, like a true possessive duke, smooth and dramatic. Laurel could only fake a smile and swallow that bitter pill. With that, Selena left the 2 not-so-friendly ladies behind and found her own seat. Just saying Calcione's name earned her respect. And suddenly, the whispers and mocking disappeared like magic. His name had power, and everyone knew it. Even though the start was rocky, Selena stayed calm and composed. She settled into her seat and planned to join conversations with other noble ladies, gracefully swimming through the shallow waters of high society gossip. But while the 2 noble ladies at her table kept chatting endlessly, Selena started to feel her soul leave her body. The boredom was real. She stifled a yawn, wondering how much longer she'd have to endure this snooze fest. Clearly, those 2 weren't planning to talk to her at all while Laurel and Rosalind were still around. But the moment those 2 mean girls left, pretending to fetch something, the air changed. One of the ladies at Selena's table suddenly turned to her and asked if her dress was from La Mer, a famous designer boutique. Honestly, Selena had no idea. She had too many dresses lately to remember which was from where. She smiled and explained that politely. The lady, clearly a fashion detective, nodded and said La Mer's dresses usually had the brand name stitched on either the ribbon or the sleeves. She politely asked to check, and Selena gave her permission. Her eyes sparkled like she just found treasure. She was right. Selena's dress was from La Mer. High-end quality, of course, thanks to the Duke's never-ending wardrobe gifts. But the lady also pointed out that the ribbon on Selena's dress was a bit off. And worse, there was a pin sticking out dangerously close. Yikes. Inside, Selena cursed her maid, Juna. No wonder the girl took so long helping her dress this morning. Looks like Juna's starting to show her true colors, 1 pin at a time. Using the ribbon excuse, Selena politely excused herself to find a restroom and fix the fashion hazard before it stabbed her or her pride. As Selena strolled through the Heist Manor, she suddenly caught the sound of a loud voice echoing from one of the rooms. No surprise, it was Laurel, clearly at her breaking point, ranting away like nobody could hear her. From the sound of it, Laurel was completely fed up with Rosalind. Apparently, Rosalind treated her like a personal maid and only ever called on her when she needed something. Honestly, Selena just stood there for a second, quietly enjoying the unexpected drama. But what really caught her attention was when Laurel spilled the juicy part. Rosalind had originally aimed to become the crown princess, but somewhere along the line, changed course, and now had her eyes set on becoming the Duchess of Lambert instead. Interesting pivot. Still, Laurel couldn't wrap her head around one thing. If Rosalind really wanted to marry Calcione, why was she sneaking around and meeting the crown prince inside the Heist Manor? That didn't exactly scream loyalty. That was Selena's cue. She made her entrance without hesitation, and Laurel nearly jumped out of her skin in shock. The look on her face was priceless. Selena, with the sweetest fake smile, casually mentioned she was just about to head to the bathroom, and accidentally overheard everything. Oh no, what a coincidence. She added that this seemed like the perfect moment for a little chat, smiling like a proper villainess who just caught her prey. Laurel scrambled to save face. She quickly claimed that her family and Rosalind's were connected through business and politics, so of course they worked together. But hey, she's human too. Can't blame her for blowing off some steam once in a while, right? Selena wasn't buying it. She knew Laurel was trying to talk her way out of trouble. So, she went straight to the point and asked if their past conflict, and that messed-up tea party invitation, was all Rosalind's doing. After a long pause and a bit of awkward stuttering, Laurel finally admitted it. She even added some sugary nonsense about genuinely wanting to be friends with Selena. Then came the confession. The real reason Laurel kept following Rosalind's every whim was because Rosalind's family controlled the distribution network for her family's jewelry business. In short, If she didn't suck up to Rosalind, her entire business could go down the drain. But Laurel admitted she wasn't planning to be Rosalind's puppet forever. That was at least honest. Selena saw her opening and sweetened the deal. She told Laurel that if they became real friends, Landbird could help her family's business too. She even offered to ask Calcion himself for a little friendly support. Not a bad offer, right? To seal the deal, Selena convinced Laurel to write a letter addressed to the Duke. She promised to personally hand it to him, making sure Laurel would get a real shot. Laurel forced a smile, thinking to herself there was no way the Duke would listen to someone who was just going to be a mistress one day. But even with those thoughts, she had no real choice, so she played along and started writing the letter. Of course, she had one plan left. The moment she finished the letter, she'd snatch it back before Selena could take it. Too bad for her, Selena was one step ahead. As soon as the letter was done, Selena swiftly grabbed Laurel's hand and took it right out of her grasp, leaving her no chance to react. With a victorious grin, Selena winked and said it was a little token of their blossoming friendship. And just like that, she walked away with both a letter and the upper hand. With her main task out of the way, Selena now had only one thing left on her to-do list: find Rosalind and the Crown Prince. It didn't take long. She soon spotted them under a tree. And oh boy, the sight was something. To her surprise, Rosalind was acting all sweet and obedient, like a loyal puppy to the Crown Prince. He was feeding her some pretty vague poetic nonsense about how where her body and name are doesn't matter, as long as her heart's in the right place. Classic romantic manipulation, really. Rosalind, red-faced and clearly smitten, promised to do whatever he asked. Then they hugged. A full-blown hug. Selena watched, stunned. This wasn't just loyalty. This woman was in love. But before Selena could quietly sneak away, the Crown Prince suddenly turned her way and called her out like, "Hey, little bird behind the tree, you can come out now." She flinched like a kid caught stealing snacks before dinner. Trying to stay cool, Selena came out and awkwardly greeted him. She casually asked if he and Rosalind were close. The prince smiled and claimed Rosalind was like a little sister to him. Sure. Very sibling-like hug back there. Selena didn't buy it but decided to play along. Then he started dropping lines again. Said it must be fate that they kept running into each other. Selena threw up her mental defenses, immediately saying it must be someone else's twisted plan. The Crown Prince, of course, kept pushing. He asked why she couldn't just be happy about these coincidences. Selena firmly reminded him she belonged to the Duke, and that was that. He laughed and said if she figured that out so fast, she must be a genius. He went on to talk about how people can't control feelings, how mistakes happen, and how sometimes people fall for the wrong person. Cue another cheesy confession. He admitted that every time he saw Selena, his heart fluttered like a butterfly on caffeine. Selena was officially speechless. She tried to shut it down again, saying he wasn't allowed to have those feelings. But the prince just doubled down, saying it wasn't his fault. She was just too beautiful not to be drawn to. Selena pushed back again, told him to stop, especially since she was already with Calcion. But the Crown Prince hit back with more nonsense about how she wasn't married yet, and maybe Calcion wasn't even her future. Honestly, the man sounded desperate, and just when Selena was about to say something else, bam, Calcion appeared from behind and pulled her into a hug. Talk about perfect timing. Only an hour ago, he'd sent her off with top-tier protection. 3 escorts, 15 guards in stealth mode, and even 5 elite special forces soldiers. The guy basically launched a mini army to watch over her. At first, he told himself not to worry. But while sparring at the gym, all he could think about was Selena possibly being in danger. His sword hit harder and faster as the anxiety kicked in. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore. He dropped everything, stormed out mid-training, and rushed to find her. Dion barely had time to ask what was going on before he declared she might be in trouble. Back in the present, Calcion now stood firmly by Selena's side, his arm wrapped protectively around her. He told her that if she needed more reassurance, he was more than ready to give it. And then the real fun began. the two men started throwing polite insults like nobles at war. Calcione told the crown prince he was a bit too protective of his people, especially his woman. Selena, watching this drama unfold, wondered where on earth Calcione had learned to act this well. He was practically stealing the show. The prince mocked him, saying Selena wasn't his property and that she had every right to follow her own heart. He dared the Duke to let go of her. Calcione? He simply tightened his grip. No thanks. Things were getting spicy. The tension was real. Both men were clearly ready to duel with words, or swords if necessary, I guess. But when the crown prince saw he wasn't winning this round, he backed off and said it was time to leave. Calcione still in alpha mode, but the crown prince smirked and told Selena to forgive him for his behavior, before turning around and walking off dramatically. What a scene. And to think Selena just came looking for a little info digging at first. Calcione still clung to Selena like she was some kind of statue he couldn't let go of. When he finally released her, she immediately asked why he was even there. He casually claimed he was just passing by. Selena rolled her eyes. Bravo on the acting, she said. But sometimes you really should know when not to intervene. She explained that if she wanted to uncover the prince's true intentions or his relationship with the suspect, she'd have to dig a little deeper. She insisted that things were actually going well until he showed up. Calcione, clearly offended, asked if that meant she'd rather stick with the prince. That question genuinely startled her. Was he really acting this foolish? She thought it had to be a joke. There was no way she'd side with the prince, not when Calcione was the only one with the power to send her back home. It hit Calcione then. He had completely forgotten that detail. Selena stared at him, baffled. How do you forget something that important? She muttered. She then pointed out that he didn't need to come all this way just to check on her. After all, if the prince wanted to harm her, he'd had plenty of chances alone with her. Yet nothing ever happened. So, why did he keep showing up? Why did he keep acting like she was his secret crush? And if that was true, what was she supposed to do with that kind of drama? Naturally, she did what Selena does best, joked her way through it. With a smirk, she teased, "What's next? The Duke and the Prince fighting a duel over me?" Calcione muttered that at least he'd now have a legal excuse to finish off his rival. Selena brushed past it and confirmed that Rosalind was definitely manipulating Laurel, and that something fishy was going on between her and the Crown Prince. Calcione scoffed. He didn't believe the prince cared about Rosalind at all. According to him, the prince had no heart left for anyone but himself. Selena gave him a look. "Yeah, we're skipping your opinion this time." Calcione quickly backtracked. "Don't take it too seriously when he says he's falling for you." Selena blinked. What was this guy's problem with the prince? The prince hadn't even harmed her, compared to their other suspects. But the Duke acted like the prince was public enemy number one. Did he really hate the prince that much? Later, at Viorel's party, Selena should have arrived alone. But of course Calcione had tagged along, clinging to her like a decorative brooch. The noble ladies were quick to gush over them as a couple. One lady whispered, "Wasn't she invited alone? Yet, they came together?" Selena nervously claimed that Calcione was just curious about the gathering and would be leaving soon. She even pinched him to make him say something, but he remained infuriatingly silent. The ladies took it as confirmation. He clearly had no intention of leaving her side. Another lady beamed. "They must be so close. I've wanted to see them again since the last party." Selena cringed, remembering how everyone had passed out embarrassingly early. Except her. But now, the ladies were praising her like she was the female version of the god of wine, Dionysus. She held up her wine glass in pride. But before she could drink, Calcione suddenly downed her glass himself. Everyone stared. Selena gawked. "What are you doing?" He calmly stated, "There are enemies of Landbird everywhere. I had to check for poison." Apparently, he had developed a resistance and a habit of snatching everything from Selena to test it out first. Selena thought the Duke was being rude, but to her surprise, the women became even more fascinated by the Selena-Calcione bonding show. They even joked that they'd rather toast with him than with her. To her relief, they were easygoing and warm, They liked her. They saw her as Calcion's woman. It made her feel welcomed. After some time, like any party ends, Villarreal even puked from drinking too much. She declared it an honor to have Calcion join them, knowing he only came because he was worried about Selena. Calcion confirmed it. I couldn't leave her alone at a party with both men and alcohol. Selena couldn't believe it. He even bragged about her beauty, as the reason why he fell for her. Right there, out loud, in front of people. Completely flustered, Selena rushed to the ladies' room. Naturally, Calcion tried to follow, but was stopped by a mysterious woman who introduced herself as the Count of Orleans. Selena was thrilled. It felt like finally seeing her idol for the first time. The Count, fierce and confident, teased Calcion about not doubting her skills. She could hide weapons anywhere, meaning the Duke doesn't have to worry about Selena as long as she's with her. Inside the powder room, the Count stared at Selena with mild surprise. I thought the Duke's woman would be more venomous. Selena raised an eyebrow. The Count chuckled. I meant cute. Selena wasn't convinced. People seemed to hate her even before knowing her. Then, out of nowhere, the Count asked if Selena had considered seeing someone else. Selena blinked in surprise. The Count explained that the men from the Landbird family were well known for their cold hearts. Even if Calcion seemed changed now, his past was unpredictable. There was no guarantee he wouldn't turn his back on her later. It would be painful if she never saw him again. Selena laughed. Do you think I'm too good for him? The Count said that wasn't her point. She just didn't want Selena to misunderstand her concern. But Selena understood, loud and clear. The Count thought Calcion might eventually dump her. Eventually, Selena said it was time to head back. After all, Calcion was waiting, and she intended to show everyone just how present she was, right here and now. While Selena was making her way back, Calcion was already on the verge of a meltdown. Poor Villarreal, trapped in conversation with him, looked like she'd rather fake a fainting spell than sit through another one of his impromptu lectures about palace security. He bombarded her with strange questions, eyes darting like a hawk on caffeine. Honestly, was he always this intense? The moment Selena walked in, Villarreal's soul practically returned to her body. Calcion, meanwhile, looked like he'd just been rescued from a diplomatic nightmare. Selena took one look at the scene and figured he must have been bored out of his mind. To lighten the mood, she sweetly called him honey and asked him to get her a new drink because the one in front of her had gone flat. Without a word, Calcion stood up to do it. Just like that. The noble ladies blinked in disbelief. Did the Duke of Landbird just obey? Where did the brooding war machine go? But before he returned, Selena casually changed her mind and asked for water instead. With ice. Calcion didn't grumble. He just asked how many cubes she wanted like a gentleman trained in customer service. The ladies were floored. One minute he's interrogating guests, and the next he's starring in a romance drama called Taming the Ice Duke. Selena leaned on his shoulder and teased that people might think their relationship was just temporary. She admitted she was curious. How far would he actually go for her? So, naturally, she jokingly said she wanted a star. Calcion didn't even blink. If I knew where to find one, he said, I'd go get it. Was she swooning? Maybe. But she wasn't done testing him just yet. She pointed to a flower nestled high up in a tree. Without hesitation, Calcion leapt like a seasoned action hero, plucked the flower, and returned with a beautiful smile. The clouds, he said casually, might take a little longer to pick. Selena melted. That night, she wrapped her arms around him like they ruled the world. And maybe, in that moment, they kind of did. The next morning, Selena was bombarded with letters. Apparently, she was getting popular already. But she was exhausted. She handed the job of sorting through them to Juna, saying she'd rather go exercise with Calcion. Once Selena left, Juna looked like she'd seen a ghost. She couldn't read a word of those letters, and was terrified she'd miss something important. To make matters worse, she had a personal mission. Find a specific letter tied to a noble family. When she spotted the unique seal, she thought, bingo, Lady Laurel better give me a raise. But just as she tried to sneak it away, Selena caught her red-handed. Juna started stuttering and apologized. pretending she was only curious. Selena wasn't buying it. She pointed out the seal, one that Juna conveniently didn't recognize. But when Selena brought up the family crest from Juna's past job, Juna froze. Busted. Selena confronted her with the truth. This wasn't some regular invite. It was a personal letter from Laurel meant for the Duke. Laurel clearly wanted to get it into her hands, and Juna was her puppet. Juna panicked, claiming it wasn't on purpose, but Selena kept pressing. Eventually, Juna cracked and admitted she was a spy. Selena wasn't shocked. She had suspected it for a while. She even brought up all the things Juna had done to sabotage her, from ruined dresses to public embarrassment. Juna begged for forgiveness, crying that Laurel had forced her into it. She was in debt, and only working for Laurel to stay afloat. Selena reminded her that Laurel wouldn't hesitate to toss her aside once she was no longer useful. She also told Juna it would be a much better choice to cooperate with her, unless she preferred negotiating with the final boss, Calcione. That got Juna thinking. And so, Juna revealed another bombshell. Selena was supposed to be taken to a hunting event where she'd be surrounded by eligible men. Apparently, it was all a setup. But that wasn't all. Juna had done the same thing to Ariel, spread nasty rumors, pushed her to act recklessly, and dragged her name through the mud. Selena was furious. She couldn't believe Juna had hurt someone as fragile as Ariel, someone who had trusted her. Selena also reminded her that she was involved in someone else's death, whether she liked it or not. Juna sobbed, saying she didn't have a choice, or she'd be punished. Selena, still fuming, handed the letter back and told her to act as a double agent from now on. Laurel wouldn't care about a maid who couldn't be useful, so it was time for Juna to choose whose side she was really on. Meanwhile, news of the Crown Prince's hunting competition was everywhere. Calcione looked less than thrilled. Every time he tried to attend one of these events, something ridiculous happened, like monsters or avalanches. Selena rolled her eyes. Clearly this man needed a better excuse next time. Still, she insisted he should go. After all, he was a duke. Calcione hated the idea of leaving her alone in a potentially dangerous place, even with guards. Selena joked that maybe she should have learned archery sooner. Then she could join him. Turns out, she wasn't joking. She had picked up some archery skills while acting, and she wasn't half bad. During practice, she landed a bullseye on her first shot. The soldiers were stunned and immediately wanted her to teach them. Calcione scoffed, saying they were just bad at it and easily impressed. Selena was having fun, handing out arrows and enjoying the moment. Everyone was excited for the big hunting event the next day, and this time, it looked like both Selena and Calcione were ready for whatever came their way. As Calcione walked through the busy crowd, he started feeling a bit out of place. Everyone looked like they were headed to a royal party, and here he was, dressed like he'd just come down from the mountains. Well, technically he had. Selena didn't blame him, though. Then came the Crown Prince, grinning, glowing, and of course, tossing out a charming wink as he greeted Selena. He turned to Calcione with a smirk, wasting no time teasing him. Apparently, every time Calcione tried to attend this event, something wild would stop him. But this time, the weather was perfect. Selena could tell the prince wasn't just being friendly. Nope, he was clearly trying to stir the pot. Out of nowhere, he invited her to join the hunt, but Selena, dressed to impress, had no intention of chasing animals through the woods. She politely declined. The prince looked a little disappointed and mentioned he'd hoped to ride with her, but blamed security issues. Another wink, a charming goodbye, and he vanished into the crowd like a drama king. Selena narrowed her eyes. That guy was definitely up to something. He acted innocent, but his scheming energy was loud and clear. Calcione leaned in and asked if she still trusted the prince. One shared glance later. Nope. Neither of them were buying the act. What the prince did manage to stir was Calcione's mood. Suddenly, Calcione was standing closer than usual. Selena felt her heart skip. Was he leaning in for a kiss? False alarm. He backed off just in time. Classic Calcione. teasing without warning and not even knowing his effects on her. Then, without warning, he gently holds her hand and leaned in again to kiss her hand. This time, he looked serious. Selena panicked. He is starting to scare her heart now with his smooth moves. So Selena couldn't help but comment that seeing him act like this made her think he was out of his mind. But instead of being insulted, Calcione simply smiled and admitted she might be right, because he really wasn't in his right mind. Trying to get a grip on the moment, she brought up the etiquette. Was it okay to greet people during the event? Perfect timing. She spotted Laurel and called out to her. But Laurel looked off, avoiding eye contact and acting weird. Suspicious much? Selena asked about the mysterious letter, and Laurel's reaction said it all. She flinched hard, busted. Selena didn't push, just quietly watched her squirm. Laurel seemed shaken, especially after failing to find a new spy. She even whispered to her assistant, "Find Juna, and if not, well, silence her, forever." Okay, that escalated fast. Back with Calcione, Selena shared her suspicions. He asked if she could ever be friends with someone like Laurel. Selena laughed. Not a chance. Suddenly, a booming voice called everyone's attention. The archery competition was about to begin. Noble ladies lined up to compete. Selena wasn't sure if she should join, but Calcione told her she had to win. She smirked. Oh, she always wins. It didn't take long to spot her main rival, Rosalind. Dressed to kill and shooting arrows like her life depended on it. Selena couldn't help but think, too bad someone that pretty has such a garbage personality. Rosalind noticed the stare and returned it with the nastiest glare in history. Yep, she liked the prince. Too bad he had eyes on someone else. Each lady got 3 shots. Selena made a bold bet with Fiona, her blue diamond necklace against Fiona's non-existent accuracy. Fiona took it personally, but missed by a mile. Oof, not even close. Rosalind, on the other hand, nailed a bullseye, 10 points. That raised the stakes. Selena knew she had to step it up. Some of the other contestants, total background characters. One Princess Jeriel could barely pull the bowstring. When Selena asked why she was even here, Jeriel teared up. Her mom made her join to build character. Honestly, kind of sweet. Selena gave her a quick pep talk and told her to watch how it's done. When her turn came, bam, bullseye. Jeriel looked like she'd just witnessed her hero in action and immediately begged Selena to be her teacher. Selena couldn't resist teasing her, casually throwing in a warning not to go after her man, Calcione. Naturally, Jeriel didn't promise anything in return, and suddenly, that little training session plan? Yeah, she backed off real quick. Selena and Rosalind were tied. In the next round, Rosalind hit a 9. Selena focused, took her shot, and nailed another bullseye. Victory sealed. The elderly judge handed her a special relic, a keepsake from her late husband, whom she really wanted to kill so badly back then. Calcione eagerly came over to congratulate her, clearly hoping she gives the prize to him. But Selena, full of surprises, handed it to the prince instead. She called it a thank you gift for his earlier kindness. Calcione's smile dropped in a flash. When Selena sweetly asked if the prince would have refused such a meaningful gift, he couldn't say no. The prince, impressed, hinted at inviting her to the palace, maybe even showing off her skills there. Selena didn't trust his excitement, but smiled anyway. She'd play along, for now. Rosalind saw everything, and stormed off in silent rage. That's when Selena finally understood why Rosalind wanted so badly to become the Duchess of Landbird. She probably thought the title came with royal perks, like the prince himself. Meanwhile, the crown prince, the real mastermind behind this entire charade, had only one goal: to control Landbird by using Rosalind. His greed had pushed Rosalind into forcing herself to marry a man she didn't even love. Then came Calcione, visibly annoyed, asking why Selena had pulled that stunt right in front of him. Selena just shrugged and cracked a joke. She explained that she simply wanted to see the look on Rosalind's face. The tension hadn't fully cleared, but the event went on. Selena decided to join again, this time, determined to win something for Calcione. She ended up winning a ring. It was a bit small, but Calcione still wore it proudly on his pinky. He looked ridiculously adorable, clearly wanting to keep it just because it came from Selena. Later, Calcione shifted the topic, admitting that he probably didn't need to join the hunt anymore. Just showing up today had made his point. Still, he gave Selena a warning. The hunting grounds could get dangerous. Selena smiled. She'd be fine. After all, she had the guards with her. And besides, she somehow convinced Calcione to change into his armor for his part in the hunt. Selena didn't mean to walk into Calcione's tent like a home invasion with manners turned off. But here she was, staring at every inch of him like she was analyzing fine art. And to make things worse, or better, she even helped him get dressed. Yep, her hands on his armor, eyes lingering, face checking. Full inspection complete. When she finally complimented how good he looked, Calcione, bless him, acted like she just saved his soul. Really? I'm glad to hear that, he said, leaving her with a wince because of his glowing too-much aura. Outside, the royal hunting competition buzzed with anticipation. But just as Selena tried to gather her thoughts, here came the prince again, demanding attention like a spoiled cat. He promises her to give her the game and ask her to wish him luck. So, being oddly obedient, she kissed his forehead. The prince, thrilled, promised to bring her the most beautiful creature as a thank you gift, and trotted off, leaving whispers and side-eyes in his wake. Selena instantly assumed this drama was Rosalind's fault again. Classic. Then, cue dramatic entrance. Calcione walked in, his glare sharp enough to cut steel. "Aren't you going to wish me good luck too?" he growled. Selena, sensing that someone was jealous, gave him a kiss too. Actually, a few more, because he isn't easy to satisfy. The kisses at his cheeks turned to lips, and somehow, that led to an unexpected makeout session right in front of the crowd. The audience, scandalized and embarrassed, but Calcione wasn't done. He reminded her that she'd worked hard to bring him a lucky ring, so he wasn't about to take it easy. After parting ways with him, Count Orleans popped up, and Selena casually mentioned she wouldn't be competing. Hangover reasons. Blame the party. Instead, she and the Count decided to shoot arrows for fun, and surprise, Selena was really good. The Count side-eyed her skills, and guessed she'd been secretly training with Calcione. Bingo. The conversation soon turned serious. The Count confessed she'd hurt a lot of people, and when Selena asked about Ariel, the woman Calcione almost married, the Count described her as delicate and emotionally bottled up, someone who latched onto kindness like a kitten to warm milk. Selena processed that quietly, already mentally updating her gossip files. Then the Count warned her, "Watch out from Crown Prince." Right then, bam, an arrow shot past Selena's ear. The Count collapsed, motionless. Chaos exploded. People rushed over, assuming the worst. Selena tried to wake her up, panicking. The guards said it might have been a stray arrow, or maybe not. Suspicious? Very. Selena was banned from visiting the Count afterward. But the Duke, ever her knight in shining armor, came charging in, worried sick. She confessed how much the lifeless image of the Count haunted her. He offered to carry her, comfort her, anything. Luckily, the doctor announced the arrow missed any vital organs. What a relief. But then came the prince again. With his eerie calmness and cryptic words about beautiful creatures and accidents always happening at competitions, Selena felt her gut scream. He knows something. Calcione later confirmed her suspicions. Yes, someone did try to assassinate the Count. And yes, the culprit had already taken his own life. Same suicide pattern as another past incident. Coincidence? Hardly not. Back at the estate, Selena didn't get a second to breathe before worrying about her missing maid. She immediately asked why Juna hadn't come to greet them at the entrance, and while it might have sounded dramatic, something about it felt off. When she went to check herself, the maids confessed they hadn't seen Juna for hours. Still shaken from what happened to Count Orleans, Selena found herself spiraling again. Juna's disappearance added another layer of dread she didn't need, and just when she was trying to hold it together, Jeanette stormed in, ready to go full defense mode. When Selena suggested that poor management might have led to Juna vanishing, Jeanette lost it. She accused Selena of playing the blame game, but Selena fired back harder, saying Jeanette obsessed over Calcione without ever being useful. If she wasn't going to act like a mother, Selena snapped, she could at least do her actual job instead of hiding in her room like a hermit. Fast forward when Selena is inside the room. Calcione told Selena to take a break, and for once, she tried to listen, but of course her brain didn't. Instead, she started asking questions. About Jeanette. Selena suspected Jeanette's obsession with Calcione ran deeper than loyalty. That's when Calcione revealed a strange story. His father found Jeanette during a return trip from his wedding. She'd refused to go back to her husband's territory and stayed in the capital. Oddly enough, Calcione's mother had forbidden her from being his nanny, and made her an exclusive maid instead. While talking, Selena noticed a nasty mark on the Duke's armor. He admitted there had been another attack during the hunting competition. Everyone else thought it was a stray shot, but he was certain it had been meant for him. And just like that, fear crashed over Selena like a wave. What if he had ended up like the Count? The thought hit so hard, she blacked out. Calcione caught her, panicked, but thankfully she woke up a few minutes later. Her ear was burning, grazed by an arrow, it seemed, but she ignored it. Instead, she asked the question looming in her heart. What if the Crown Prince is behind this? She knew confronting him would be like walking into a lion's den, but Calcione held her tightly and reminded her she had already done more than anyone could have imagined. Her safety is what matters most. Still, she couldn't stop trembling all night, until Calcione stayed by her side, like he had the day someone first tried to kill her. He whispered he'd protect her again, always. And just when things were calm, Selena went full curious mode. She started peppering him with questions. Had he ever had a crush? No. Ever thought about anyone romantically? Nope. Then maybe some unholy thoughts? Still no. She even joked if maybe he had feelings for men, or animals, or objects. Calcione, flustered, swore he never had time for such thoughts with his military upbringing. Puberty? What's that? Selena pushed further, asking why, if he was capable of such things, he'd never made a move on her. She was pretty, after all. Calcione, cornered by every answer leading to doom, chose the safest option. A hug. But then he brought it up. The kiss, at the hunting ground. Why did you do it? Caught off guard, Selena stammered something about needing to do more than just give a blessing. Calcione didn't buy it. He said if that's all it was, maybe they should get used to kissing often. After all, they were lovers, right? As Selena turned into a stuttering mess, Calcione moved closer, gently held her face, and asked for permission to kiss her again. She didn't say no. The two then shared a warm and long kiss. The next morning, Calcione looked different, distracted, blissed out. His men noticed immediately and panicked, thinking they'd messed something up. But Calcione reassured them with a smile that said everything and nothing at once. Selena, meanwhile, was also replaying the night before, wondering if it had been the heat of the moment or something more. But life didn't pause. When she asked for updates on Juna, the maids still had no news. Some whispered that people had hated Juna for acting like she was Selena's favorite. Selena decided to shelve the Juna mystery, for now, and focus on the bigger threats ahead. She told a maid to help her pick an outfit, and ended up with a wardrobe fit for a queen. The maids couldn't stop gushing over her beauty, acting like fangirls seeing their idol live. When she entered the dining room, Calcione's jaw practically hit the floor. "Are you going somewhere?" he asked, stunned. Of course she's not. She just wanted to look perfect in front of him. The two begin their usual way of eating together. Selena couldn't believe the change in him. The once stoic Duke was now gently feeding her his favorite food, wiping something off her cheek, and looking at her like she was the only woman in the world, not because of duty, but because of love. For once, the affection felt real. The cold-hearted Duke was really falling for her. Selena had finally started to see it. Underneath that icy mask, he had real feelings for her. But the more she noticed, the more questions popped into her head. Since when did he start feeling this way? And did the man even realize it himself? Of course, knowing the clueless Duke, Selena was sure he hadn't figured it out yet. Still, it wasn't a reason to smile. Because deep down, Selena knew the truth. This world wasn't her real one. And no matter how golden it seemed beside Calcione, she couldn't stay here forever. Getting attached would only lead to heartbreak. Even if they did fall for each other, what kind of future could they possibly have? With her fists clenched tight, Selena kept repeating to herself, she had to stay strong. She had to resist Calcione's warmth. That was the only way to protect herself. But before she could spiral any deeper, she quickly switched gears and asked about Count Orleans. The Duke, sensing her unease, suggested they talk as they walked. While they strolled side by side, Calcione shared a troubling update. Though there was still no word from Count Orleans, new information had surfaced. The attack? It wasn't just meant for the Count. Selena had been the original target. The assassin had changed plans at the last minute. But why? Selena's mind raced back to the moment before Orleans was shot. They had just been talking. And she'd warned her to be careful around the Crown Prince, right after they mentioned Ariel. That reminder lit a bulb in Selena's mind. She told Calcione something he didn't know. After being shunned by the noblewomen, Ariel had suddenly become popular with the men. And somewhere in that mess, Ariel probably met someone who showed her kindness, and she fell for him. Selena's gut told her that man might have been the Crown Prince himself. I mean, the guy has player written all over him. But surprisingly, Calcione didn't agree. He claimed the Crown Prince actually pushes women away, afraid of sharing power. That left Selena staring blankly. Then why was he flirting with her like his life depended on it? She even pointed out that rumors linked the Crown Prince and Ariel before, which brought her to a sneaky theory. Maybe the prince was just trying to steal Calcione's girl. And if so, maybe he was the reason Ariel died. Everything added up a little too well. The Crown Prince was clearly pulling Rosalind's strings, pushing her to act on his orders. And then there was Laurel, who had a soft spot for Rosalind and sent Juna to spy on the dukedom. Messy politics, classic royal drama. With all that, Selena confidently scratched Fiona off her suspect list. Turns out, Fiona had only been trying to warn her all along, not threaten her. Sure, Fiona wasn't a fan of Selena being the Duke's lover, especially when it reminded everyone of Ariel's scandalous behavior, but she wasn't out for blood. The only reason Fiona kept her mouth shut about Ariel's death was simple: fear. If even a big shot like Count Orleans was attacked, Fiona wouldn't stand a chance. As for the Queen and Princess Jeriel, Selena didn't suspect them now either. Killing Ariel while still chasing the Duke would have been suicide. If they got caught, they'd lose everything. And let's be honest, they didn't exactly have allies who could protect them from the Crown Prince. With most suspects ruled out, there was only one name left: Jeanette. Selena didn't think Jeanette was behind the murder, but something about her obsession with Landbird's honor and blind loyalty to Calcione gave her the chills. A little too intense, if you asked anyone. In the end, it came down to two possible paths. Either Rosalind killed Ariel because she was too in love with the Crown Prince, or Rosalind simply followed orders like a loyal puppet. Either way, the root cause of it all was obvious: the Crown Prince. Selena then asked the big question: what would Calcione do if the Crown Prince was really behind everything? The Duke paused. His answer didn't come quickly. After all, accusing a Crown Prince wasn't a small matter. Without solid proof, it would only invite trouble. If Ariel was killed just because she was about to become his fiancée, then yes, she deserved justice. But was this really just about honor? Calcion couldn't say yes with the same fire as before. After a moment, he gave Selena an honest answer. He needed time to think it through. He wasn't ready to move yet, but at least he wasn't giving up. And that, Selena understood. Then, just as things got quiet, a servant came running up to them, panting and out of breath, with big news. Count Orleans had finally woken up. As their carriage pulled up to Count Orleans's estate, Selena and Calcion were expecting a quiet visit. What they got instead? Royal drama. Because guess who else decided to show up uninvited? Princess Jeriel and the Crown Prince himself. Yep, both of them. At the same time. Selena barely had time to process the awkward coincidence before witnessing the Crown Prince reveal his true colors. The moment he got near Jeriel, he raised his hand and slapped her. So much for that polished royal image. Selena turned to the Duke in shocked. Is this what you meant when you said he was vicious? But Calcion just shrugged like this was nothing. He's much worse than this. If someone annoys him, he doesn't just slap them, he kills them. And the only reason Jeriel's still breathing? Because she's technically a princess. If he were king already, she'd be dead meat. Calcion suggested they leave and come back later to avoid the tension, but Selena had a better idea. Why not take this mess as an opportunity to talk to Jeriel and dig for some intel? Approaching the sobbing princess, Selena went full-on comfort mode. Jeriel tried to claim she was fine, but clearly the tears told another story. Between hiccups and sobs, the princess confessed, her half-brother has always been like this. He hits her whenever he feels like it, especially when she makes him feel bad, and forbids she leaves the palace without permission. Today she tried to sneak out while he was away, but, unfortunately, he spotted her carriage and followed, accusing her of plotting behind his back. Classic guilt-trippy sibling abuse. And if that wasn't enough, he constantly throws verbal poison too. According to him, Jeriel's a cursed child who brings death to everyone around her. Selena, absolutely furious, muttered a string of curses against the Crown Prince. Jeriel, eyes wide, asked if she'd ever say that to his face. Selena? She laughed. What? Of course not. I still want to live. That finally got a small giggle out of the princess. Switching to a serious tone, Selena advised Jeriel to stop listening to her brother's toxic nonsense. People like that only point out others' weaknesses to feel powerful. They're not better than you. They're worse. Jeriel, innocent and curious, asked what she should do then. Selena leaned in and grinned mischievously. Revenge. The poor princess nearly choked. Relax, not right away, but don't forget what he's done. And when the time comes, give him a wedgie. Selena winked. Jeriel finally let out a real laugh, though her eyes were still a bit puffy. Jeriel then innocently asked if Selena had ever gotten her revenge. Selena said she almost did, except for one unexpected twist. She playfully glared at Jeriel and teased, You know, someone tried to steal my man. Jeriel looked sheepish. But the Duke is so cool, Selena smirked. That's going on your debt list. And with that, the plan was born. The princess would fake a return to the palace by sending her carriage off empty. Meanwhile, she'd hide in Selena and his Grace carriage until the coast was clear. A flawless combo of revenge and a successful visit to Count Orleans. Selena made sure the nearby guards kept quiet, especially with Calcion looming behind her like a shadow of doom. They nodded faster than you could say execution. 30 minutes later, the Crown Prince finally exited. Unfortunately, he definitely saw Calcion and Selena. To keep Jeriel safe, they left her hidden and stepped out to greet the royal menace. Of course, the prince launched into his usual performance. Smiling like fate itself brought them together. He even asked to speak privately with Selena, under the pretense of apologizing for the chaos at the hunting grounds. Calcion agreed, but only if she stayed within his line of sight. Protective not-so-fake boyfriend mode activated. Once alone, the Crown Prince turned on the charm. I couldn't protect you back then. I'm sorry. He sighed dramatically. Selena responded coolly and hit him with a sharp question. Back then you said accidents were expected. What did you mean? He gave her a cryptic but telling answer. In political conflicts, people always get hurt. That opened the floodgates. Selena went for the jugular. Is it true the real target of the assassin that day was me? The Crown Prince didn't flinch. Yes, the arrow meant for you, hit the Count by mistake. Wait, was he admitting guilt? Not exactly. He immediately shifted the blame onto Rosalind. Yep. According to him, Rosalind was obsessed, delusional, and dangerously in love. He'd even kindly arranged for her to marry Duke Lambert to let her down easy. But Rosalind apparently misunderstood and took it as an order, leading to her spiral and the attack on Selena. Selena was stunned. So this guy just casually rewrote the entire narrative and threw Rosalind under the bus. And it didn't stop there. He claimed Rosalind sobbed in front of him, admitting she hated Selena and had tried to kill her, twice, including sending an assassin when Selena was traveling to the capital. When Selena brought up Calcione getting hurt, the Crown Prince even had a spin for that. He winked and joked that he didn't care much about a romantic rival. But once again, he pinned everything on Rosalind, saying she wanted Calcione dead to cancel the marriage. It was all so convenient, too convenient. Selena's gut told her this was a masterclass in manipulation, but frustratingly, the prince's lies matched up with known events. And since he was connected to Rosalind, that made him an accomplice, even if he came out squeaky clean in the end. Then came the final shocker. The Crown Prince said Rosalind would be punished, but only lightly, since her confession was the only evidence. He didn't want to cause friction with her powerful father, Marquis Tiolan. And then, as if that wasn't shady enough, he leaned in and whispered, I'm only telling you all this, Selena. It's our little secret. What was this? A secret-sharing seduction? Is this how he lured Ariel too? Eventually, he took his leave, but not before inviting her to a party in celebration of Count Orleans's recovery. A party he's throwing on her behalf. Subtle flex much? He kissed the back of her hand and finally walked away. Cue Calcione, who immediately whipped out his handkerchief like he just sanitizing her from demonic influence. Selena laughed, admitting she felt contaminated by the prince's smooth-talking nonsense. Teasing him, she touched his lips and said, It's better now. That was all the signal Calcione needed. He kissed her hand, and then her neck. This sweet moment could have gone further, except Jeriel, forgotten and hidden all this time, suddenly called out in shock. Turns out she'd been watching everything in silence. Heartbroken all over again, the poor princess burst into tears. Again. With no more roadblocks, the three finally meet Count Orleans in person. Jeriel warmly wishes the Count a speedy recovery and presents her with a luxurious gift from the Queen herself. It's a dazzling jewel that immediately catches Selena's eye, because she's seen it before. While Jeriel explains that the Queen personally designed the gift, Selena starts connecting the dots. That jewel came from the boutique she visited before the founding celebration, which means the Queen secretly owns that store. It was funded using money she had been stashing away to prepare for the future. Now, by gifting this jewel to Orleans, the Queen is sending a silent message. She's offering financial support, but in exchange, she wants protection for herself and Princess Jeriel once the Crown Prince takes over. It's a low-key power play, and Selena is thoroughly impressed by how Jeriel handles it like a seasoned diplomat. She may be young, but she's playing in the big leagues now. After her graceful exit, Selena can't help but admire her cleverness. The Count agrees and says Jeriel could have grown into someone amazing, if it weren't for the prince. Selena jokes that the Count sure is casually tossing out treasonous comments even while recovering from an arrow wound. She softly laughs, but then shares her thoughts that the arrow wasn't meant for her. It was a last-minute mess, like the assassin didn't even know who the target really was. Maybe they were given conflicting orders. Selena brings up their earlier topic, thinking it must have been something explosive to risk silencing the Count. But Orleans says it wasn't about a scandal, just something uncomfortable. What she wanted to say was, don't get too friendly with the prince. That's how Ariel ended up in trouble. And then comes the real juicy part. Orleans once saw the prince and Ariel secretly hugging and kissing. But she kept quiet, thinking it wasn't her place to interfere. With this, it's now clear. The prince targets anyone close to Calcione, and not because he's interested in Selena. Selena asks whether the arrow belonged to the crown prince, but Orleans says she checked as soon as she woke up, and it was already gone. Probably destroyed to erase any evidence. Typical escape plans. When Selena shares the prince's excuse, it was all Rosalind's doing, driven by jealousy. Orleans agrees, but she also suspects that the crown prince's story about a skilled archer accidentally hitting her was actually a warning. After all, Orleans has recently been chatting with the queen's side, talking about Ariel and getting acquainted with Duke. She probably annoyed the crown prince a bit too much. So now, she's decided to retreat back to her territory and stay out of the spotlight, for her own safety. Selena is shaken. Even Count Orleans is running away. The prince is a force everyone is terrified of, and probably wants Calcione to become his obedient puppet too. Yet she knows, if that's his plan, it'll all end in disaster. The scene shifts inside the carriage, when Calcione suddenly drops a question out of nowhere. If Selena were the former duchess, would personality have mattered in choosing a husband? Selena doesn't even hesitate. If it had been her, she wouldn't have gotten married at all, not even in an arranged marriage. She'd just take the dowry, grab a bag, and run off into the sunset. Solo. She gets real for a moment, explaining that her view on marriage is simple. It's not for her. No matter how strong love may feel, reality always hits hard. Like hearing your partner's bathroom break in the middle of the night. That's the stuff that kills the fairy tale vibe. In her eyes, happily ever after just isn't a thing. Poor Duke. He was trying to test the waters, but got unintentionally rejected before he even realized what he was doing. The man doesn't even know how to propose yet, and he's already been shut down. Trying to clarify, Calcione asks if she hates marriage itself. Selena admits it's fine, for other people. But if she were to ever get married, the guy would have to be as rare and miraculous as waking up in another world. If she doesn't meet someone like that, she'd rather stay single for life. But just as things get a little awkward for Calcione, the sound of swords clashing suddenly breaks the moment. They peek outside and are met with chaos. Duke Lanbert's knights are in full-blown combat with a group of assassins. And right in the middle of the chaos, trembling like a leaf, is Juna, the missing maid, surrounded by danger and fear. Clearly someone really wants Juna gone for good now, but she's still needed alive. So Calcione quickly orders Dion to step in and help. After some time, the fighting dies down, and out comes Juna, looking like she's rolled through a sewer. She stinks so bad it could knock out a knight. Dropping to her knees, she starts begging Selena for mercy. Selena's stare could cut glass. She reminds Juna that she was the one who ran off first. Juna, now sniffling, explains she only ran because she was scared. Someone out there wanted her dead. Given the assassin ambush earlier, it's hard to say Juna's lying, but Selena isn't buying the full story. If Juna was really afraid, she should have known that the Lambert estate was way safer than wandering around in the dark streets like some lost rat. To her credit, Juna admits she messed up. She apologizes and pleads to return to the mansion, even says they can lock her up if they want. But Selena isn't dumb. She knows Juna's request has nothing to do with accepting punishment. It's clearly about keeping herself safe. So instead, Selena tells her to go ask Laurel for help. That's when Juna finally breaks. Turns out Laurel was the one who wanted her silenced, because she knew too much. Juna explains that she had gotten close to the mansion once, but when she overheard soldiers looking for her to kill her, she panicked and ran again. Trying to save her own skin, Juna promises she still has value. She knows something so dangerous, just talking about it could get someone killed. It's the kind of secret that could cause a huge scandal. But for now, she won't say what it is, unless Selena lets her return. Selena pauses. If there's physical proof, this might be worth the trouble. So she agrees. And so, Stinky Juna gets a seat next to the coachman, who immediately pinches his nose and regrets his life choices. Later during the interrogation, Juna finally explains. The so-called proof she mentioned is still hidden. She didn't want anyone to steal it, so she buried it somewhere near the village they passed on their way to Myeong before. Selena agrees to let her fetch it, but gives a clear warning. If this turns out to be a trick, it's game over for her. And with Calcione's cold glare backing her up, the message hits hard. Yikes. So what's this mysterious evidence? Nothing small. It's Ariel's hidden will. Now, with Juna's history of lies, Selena doesn't trust her easily. She demands more info. Juna admits she can't read, but after Ariel died, she was ordered to find a will. She didn't discover it right away because, apparently, it had blown under the bed. But she knew giving it to Laurel would be dangerous. Laurel was furious when Juna said she couldn't find it, warning that big problems could come up if that will ever surfaced. That's how Juna knew it was too important. Selena, after some thinking, gives her a chance, but not without a little punishment first. Juna's first task? Clean every single piece of silverware, by hand, and not just wipe them. Make them shine like diamonds. Juna agrees, probably questioning every trick that brought her here. After stirring up just enough secrets to make things interesting, Selena and Calcione walk down the hallway side by side. Selena's mind was a storm of questions and possibilities. If Juna was telling the truth, if Ariel really left behind a will, then everything they thought they knew had just been flipped upside down. The existence of the will itself was like a silent confession. That will might completely blow apart Calcione's theory that Ariel was murdered. With this, they wouldn't have to play cat and mouse with the social elite anymore. They could go straight to the heart of the matter. Why Ariel did it, and who pushed her to the edge. Of course, nothing was certain yet. First, they had to confirm if the will was even real. Calcione, ever the strategist, calmly said it would be best to look for it on their way back to Landbird. Simple, efficient. Just a side trip from Myeong to home. Yet that's when it hit Selena. Her time there was almost over. Her job was to gather the secrets Calcione couldn't reach himself. That was the deal. And once the full truth came out and the will was in their hands, her part of the contract, the whole fake lover act, would end. Then she'll be back to her real world where she had everything. A life she built with her own 2 hands, a future she worked hard for. That's what she wanted, right? So why did her chest ache so badly now? Beside her, Calcione noticed the subtle shift in her expression. Without prying too hard, he gently asked if she was all right. Selena didn't lie, but she didn't open up either. She simply said she was okay, just feeling a little off. Understanding her mood better than she expected, Calcione offered something simple but comforting. Let's take a walk. Sometimes a little air is all you need when your heart feels too full. Calcione, ever the curious Duke, asked Selena what life was like in her world. He admitted he'd always thought she was dying to go back, so he just had to know. Selena began to explain, saying the weather there wasn't too different. It felt oddly familiar. But the little details, like the purple lilies in front of her, the ones back her home, looked different. Then, like the smooth gentleman he is, Calcione picked one of those flowers and gave it to her. He said the time she spent here would also become a memory, one she might end up missing too. Why was he always this sweet? Calcione then asked the hard question. If she couldn't return, would she regret it? Selena, being honest, said yes. That world held everything she'd worked so hard for. She wasn't just anyone back there. She had fame, acting skills, a knack for picking the right roles, and yeah, she was loaded. A top-tier celebrity with a life most people could only dream of. When Calcione mentioned that her sudden disappearance must have shaken people up, Selena agreed. She was used to being the center of attention, used to setting trends and having all eyes on her wherever she went. She truly enjoyed it. But deep down, she felt stuck. Sure, she got tons of love and praise, but her life had been full of rules and pressure. It was fun, until it wasn't. And strangely, She was starting to realize that her world and this one weren't that different after all. But that kind of truth? She wasn't ready to tell Calcione just yet. The Duke gently said it must have been hard, not feeling loved like that in his world. Selena laughed, telling him he made it sound like she was on her deathbed. Then she teased, asking if he was feeling guilty for not doing more for her. He quickly shot back. What could he do for her now? Selena, not missing a beat, joked that he should start acting. The look on the Duke's face? Priceless. He immediately refused, throwing in a deadpan apology like it was no big deal. It made her laugh. This guy was unintentionally hilarious. Tough on the outside, but such a softie around her. That silly exchange brought a flood of happy memories back to Selena's mind. Fancy clothes, endless luxuries, elegant parties, and dancing with the cold yet dashing Duke of the North among nobles and royalty. Heck, she even remembered waking up in his arms after sleeping beside him, for the first time ever. She couldn't deny it. She'd enjoyed every second of this strange, beautiful world. But just as her thoughts were turning a bit gloomy again, Calcione wasn't having it. He reminded her that going back might still be possible. After all, the archmage who created her translation bracelet had left a record, one that mentioned traveling back and forth between worlds. There was hope. Still, a new thought crept in. If she left, Calcione would be heartbroken. And the worst part? He wouldn't even understand why. Yet Selena kept those feelings buried and acted like everything was fine. That was, until she noticed the staff packing up, preparing to return to Landbird. Calcione explained that while some of them would head back early, he and Selena would stay a bit longer, at least until after the party at the palace celebrating Count Orlan's recovery. Though, in classic Calcione style, he casually hinted that if Selena didn't want to go to the party, they could just skip it and leave that night. Selena, however, despite cringing at the thought of dealing with the overly dramatic and winking prince, felt she should say goodbye to everyone properly. As if trying not to blush, but completely failed, he suggested maybe they didn't have to rush at all. They could delay her departure. A lot. Of course, what he really wanted to say was, just stay forever. But he kept that part to himself. Selena, always ready to tease, asked if he'd still want her around even if she turned into the most high-maintenance woman in the land. Calcione didn't flinch. If that were the case, he said, then he'd just become the richest duke in history to keep up with her. Honestly, he meant it. If she asked for the Landbird castle or everything he owned, he'd give it to her without thinking twice. He might not be generous by nature, but for Selena, he'd give the world. And he wouldn't regret a single thing. If that's not love, then what is? Selena, clearly touched, teased that maybe they should revisit their contract terms if he was being serious. Then, without warning, she grabbed his face and kissed him. It was sweet, long, and deep. When they finally pulled apart, Calcione asked why. Selena just smiled and said, "Well, isn't it normal for lovers to kiss when the other says something sweet?" And just like that, the two melted into each other's arms again, and maybe go for another round of passionate kiss. The celebration for Count Orlan's recovery finally arrived, and the palace was transformed into a stunning venue. Selena admired the elegant decorations, but couldn't help noticing that the setup oddly resembled a wedding aisle. Half joking, she asked Calcione if the crown prince was planning to marry someone soon. Calcione didn't dismiss the idea. In fact, he said she might not be entirely wrong. If the prince showed up with someone at the end of that grand aisle, it would basically be a public marriage announcement. Selena chuckled at the thought. The prince didn't even have a lover. At least none he acknowledged publicly. Calcione agreed, calling the prince a show-off tyrant who loved dramatic flair. With the venue designed like a confusing garden maze and tall trees blocking the view, it screamed one thing to him: a control-freak tyrant's playground, perfect for manipulating or even eliminating his enemies under the guise of celebration. Despite the glittering atmosphere, Selena knew to stay on guard. That's when they spotted Fiona, casually chatting with her usual posse. Selena's eyes narrowed, classic intel gathering mode activated. Fiona had no idea she was about to be ambushed again with the infamous bathroom excuse. But just as Selena prepared to pounce, Calcion offered to accompany her. After all, the Crown Prince might show up again, and he wasn't about to let her wander around alone. Selena, however, waved him off. Fiona would never spill any juicy secrets with a man hanging around. It just kills the gossip vibe. So Calcion agreed to tail her secretly from a distance. Before leaving, Selena told him to stay hidden unless someone tried to kidnap or kill her. Calcion reluctantly agreed. Then it was go time. Selena grabbed Fiona with her usual, "Let's go to the bathroom" line, and Fiona reacted like a tiny chihuahua, feisty and full of complaints. But by now, she knew the drill. The moment Selena dropped the word bathroom, she knew she was doomed. Selena giggled while Fiona groaned, muffled by Selena's hand. Once inside the palace, Fiona pointed out the bathroom without hesitation. Suspicious, Selena asked how she knew. Fiona confessed she used to work as the Queen's lady in waiting for a while. As for why she quit, Fiona, completely serious, said she'd seen too many dirty things, and not just dusty floors, mind you. Sensing a juicy lead, Selena asked if one of those dirty things included Ariel and the Crown Prince's scandalous romance. Fiona immediately panicked and yanked Selena into a lounge, complete with a private bathroom, because obviously this wasn't gossip you shout in a hallway. Once inside, Selena casually dropped the truth. She knew that Fiona wasn't the only one who saw the affair. Fiona, shocked to her core, had genuinely thought she was the sole witness to that royal mess. To test the waters, Selena asked why Ariel didn't just stay with the Crown Prince if they were already having an affair. Fiona scoffed. "You think Ariel was the only woman he was with?" Turns out, there was an entire rotation. Ariel, Rosalind, and likely more. The prince ran his affairs like a schedule. Rosalind in the morning, Ariel in the afternoon. Selena was rightfully horrified. Calcion once said the prince wasn't interested in women, but Fiona confirmed he wasn't technically wrong. The prince didn't see women as people to love. He saw them as prey. He hunted them, claimed them, then tossed them aside. Romance, never part of the plan. The reason this gossip wasn't already wildfire was simple. People were scared of becoming the prince's next target. Curious, Selena teased if Fiona knew all this from experience. Fiona, flustered, admitted she was young and naive but made it clear she never let the prince use her. To her, the prince only went after women hungry for money or status, unlike her, who only fell in love for genuine feelings. Selena snorted and playfully says, "So, would you love Calcion even if he lost everything?" Fiona, without missing a beat, proudly declared she had enough wealth for them both. In fact, if he went broke, she'd be happy to become the breadwinner. She'd feed him, bathe him, dress him, full wife fantasy unlocked. Yes, she was fully drooling at that point. Selena? A little irritated but entertained. Naturally, Selena smacked her back to reality, insisting that would never happen. But Fiona, still dreamy-eyed, warned Selena not to let her guard down. She was watching from the sidelines, ready to steal her chance. A few more bickers later, Fiona, in true dramatic style, stormed out yelling that Selena would lose someday. Selena could only laugh at Fiona's antics as usual. But just as she was about to step out of the lounge and rejoin the real event, bam! The Crown Prince was already there, looming tall and smug at the door. No cheesy pickup line this time. He got straight to the point. "This is my space, so of course I have eyes everywhere." He claimed he heard something going on between Fiona and Selena. Yeah, right. Selena realized that from the very moment she stepped into the social world, she'd been under surveillance. The prince had always been watching her. Creepy? Absolutely. Trying not to dwell on it, she explained they just had a loud argument. The prince, ever the flirt, said he couldn't hear what they were saying, but of course he was on her side. Then he offered to escort her back to the party. As she accepted, a menacing aura suddenly crept in. Yep, jealous Calcion alert. Sword ready, murder in his eyes. Selena, in full crisis management mode, made a hand signal telling him to chill. He reluctantly backed off, hiding in the shadows, though the murderous vibes lingered. Outside, something felt off. The path they took looked oddly familiar. And then it hit her. The prince was walking her down like a literal wedding aisle. And the moment they arrived, a royal announcement rang out like a wedding proclamation. He had chosen Selena. From the sidelines, Calcione's frown deepened into thundercloud levels of anger. Selena, awkwardly sweating, said she felt honored, but in truth she absolutely did not. To make it worse, the prince continues his act and said in front of the watching nobles that he loved walking beside her the most in that path. Selena couldn't take any more of this circus and quickly excused herself, trying to escape. But of course, the crowd was now buzzing, and Rosalind, who had overheard the whispers about being replaced, trembled with fury. Hell hath no fury like a noble woman scorned. A little while later, Rosalind corners Selena, her pride still stinging from the earlier spectacle with the crown prince. With her chin held high and jealousy oozing from every word, she sneers, "A lowly commoner like you shouldn't dare stand beside him." According to Rosalind, Selena's just the Duke's mistress, not even close to becoming his fiancée, so why is she acting like royalty? But Selena, cool as ever. She fires back, pointing out the obvious. Rosalind didn't win the Duchess title either. And if Selena really wanted to switch gears and aim higher like, say, the Crown Princess spot, well, Rosalind still wouldn't stand a chance. Selena even throws in a cheeky jab. "Since I know my place, I've refused the prince's favors. But you're right. It's not like I'm married to the Duke. You never know who I might walk that aisle with." Boom. That final line completely snaps Rosalind's remaining patience. In a fit of rage, Rosalind hurls a full glass of wine at Selena, only for Selena to elegantly block it, sending the wine splashing all over Rosalind's own dress instead. Oh, the poetic justice. Now fuming and wine-soaked, Rosalind lunges forward, but Selena effortlessly sidesteps, letting her tumble dramatically to the floor. The gossiping nobles don't miss a beat, whispering like wildfire as Rosalind scrambles to retreat, humiliated beyond belief. As for Selena, she wins this round but decides it's best to leave the scene too, before the rumors grow too loud. Naturally, Rosalind runs straight to her last hope, the Crown Prince. Playing the ultimate victim card, she sobs that Selena insulted her, doused her in wine, and even tripped her. The prince, hearing about this supposed violent behavior, quietly murmurs that it must be her commoner blood showing. Rosalind smiles, thinking she still has him wrapped around her finger. Thinking it's time to finish Selena off once and for all, Rosalind asks the Crown Prince how long he plans to keep entertaining her presence. She's tired of being humiliated and wants Selena gone. But instead of agreeing, the prince pauses too long. Rosalind, now visibly thrown off, reminds him that if things keep going this way, Selena will steal the Duke. Or worse, become the next Crown Princess. His response? A devilish smile. Wouldn't that be fun? He goes on to explain, in the most twisted logic possible, that watching the Duke get his heart broken by a pretty-faced commoner who ditches him for a crown sounds very entertaining. Rosalind, clearly panicking, asks if he's joking, but he casually shrugs, saying he doesn't care who stands beside him. Power and background are irrelevant. Still trying to salvage the moment, Rosalind insists Selena is a leech, a parasite that will eventually cling to him too. That's when the Crown Prince's voice turns ice cold. "I decide what I do, and how." Rosalind, realizing this is going south fast, insists that she's special to him. After all, she's the one who cleaned up his messes, made the nobility support him, and smoothed the path to his throne. She deserves the Crown Princess title, but the prince cuts her down with surgical precision. Letting her help him was already a favor. He never asked for her love or her support. If she did it all for love, that's on her. Desperate and humiliated, Rosalind makes one last mistake, threatening him. She warns that the House of Thailand and the social elite will turn against him if he doesn't honor their deal. But instead of intimidation, the prince simply smirks, dangerously amused. And just as she opens her mouth to spew another desperate line, he's had enough. In one swift motion, his hand closes around her neck. "You talk too much," he says coldly. That's when Rosalind realizes she wasn't threatening a man. She was provoking a monster. To the crown prince, Rosalind was never anything more than a pet who forgot her leash. And now, he was going to remind her exactly where she stood. Still gripping her neck, he ranted like a madman, not even hiding how unhinged he really was. He didn't want the throne just to rule. It was never about that. No, he kept the king alive on purpose. Why? Just so he could watch him suffer. That's right. The prince didn't want a clean, peaceful path to power. He wanted revenge, pain, humiliation. In his own words, killing the king quietly would have been boring. And as for Rosalind calling herself special, please. In his eyes, only royal blood was special. Everyone else was just background noise. And just like that, Rosalind's story came to a tragic and twisted end, strangled by the very man she helped rise. When he was done, the prince simply dropped her like a bug he got tired of swatting. Cold, brutal, like it never even mattered. But here's the problem. Someone did see it. Poor Laurel, hiding behind the bushes, had witnessed the whole horror show, and now she was sweating buckets. She hadn't meant to peek. Before she could even run, the prince had already spotted her. Panicked, she dropped to her knees, bowing like she wanted to become one with the ground. She begged for her life, saying she didn't see anything. But the prince had other plans. He didn't want her dead. He wanted her useful. With one look that could freeze blood, he ordered Laurel to lie, to scream, to act like she'd seen Selena do something terrible. The goal? Blame everything on Selena. Set her up and let the public run wild with it. So, Laurel obeyed. Moments later, she burst into the party screaming bloody murder, claiming she'd just seen Selena attack someone. Chaos exploded. Right on cue, the prince arrived with the royal guards. His orders? Arrest anyone suspicious, including Selena. But come on, like Calcione was going to let that slide? The guards tried to grab Selena, but Calcione immediately stepped in front of her. Even when they warned him that interfering could count as treason, the Duke didn't budge. He looked ready to draw his sword right there and turn the garden party into a battlefield. Selena quickly realized what was going on. This wasn't about justice. It was a trap. A clever one meant to bait Calcione into violence. If he fought back, the prince would finally have a reason to kill them both legally. Thinking fast, Selena stopped him. She told him it was exactly what the prince wanted. Him, swinging his sword like a lovesick fool. She insisted she'd be fine. The prince wouldn't kill her yet. Not when he could use her to hurt Calcione more slowly. Of course Calcione didn't like it. He would have happily started a war for her. But in the end, if Selena asked, he'd listen. With heavy eyes, he said the only reason he was letting her go was because she told him to. Not because he feared the prince. Selena smiled gently. Her Calcal really was too sweet that always listens to her. Before letting her go, he pulled her into a warm hug and secretly slipped a small dagger into her hand, just in case. With a final whisper, he told her not to hold back, not to suffer through anything, and to come back to him safely. And then they parted. Selena walked off, surrounded by guards. Calcione stood still, watching her disappear like his heart was being carved out with every step. But if you think they led her to a dungeon or jail, think again. Instead, the guards brought her to a huge door, one that led straight into the crown prince's private chambers. Oh yes, no prison cell, no trial, just her, now standing in front of the very devil who set it all up, waiting with a smile like he invited her over for afternoon tea. Welcome to the lion's den. As usual, the crown prince was all charm and smooth excuses. He calmly told Selena that the only reason she was locked up in that room was because someone claimed she was the culprit. He didn't want people to accuse him of playing favorites just because Selena was involved. Of course, he didn't actually believe she did it. But still, he couldn't let her walk free so easily either. Selena, still keeping her cool, explained that she had an alibi. She was with someone else the whole time during the crime. But the prince just smiled and reminded her. Thanks to Laurel pointing fingers and the public witnessing her fight with Rosalind, things weren't as simple as she hoped. The truth didn't really matter when the gossip wheel was already spinning. At this point, he really sounded like he wanted her to take the fall. The prince didn't even deny it. He just sipped his tea and smiled like a cat who'd just knocked something off the table on purpose. That's when Selena noticed something. The scratch marks on his hands. Her heart sank. The puzzle pieces finally clicked. Rosalind wasn't just dead. She was killed by the very man sitting in front of her, and she had been stupid enough to forget what this man was truly capable of. When she asked how long he planned to keep her locked away, his answer was simple. Until I feel like letting you go. Just like that, no shame. As they talked, Selena realized he had no intention of clearing her name, or even pretending to investigate. No, he planned to keep her here, forever if he had to. Trying not to show her growing panic, Selena brought up the one card she had left. Calcione. She reminded the prince that she wasn't just anyone. She was the Duke's woman. That clearly got a reaction. The prince chuckled, teasing that the Duke must have treated her very well if she was still this loyal, even when he, the crown prince, was offering her his full attention. He kept flirting as if he was offering her the kingdom wrapped in gold. But Selena stayed firm. She told him the truth. It wasn't about titles or offers. She simply loved Calcione, and that was reason enough to stay loyal. Of course, that only annoyed the prince. For a man who only loved his own reflection, real feelings were foreign. So when sweet talk didn't work, he moved to his favorite tactic, force. Then came the unhinged monologue. The prince casually dropped the bomb about the other woman couldn't stop drooling over him. Yet Selena? Unimpressed. That stung his ego. That's when he revealed another disturbing truth. He once had a fling with Ariel before she died. She was poor, naive, and had never been exposed to the elite social world. So when he showed her even a little interest, she clung to him like he was her last hope. Even in bed, he claimed she was desperate to please him. Selena, hiding her disgust, carefully asked why he would mess with a woman who was engaged to Duke. His answer? Cruel and petty. Because watching the Duke lose his woman was worth it. He even laughed after saying it. Apparently, this sick rivalry with Calcione started when they were just kids. Back when they were around 9 or 10, Calcione had embarrassed the prince in front of the king during a sparring match. And ever since then, the prince saw Calcione not as a loyal duke, but as someone itching to take his place. In reality, it just sounded like an inferiority complex that never healed. But the prince wasn't done ranting. He painted himself as a generous ruler who only stepped in when Calcione started disobeying orders, refusing taxes, and causing trouble. It was clear, though. He wasn't driven by duty. He was driven by spite. At this point, Selena, trying to stay composed, hinted that it kind of sounded like he seduced Ariel on purpose. But the prince quickly blamed everything on Ariel. He claimed she threw herself at him, and as a man, he couldn't say no. Classic gaslighting at its finest. The more he talked, the more Selena realized the truth. Ariel was targeted not for who she was, but for who she was with. The prince never cared about her. To him, she was just a pawn to use against Calcione. Then, with no shame whatsoever, he admitted Ariel got pregnant with his child and even dared to ask for marriage. He found the idea amusing. Imagine the scandal. A duchess carrying the prince's baby? That, to him, was entertainment. As for her death, he claimed he didn't mean to let her die. But Ariel kept talking about ending her own life if he didn't love her back. And in the end, he just let it happen. Selena, now sick to her stomach, asked the final question that sealed everything. Did he tell Ariel to just die? And is he planning to do the same to her? That's when his voice changed, cold, sharp, and dangerous. He told her not to compare herself to Ariel. Then, like a true psychopath, he said something chilling. If Selena ends up carrying his child, she better not talk back, because this time, he wants to see what the Duke will do when his beloved woman is no longer just his. As if the Crown Prince hadn't already maxed out the creep factor, he drops one more disturbing line. They all say they couldn't at first, but in the end, they liked it, even when it started with force. Then, like the monster he is, he grabs Selena's hand and tries to force himself on her. Selena may be trained, but against this lunatic prince, she's still no match. He easily throws her onto the bed and hovers over her like a predator ready to strike. But lucky for Selena, Calcione had given her a dagger earlier. In one desperate move, she stabs the prince with everything she's got, then bolts for the door. Knowing a normal escape won't cut it, she hurls herself against the door like a human battering ram. And just when the light hits her eyes, boom, Calcione. Looking like a knight in shimmering silver armor with a face so handsome, it could stop wars. Or probably begin. Turns out, Calcione knew exactly what the prince was planning. He'd already knocked out a few guards and was racing to get Selena out. And yes, he definitely noticed her disheveled clothes. When Selena tells him what happened, and how she used the dagger, Calcione gives the most satisfying thumbs up, 100% Duke approved. Before they can even catch their breath, the Crown Prince storms in like a drama villain, yelling at Calcione to arrest Selena for daring to strike royalty. He even throws in a threat. If Calcione doesn't surrender his sword, he'll be charged with treason too. Yeah, wrong guy to threaten. With zero hesitation, Calcione basically says, "Fine, treason it is." He's done playing games. He warns the prince that next time they meet, he won't be aiming to talk. He'll be aiming for the neck. And with that, he grabs Selena's hand, and the two take off. Well, Calcione's basically strolling through flying arrows while Selena's running for dear life. She even ditches her heels and tears part of her dress just to move faster. Cinderella, who, fortunately, Dion arrives just in time with horses. The team gallops out of the capital at full speed toward Landbird territory. It's a grueling half-day ride, and Selena's body can barely keep up, but she knows stopping now isn't an option. By the time night falls and they reach the Landbird border, Selena is utterly exhausted. The moment they cross into safe territory, she collapses off her horse, only to be caught, once again, by the Duke. But something's different. He's quiet. His eyes dark, and then he says, "I saved you. That means you're mine now, right?" The moment Selena gives her answer, that's all the permission Calcione needs. He pulls her in and kisses her, without hesitation. In his mind, he had endured it all. Provocation after provocation from the Crown Prince. But when Selena was taken from right under his nose, it shattered something inside him. She had been strong enough to escape on her own. But him? He had done nothing. And that helplessness, that failure to protect the one person he swore to keep safe, it ate at him. The Duke, known to be unmatched in strength, had never felt weaker. So he made a silent vow. Once they return to Landbird, he will send Selena back to her true home, away from danger. Even if it means cutting off the arm that refuses to let her go. But now is not the time for goodbye. She's still in his land, still in his arms, and as far as Calcione is concerned, as long as she's in Landbird, she's his. As their journey continued, Calcione and Selena finally reached a quiet village not far from Landbird. Since it was already late, they decided to rest there for the night. Calcione, ever the responsible Duke, told Dion to send the advance team ahead without waiting for them. Now, this village didn't have heated water for a bath, because, well, it wasn't winter, and no one thought it was necessary. So, Selena, not one to go to bed sweaty and uncomfortable, asked a local woman if there was a stream nearby. And soon enough, the pair ended up at a peaceful little valley glowing under the moonlight. It looked like a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Selena, who always felt strangely safe around Calcione, told him to turn around while she cleaned herself. She didn't want to risk getting attacked by wild animals or lurking enemies, so it felt smarter having him nearby, even if it was a little awkward. Of course, she didn't just jump in naked. Instead, she used Calcion's shirt to cover herself. Still, the idea of her bathing just a few steps behind him had the poor Duke practically fighting for his life, or rather, his self-control. With cheeks and ears burning and limbs locked in place, he looked like a knight resisting the deadliest temptation of all, accidentally turning his head. After finishing her bath, Selena sat on a big rock and dipped her feet in the water, splashing around like a kid. She looked completely relaxed, not ready to go back anytime soon. But then, she noticed something. Calcion was looking straight at her. When she asked him why, he fumbled for words and quickly turned away. But eventually, he admitted it. He just couldn't stop himself. He thought she was beautiful. Now Selena knew Calcion wasn't the type to care about looks or say sweet things for fun. So when he said that, it felt real. She pushed a bit more, wanting the truth. And this time, Calcion confessed that he truly found her beautiful, so much so that he couldn't help staring. For someone who didn't know how to sugarcoat anything, this was definitely from the heart. Selena could feel it. Then came his next words, just as surprising as they were sincere. He asked quietly if she'd let him look at her. Really look. He wanted to memorize everything about her while he still had the chance. In case goodbye came too soon, he wanted to carry the memory of her body, her smile, her presence, everything, with him forever. Most women would have slapped a man for saying that, but Selena understood. This wasn't lust, it was longing. The quiet ache of a man preparing to lose the one person he loves. So she gave her permission. As he looked at her, Calcion smiled, softly, like someone finally letting his heart speak. He said she was more beautiful than any star he could bring her. In fact, to him, it felt like the stars had already landed on her skin. That's what he saw every time he looked at her. A whole different world. And then, the biggest truth finally came out. Calcion revealed that from the moment he first saw Selena, back when she crash-landed into his world, he couldn't take his eyes off her. He had always pretended to act like a fool in love. But at some point, he realized he didn't have to pretend anymore, because he truly was that fool, in love, deeply. And with the most sincere eyes, he finally said the words. He loved her, so much he wasn't even himself anymore. Hearing Calcion's heartfelt confession, Selena couldn't hold back her tears. She knew she shouldn't let him fall for her, not when her time in this world was limited. She was bound to return to where she came from. The more sincere he was, the heavier the pang in her chest. But Calcion, with that same soft smile, gently told her he couldn't help but love someone like her. He knew she couldn't accept his feelings, and that was okay. For him, having the memory of her was enough. If loving her brought him pain, then that was his burden to carry. His words were sweet, but they stung too. Selena's tears turned into sobs. She dropped to her knees, overwhelmed. How could someone want her this much, yet expect nothing in return? If he had asked her to stay, demanded anything, she would have shut him down instantly. But he didn't, and that made it hurt even more. Trying to comfort her, Calcion quietly wrapped her in a hug. Selena's heart twisted. They both knew the ending was uncertain, and all they had was this fragile hope. Even so, she didn't want to let go of his warmth just yet. In a trembling voice, she confessed she didn't know what to do anymore. Calcion, always gentle, told her there was no rush. She could take her time, figure things out, and only decide when she was sure. Deep down, Selena knew that if he had just begged her to stay, she might have pretended to lose the argument and stayed anyway. But of course he didn't. That was just who he was. So instead of confessing anything too big, Selena tried to play it off and said she felt cold. Calcion took the hint and suggested they head back. And just like always, he scooped her up in his arms, princess style. At this point, It was their unofficial travel method. As they made their way back, Selena casually asked if the Crown Prince was still coming after them. Calcion explained that instead of going full war mode, the Crown Prince might now try using the situation for political pressure. With royal blood spilled and accusations flying, it was easy to twist everything and pin Rosalind's death on Selena. That name triggered something in Selena's memory. She told Calcion about the scratch marks she had seen on the Crown Prince's hand. Clear proof he had killed Rosalind. But just as she was about to go deeper into the details, Calcion stopped her. Apparently he already knew, and honestly, he didn't even care. He shyly admitted that the only stories he really wanted to hear were the ones about her. That was enough to make Selena's heart thump out of rhythm. Her face turned bright red as she quickly covered her face with her hands. She thought to herself, how is this man flirting like a pro without even knowing it? But just as things got sweet, a rustling sound came from nearby. Yep, they weren't alone. Turns out Dion and the others had been keeping watch the whole time. And unfortunately for them both, yes, they saw everything. The dramatic confession, waterworks, snuggles. Yep, the whole scene. And the look on Dion's face? Pure disbelief. When Dion asked if their little, fake lover's mission was still happening, Calcion casually replied that from the moment they were in the valley, none of it was fake anymore. He admitted, plain and bold, that his feelings for Selena were real. Dion, connecting the dots, and realizing his boss was in deep, asked if they were now officially a couple. Calcion stayed quiet. Selena, meanwhile, was sweating bullets. Taking the hint, Dion just nodded and left, closing the door behind him. Now alone, Selena asked to be put down and tucked herself into bed. But the moment her skin touched the blanket, she shivered. It was freezing. At this rate, they'd wake up with colds. She turned to Calcion, asking what they should do. His answer? Body warmth. With zero hesitation and full confidence, the man dropped his robe like a runway model, flashing his sculpted body. He even joked that if she wanted to see it again, he'd gladly show it off. Selena's face turned tomato red as she smacked him with a pillow, but honestly, she was low-key liking it. Laughing at her adorable reaction, Calcion joined her in bed, and just like that, the two laid down, wrapped in each other's arms, trying to steal a little more warmth, and maybe a little more time. Just when things were finally settling down between these two, Calcion suddenly leans in to kiss her. Because according to her from back when they were fake lovers, kissing someone you find lovely is perfectly normal, right? Well, he's just following tradition. Starting from her forehead to her cheeks, then, with permission, her lips, and eventually, down to her neck. Each kiss only fans the flames between them. It's getting dangerously warm in the room now. But just before things explode like a wildfire, Calcion pulls away and rises. He apologizes, looking a bit guilty, and admits he just followed his instincts. He knows it was probably rude. Selena, on the other hand, she doesn't mind. As far as she's concerned, as long as both parties are okay with it, then it's fine. Still, Calcion holds himself back. He respects her too much to take things further. Not on a shabby bed. Not without proper preparation. He's even heard it's harder on the woman's body, and considering they've got horseback riding tomorrow, yeah, he doesn't want to make her suffer through that. What Selena doesn't realize is how much restraint he's using, just to not pounce on her right now. So, of course, she blurts the one question that's been bugging her. Am I not attractive to you as a woman? Calcion, now entering round 2 of this very awkward question, doesn't want to hurt her pride or fumble his feelings again. So what does he do? He takes the nuclear route, pulls off the last piece of clothing on his lower body and flashes her something golden. What did Selena see? We'll never know. Viewer discretion advised. Guess. It's something big. But what we do know is that it earned him a smack. A solid, echoing slap that left a souvenir on his face the next morning. Moving on. Back at the estate, everyone's busy, including Jeanette. But the second she sees Selena, she turns her head like she didn't just make eye contact. rude as ever. Selena has no time for petty drama and heads straight for a much-needed bath. While cleaning up, the maid casually mentions that Selena's period has just started and that her cycles shifted slightly. That tiny observation clicks something in Selena's head. If the maids knew this much about her, then surely someone like Juna would have known that Ariel was pregnant back then. And just like that, it's time to confront Juna. Selena walks with Calcione by her side, sharing her suspicions. She recalls how the Crown Prince himself admitted that Ariel was pregnant with his child, all to humiliate Landbird. He had lured Ariel away, assaulted her, and even got her pregnant. And yet Calcione remains surprisingly composed. Until Selena adds one more detail. The prince tried to do the same thing to her. War mode alert. Calcione's whole vibe shifts. He's ready to hunt the prince down and turn him into minced meat. Selena quickly tries to calm him down, reminding him she escaped before anything happened and had already told him that on that day. Still, it only makes Calcione angrier. He regrets not finishing off the prince when he had the chance. Selena urges him to save a man cutting plans for later. Right now, they've got a maid to interrogate. When they finally open the door, Juna is practically glowing with relief, falling to her knees like Selena's a holy savior. She begs for mercy, insisting she's suffered enough punishment and asks for forgiveness. But Selena's not handing out pardons that easily. "Your forgiveness depends on your answer," she says coldly. Juna's expression twitches in irritation, but she quickly masks it again with obedience. Selena doesn't waste time, straight to the point. "Did you know Ariel was pregnant?" To everyone's surprise, even Juna looked stunned when she heard Ariel had been pregnant. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head, so caught off guard that she started talking too much, accidentally confessing that if she had known, she would have used that secret to squeeze money out of Ariel. Yep, in Juna's mind, that pregnancy could have been her golden ticket out of peasant life. So why didn't she know? After all, she was the one helping Ariel with her baths, right? Well, not really. Juna admitted she only helped once or twice. On top of that, Ariel had irregular periods, so skipping a few months didn't seem strange. Honestly, Juna just didn't pay much attention. And the truth was, even Ariel might not have realized she was pregnant right away, though eventually, she must have picked up on the signs herself. When Selena pressed her for anything strange before Ariel's death, Juna shrugged. She said Ariel was always a bit odd anyway. Translation? Juna clearly didn't care enough to notice anything, even if it smacked her in the face. At this point, Selena could tell Juna wasn't going to be much help. The only useful thing she could do now was find Ariel's will. Juna promised to find it quickly, acting like she was suddenly full of loyalty. But Selena didn't buy the act. Just in case, she and Calcione made a plan to send a couple of guards to secretly follow Juna. They had to make sure she didn't run off or do anything stupid. And if Juna dared to lie or failed to find that will, well, Selena already had the perfect excuse to toss her out. With no way out, Juna agreed. But in her head, she was cursing Selena nonstop while smiling awkwardly on the outside. Later, the scene moves to Calcione's office, where he and Selena are sitting together. The Duke looked genuinely impressed. He couldn't believe how easily Selena had handled that interrogation, like she'd been trained for it or something. Selena? She just laughed it off and said her brain was probably sharp because of her period. Not the answer he expected, but it made sense. Somehow, still, even after all they learned, Selena couldn't stop thinking about Ariel's final moments. They knew what happened, but why she did it was still a mystery. Meanwhile, Calcione wasn't just thinking about Ariel, he was worried about Selena. He admitted he should have been more thoughtful, especially now that they were sharing a bed. It wasn't just a duty anymore. He felt responsible for her comfort and well-being. That kind of sweet concern? Well, it turns out he got that mindset from his mother. And here's the weird part. They weren't even that close. Anyway, trying to be helpful, Calcione did something unexpected. He called over a maid and requested a surprise dessert just for Selena, in the middle of their meal. Turns out he'd heard that sweets help women feel better during their period. But it had to be a surprise. His mother said it's more special that way. As they talked, Calcione shared more about his mother. According to him, the former Duchess complained about literally everything: the weather, the house, the clothes, even the furniture. But her biggest complaint? Her husband. And the more he shared, the clearer it became. His mother sounded more like someone who got married too young and expected too much. Still, Selena thought, maybe the Duchess had truly loved her husband. After all, people don't get that disappointed unless they had some hope to begin with. Then, she gently told Calcione he didn't need to treat her the way his mother wanted to be treated. After all, he would marry someone else someday, and that woman might appreciate those things more. But halfway through her words, Selena stopped. Her heart started aching, and her mind couldn't stop playing memories. Every kind thing he'd done, every moment he chose her, looked at her, cared for her. Just imagining him giving all that love to someone else was like a punch to the gut. That's when it hit her. Selena had fallen for him too. She'd been trying to ignore it, bury it, laugh it off. But now the feelings refused to hide. Tears began to slide down her face, quietly and slowly, like a truth finally finding its way out. Calcione noticed right away that something was off. Selena looked like she was trapped in her own thoughts, and not the peaceful kind. The more she stayed silent, the more worried he became. To him, she probably looked like she was just having period cramps. But for her, it was much worse. Admitting her feelings had opened a door she wasn't ready to walk through. Now she couldn't stop thinking about the choice she would have to make, stay or go. And neither one felt right. Then, with a voice full of sorrow, she finally said it out loud. She was in pain, so much that she felt like she could die. That was all Calcione needed to hear. Without hesitation, he gently lifted her and placed her onto his lap again. He held her close, asking if there was anything he could do to help. His voice was tender, full of worry. He even admitted that it tore him apart to know she might have been suffering alone. Selena's heart squeezed. Of course he was being sweet. But the truth was, he didn't know the real reason for her pain. And how could he? She hadn't told him yet. To him, it was probably just a physical thing. But for her, it was a reality check. Still, she knew she couldn't expect him to read her mind. So, after a moment of silence, in the softest voice she could manage, she told him the truth. "I love you," she whispered. "I finally realized it. I've been in love with you all along." And just like that, everything stopped. Calcione had been waiting, hoping, to hear those words. He looked at her, eyes full of emotion, and gently leaned in to kiss her. A soft, heartfelt kiss. Still hugging her close, he admitted that he never even dared to ask for her love. So to be loved by her, it meant more than words could say. Selena, still wrapped in the warmth of that moment, confessed something else. She never planned for this. Everything between them had started out as part of their mission, nothing more. Love wasn't part of the script. It had just happened. An accident, maybe, but one that made them both feel happy. Even so, Selena couldn't ignore the truth. Loving someone didn't automatically make things easy. Through tearful eyes, she told him she couldn't choose. Her heart was here with him. But her life, that was still back in her world. And to leave all of that behind, her hard work, her career, her identity, would be like erasing herself completely. Calcione listened carefully. Gently, he asked, "What kind of life did you have in your world?" Selena answered with pride and pain mixed together. She had been a famous actress, but her fame wasn't handed to her. She had to earn every bit of it, with her looks, her talent, her connections, and a whole lot of luck. For over 20 years, she had clawed her way to the top. No one had ever protected her. No one had shielded her. She had survived in a brutal industry all on her own. No death threats, sure, but plenty of pressure and loneliness. And now, in this world, she was just the Duke's woman. Nothing more. She had no career here, no reputation, no legacy she built with her own hands. To her, that mattered. But Calcione didn't agree. He believed that even without his help, Selena could shine. In fact, he was sure that she could rise to the top of this world too, if that's what she wanted. And if she ever chose to act again, he'd support her all the way. Still, he understood something important. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't give her back the 20 years she spent building her life. But he could at least try to make her choose happiness. Looking at her with gentle eyes, he asked the one thing that had been on his heart. Then, can I try to convince you? You're in pain because the choice is hard. So that means I can try to convince you to stay, right? He smiled at her, calm but determined. Selena stared back at him, half terrified, half touched. Whatever he was planning, it was either going to be the scariest thing ever, or the sweetest. The Duke's first move? Oh, it was seriously adorable. He handed Selena a bouquet. Not just any flowers, but a special kind that only blooms this season in Landbird. Turns out, they weren't just pretty. They were snackable. Sweet, full of honey, and even used in tea. A perfect mix of beauty and taste. Selena took a bite and smiled. They really were delicious. She thanked Calcione, not realizing at first that this whole thing was his first step in winning her over. But once it clicked, she was impressed. This wasn't just flirting, this was strategy. And honestly, a charming one. Selena, clearly touched, admitted she really liked it and offered him some in return. But Calcione had other ideas. He leaned in, and instead of taking the flower, he kissed her right on the lips. Then he said with that heart-melting smile, I find this one sweeter. Someone arrest this man, because that level of charm should be illegal. Selena giggled, clearly flustered, and reminded him the carriage windows were still wide open. But Calcione? He wasn't even bothered. Maybe he wanted the whole world to see. Trying to regain her cool, Selena teased him. Was that how he planned to convince her? He simply said it was only the beginning. Girl, you better brace yourself. If that was just the start, the rest might knock the tears right out of your eyes. As the carriage rolled on, Selena noticed the view changing. Old trees lined the road, and the scenery grew more peaceful. She quietly commented that it looked beautiful. Calcione, being his casually extra self, responded like it was nothing. If you like it, it's yours. Selena blinked. But he didn't stop there, offering her the castle gate, the village, the plains to the northwest. Basically everything under the Landbird sky. This man was handing out real estate like snacks. She gawked. Are you seriously giving me the entire Landbird? To which he confidently replied, Why not? But you'll need to take the land's owner too. That made her freeze. Her cheeks turned bright red. This man really knew how to make a bold move without blinking. Once they arrived back, Calcione still had a pile of work waiting for him, so he gently told Selena to go ahead and rest. Selena didn't argue, but as she walked in, she noticed the usual hustle and bustle among the servants, everyone busy with their duties. That's when she spotted her. Jeanette, same old routine. One glance, then turning her head away like Selena was invisible. Rude as always. But today, Selena had no plans to let it slide. She couldn't leave Landbird with Jeanette still acting like queen of the castle. This was no longer just about Ariel. This was about Calcione, too. Time to settle things. With arms crossed and a calm but firm tone, Selena asked, Not guiding me to my room anymore? Jeanette, with a cold look, replied that there was no need. Selena was free to go wherever she pleased. But Selena wasn't here for a casual chat. She pointed out that Jeanette clearly wasn't doing her job, and instead of defending her work, Jeanette simply snapped that only the Duke had the right to judge her. Fine. Selena skipped straight to the real issue. Is this how you treated Ariel too? Just because she wasn't officially engaged yet, you ignored her and made her life harder. Jeanette didn't confirm it, but she didn't deny it either. Just brushed it off as none of Selena's business. That's when Selena dropped her first attack. I might end up owning half of Landbird, so I'd like to clean up any messes before that happens. Jeanette's temper flared. She shot Selena a glare and barked. "Did I just hear that correctly?" Selena didn't blink. "Oh, you did. What, do you plan to pull the same tricks again like you did to Ariel?" Jeanette called it all lies, said she only tried to help Ariel get used to her new life. But then Selena casually hit her with another blow. "Even when you knew she was pregnant?" Suddenly, Jeanette had nothing to say. Her sharp tongue disappeared. And Selena wasn't done. She wondered aloud who could have been cruel enough to tell a struggling pregnant woman to just die. Selena reminded Jeanette that Calcione hadn't forgotten what happened, and that he'd make sure everyone involved paid the price. "If anyone stained Landbird's name," Selena added, "maybe it was the person pretending to protect it." That struck a nerve. Jeanette snapped, shouting that Selena had no right to speak like that. She threw in that the former Duke had personally asked her to care for Landbird. Selena just stared at her, amused. Someone's full of herself, she thought. And Jeanette? She lost it. She lashed out insults to Selena. But Selena stayed perfectly calm and delivered the coldest line yet. "You're just a maid." Then she gave Jeanette a reminder of her past, the reality she clearly liked to forget. She was once a desperate woman, begging for help. The former Duke had only given her a cleaning job out of pity. Becoming headmaid didn't make her important. He was a married man with a family. There was no special bond, no secret trust. Jeanette had made it all up in her head. And worse? Someone died because of her delusions. Then came the final strike. Selena casually mentioned that maybe Jeanette was the one who gave Ariel the dagger. That did it. Jeanette, in a panic, blurted out that it wasn't her. But in doing so, she admitted she knew who it was. Big mistake. Her face went pale. Realizing what she'd just confessed, Jeanette turned and tried to flee. Too late. Standing right there was Calcione. He blocked her path with eyes cold. Then, in a voice sharp enough to cut through stone, he ordered her to tell him everything. "Game over, Jeanette. Let's rewind a bit and try to understand Jeanette. Not to excuse her, but to at least see where all this mess began. Her marriage? A nightmare. It was arranged, loveless, and her in-laws treated her like a punching bag, literally. She was beaten so badly she feared for her life and ran back to her parents. Only for them to betray her too. Instead of offering safety, they called her husband and told her, "If you die, die next to him." So Jeanette ran. She had nothing, just a desperate will to survive. But survival doesn't last long when you're penniless. Soon, her husband caught up to her. She resisted, kicking and screaming in the streets, until fate, or something that felt like it, intervened. She thought it was the end, but the carriage stopped just in time. Then she met the man who would change her life forever, Duke Landbird. He didn't treat her like trash. He didn't try to use her. In fact, he let her stay at his estate, something no one else had ever done for her. To him, it was probably nothing. But to Jeanette, it meant everything. She had never been welcomed anywhere before. Duke Landbird was blunt and straightforward, but in her eyes, he was the kindest man she had ever met. He gave her food, shelter, and safety, and asked for nothing in return. Before long, Jeanette couldn't imagine life outside Landbird, so she asked if she could work as a maid, and the Duke said yes. That one little job? Jeanette saw it as a mission. She was going to serve him with her whole heart, for Landbird's honor, as she always told herself. And oh, did she take that seriously. She whipped the other maids into shape, fixed up the entire estate, and basically turned the place into a well-oiled machine. In no time, she became someone the household couldn't function without. But there was one problem Jeanette could never fix: the Duchess. To Jeanette, the Duchess was completely useless. She didn't care about the estate, didn't care about her family, and yet somehow ended up with the title Duchess, while Jeanette stayed just as a maid. Still, Jeanette swallowed her pride and told herself it was all for Landbird's honor. So she even helped the Duchess become the woman the Duke needed. Then came baby Calcione. Jeanette adored him from the moment he was born. He was Duke Landbird's blood, and the future of the house. Of course, she poured everything into raising him. He had to be protected at all costs, including from women like Ariel. Ariel was a noble woman, sure, but from a poor family. Jeanette didn't like her from day one. No engagement, no ceremony. Jeanette hoped she'd just pack up and leave. And for a while, it looked like she would. When Ariel started entering the socialite world in the capital and spiraling out of control, Jeanette just let it happen. Quietly, of course. She wasn't about to stain Landbird's reputation. But the final straw? Ariel started sneaking around on the bridge. With another man. The same behavior as the previous Duchess. Jeanette nearly lost it. But since Calcione was the one who brought Ariel in, Jeanette held herself back. Until one night, before the engagement ceremony. Jeanette overheard everything. Ariel was arguing with a man in her room. She begged him to take responsibility because she was pregnant, and he coldly refused. Not just that, he mocked her. When Ariel threatened to end her life, he basically dared her to do it. Then came the sound of a slash, and Ariel's scream. Jeanette burst into the room. She found a blonde man holding a bloody dagger and Ariel's bleeding wrist. It was the Crown Prince. She didn't know it then, but she felt it in her bones. He was dangerous. And the worst part? He laughed, tapped her shoulder like they were buddies, told her to lock her door better next time. A not-so-subtle threat. Terrified, Jeanette stayed silent as he walked out like nothing had happened. Left alone with Ariel, Jeanette didn't show much pity. She warned Ariel that she would report everything to the Duke. But Ariel, shaking and pale, just begged her not to. Seeing the blood, the dagger, the sheer mess of it all, Jeanette muttered one cruel sentence before slamming the door. If it were me, I'd rather die. And that night Ariel did. Jeanette heard her crying for hours. Then silence. Now, standing before everyone, Jeanette finally told the truth. She laid everything bare. What happened that night. What she heard. What she did. But Calcione wasn't moved. His judgment was swift. No matter how loyal you were, you crossed the line. You hid the truth, manipulated the situation, and brought shame to my name. I should have you executed. Jeanette was shocked. She reminded him of all her years of service, of everything she did for Landbird. But Calcione wasn't questioning her loyalty, just her arrogance. If you wanted something in return, he said, you should have asked for a raise, not tried to control everything behind my back. And just like that, Jeanette's world crumbled. She wanted to believe she was irreplaceable, that the estate would fall apart without her, that even the Duke himself wouldn't be able to manage. But now she saw the truth. She was just one part of a much bigger machine, and no one mourns a broken cog. You'll be detained until the Crown Prince confesses, Calcione declared. After that, you're never setting foot in Landbird again. And with that, the place she had built her life around turned its back on her. Her purpose, pride, and reason to live, gone. Now that everything was finally wrapped up, Selena's mission in this world had come to an end. It was time to say goodbye. You'd think she'd feel relieved, but honestly, her heart just felt heavy. With no other option, Calcione explained how she could return to her real world. He led her down to the deepest part of the mansion, the basement. That's where an old book called The Record was hidden, left behind by the same archmage who made the magical bracelet. The strange thing? Even Calcione didn't know what the book actually said. The writing was unreadable to everyone, unless they truly needed it. And clearly Selena did. At first glance, it just looked like messy scribbles. But somehow she could read it. Every word. Like the book had been waiting just for her. The Archmage had written it for people from other worlds. People looking for a way back. According to him, going home was possible. If magic existed, and if the person knew how to use it. That's when it finally sunk in. She could really go back. It should have been great news, right? But for some reason, Selena didn't feel happy at all. She told Calcione the book could help her, but she still needed to study it. Without thinking twice, he handed it over. It was technically a rare treasure of his estate, but come on, it's Selena. Of course he'd give it to her. But then, Calcione tugged the book back and asked what she'd do if he didn't let her go. Selena paused, a little caught off guard, but she casually said he could do whatever he wanted. Either way, she felt like she'd regret her choice no matter what. And with a sly smile, she joked that if she was forced to stay, she'd blame him forever. Fair, right? Calcione sighed. He wished things were really that simple. If they were, he admitted, he'd have burned the book long ago. But deep down, he knew that forcing her to stay would only make her unhappy. He didn't want a version of Selena who was half present, always thinking about the world she left behind. What he truly wanted was all of her, willingly. So instead of holding her back, he told her to do what she needed to do. And once she stood at the edge of the portal, then she could decide. From that night on, Selena got to work, calculating the coordinates that would lead her back home. It had already been a few days since she first got the book, and honestly, the calculations weren't easy. Meanwhile, Calcione had his own mess to deal with, preparing for war against the Crown Prince. No biggie, just your usual nation-level stress. Selena figured she needed maybe 3 or 4 more days before she'd be ready. But with each passing day, her mind drifted more and more to Calcione. She wondered, when the time came, what would he do? Send her off with guards? Or come with her himself? But there's a war and responsibilities. He can't just run off. She also found herself wondering about his reaction. Calcione wasn't exactly the emotional type. What if he didn't even flinch when she left? Wouldn't that hurt more than anything? But then, what if he did cry? Now that would be a drooling sight. A him, but honestly, she'd probably cry even harder if he did. Big, dramatic tears, day and night, no doubt. And slowly, Selena realized something even deeper. She didn't want to leave him at all. Not one bit. Late at night, Calcione quietly stepped into the room and spotted Selena fast asleep. She looked peaceful, totally knocked out after days of thinking and scribbling. He sat by her side and gently patted her head. But then, her brows scrunched like she was having a weird dream. Calcione chuckled softly. Even in sleep, she was cute. After placing a soft kiss on her cheek, he stayed for a moment, watching her breathe and brushing her hair back. But eventually, duty called. He stood up to leave, until a sleepy voice stopped him. "Are you leaving already?" she mumbled, barely awake. Of course, that tiny request was all it took. Calcione couldn't say no. She asked him to stay a little longer, and that little turned into both of them lying in bed, wrapped in each other's warmth. No war, no books, just the two of them in that quiet, precious moment. Lying there, Calcione grew curious. "How's your research going?" he asked. Selena blinked, then said it was coming along well. Just a few more days and she'd be done. Trying to lighten the mood, she teased him, asking if he still planned to win her over with those weak attempts, or if he had anything better up his sleeve. Calcione, being honest as ever, admitted that yeah, maybe he misjudged things. He thought giving her a few small things would be enough to keep her by his side. But clearly, he needed to step up his game. So now, he was planning something big. Something she wouldn't be able to resist. Wanting to do it right, he asked for a hint. "What's the most surprising gift you've ever received?" Selena grinned. "Oh, is His Grace struggling already?" Still, she gave him a clue. One time she got a glass jar full of tiny origami cranes. Someone folded every single one by hand. That kind of effort? Hard to forget. And once, someone even gave her a huge painting of herself. She actually hung it up, though it did make her look like her own biggest fan. Calcione tried to imagine himself drawing her, then quickly gave up. It had been years since he held a brush, and he wasn't planning on restarting now. Selena explained it wasn't about loving the gift itself. It was the effort behind it that touched her. Back in her world, even the most expensive presents often felt like rewards for working hard, not true gestures of love. But with Calcione, even if he handed her a single flower, it felt like it came from his heart. That's why it meant so much. Just thinking about the big gift he kept mentioning made her heart race. Would it really be powerful enough to make her forget the life she left behind? Or would she still walk away, simply grateful? While Selena was overthinking, Calcione was silently panicking. What if his surprise wasn't enough? What if he couldn't impress her with anything? Selena teased again. Please, I'm not the type to burst into tears over a flower ring. So Calcione asked, Then, would you like a whole flower garden? Touched, Selena smiled. It was sweet. But what would she do with a giant garden? Calcione realized he needed something beautiful and useful. A gift from the heart, but smart too. While he kept thinking hard, Selena, as usual, drifted off within seconds. Seriously, world-class sleeper. The next morning, when Selena woke up, Calcione was already gone. And for some reason, the space beside her felt a little colder than usual. Maybe she was just imagining things. Or maybe she was starting to hate waking up without him. Days passed, and finally, Selena cracked it. She found the exact location of the entrance, the way back to her real world. As expected, even with war duties knocking on his door, Calcione made time to personally escort Selena to the entrance back to her world. No guards, no horses, just the two of them. Sounds romantic, right? Well, not when it turns into a full-blown hiking trip. From the moment morning broke, they were climbing hills, tripping over rocks, and ducking under thorny vines. It felt less like a goodbye walk, and more like nature was trying to make Selena earn her exit. She wasn't even halfway there, yet she already looked like she'd survived a survival game. Was this a test? A sign from the universe? Or just Calcione's way of stalling? Hard to say. After a long while, Calcione finally announced they'd stop for the night and continue their journey at sunrise. Selena, half dead and shaking, raised a weak little cheer. In her head, she was probably crying. I just want to go home. But of course, Calcione had everything under control. In no time, he built a neat little campfire. Warm, cozy, romantic mountain vibes. Check. Thankfully, no creepy creatures showed up, so Selena was still sane and breathing. Feeling playful, Calcione casually suggested that they should stretch this trip to a whole month. Or maybe just 3 weeks? A little detour here, a little delay there. Nothing too suspicious. Right? Anyway, Calcione, always attentive, noticed her sore feet and took the initiative to help her clean up. He gently washed her foot and even started massaging it, like a secret spa day in the mountains. And somehow, despite never being trained, the man had skills. Selena practically melted on the spot. When asked about it, Calcione simply smiled and said he was just following his heart. And honestly, it showed. Normally, Selena wasn't someone who got emotional over small gestures. But with Calcione, even the tiniest smile could turn her into mush. Because with him, it was never just about the act. It was about him. But the more she felt that warmth, the more one thought crept in. What would happen when she returned? Would her heart really be okay walking away, knowing the part he filled would suddenly be empty? As she drifted deep into those bittersweet thoughts, Calcione suddenly pulled off his shirt, casually saying he needed to wash up. Please wait here, he told her. Selena, wait. No chance. She followed him straight to the nearby creek. What started as a simple rinse turned into something straight out of a magazine shoot. Water sparkled, muscles glistened. Calcione basically looked like a living sculpture. And when Selena began wiping his back, let's just say she got a little too into it. Caught red-handed admiring his body, she blushed when he asked if she liked what she saw. Girl was totally busted. Embarrassed, she admitted it. Yes, she liked it. A lot. Smirking, Calcione told her she was welcome to look, or touch, all she wanted. Selena, flustered, tried to stop, but he gently reached for her hand and kissed it, telling her how happy he was to be the man she desired. Cue the blushing again. Selena, smiling wide, told him he was super pretty. And not just in that moment. She'd felt that way from the very beginning. Back when they first met, if their circumstances hadn't been such a mess, all she would have thought about was how beautiful he looked. Grinning, Calcion teased, "So what exactly makes me so pretty?" Selena started listing. His glowing hair that looked like it was dyed straight out of a fantasy novel, his perfect forehead, those calm lake-like eyes, high nose, and lips that basically belonged in a painting. To her, he wasn't just good-looking. He was the most beautiful person she had ever seen, her definition of perfection, the apple of her eye. And right then, Calcion gently asked, "Then you wouldn't leave behind the person you think is that beautiful, right?" Selena froze. She didn't answer, because even though it sounded like a simple question, her heart was suddenly very, very confused. Selena still couldn't shake off Calcion's words from last night. Even as the sun rose and they continued their journey, his question kept echoing in her head. She tried to distract herself by focusing on the rough mountain trail, climbing, balancing, dodging, but her heart clearly had other plans. And as if emotional confusion wasn't enough, they ran into a few demonic beasts along the way. Calcion, ever so calm, suggested a safer route. He claimed he knew how to pass them quietly, and by quietly, he apparently meant leaping like a ninja over massive rocks like gravity didn't apply to him. "Selena?" She stood there blinking, realizing this man just flew up a cliff like a bird, while she was barely managing not to trip on her own feet. But with no better options, she followed suit. Or at least, she tried. As she climbed, a few loose rocks tumbled down. Great, just enough noise to alert a nearby beast. Her heart nearly stopped when the creature turned to look at her. But then, it just ignored her completely. "Huh. Lucky day?" Calcion casually explained that beasts who wander into the human realm are usually starving and dangerous. But if they're full, they chill out. He wasn't even sure. It was just a guess. Well, thanks for the guess, because Selena was about 3 seconds away from fainting earlier. A little warning would have been nice. After surviving what felt like an episode of Survivor Magic Mountain Edition, the two finally arrived at their destination, the magic portal. But of course, there was a catch. To get to it, Selena had to literally jump off a cliff. Yes, jump. As in freefall toward the unknown. Before she could spiral further into panic, Calcion gently called her name. He asked her once more, "Do you really want to go back? Don't overthink. Just tell me what your heart says." Selena hesitated. The truth? She was terrified. What if she jumped and didn't make it? What if she made it, but had no place in her old world anymore? The thought crushed her. Seeing her cry in frustration, Calcion tried to soothe her. He told her that someone as strong and beautiful as her, who always worked hard and kept going, would always belong somewhere. Whether here or there, she had a place. The only real concern left, he said, was her leaving him behind. And then he did the unthinkable. He held out his hand and said if she was too scared to jump alone, they could jump together. He was ready to leave everything behind. His title, his land, his people. Just to be with her. Turns out, that's what he had been preparing for all along. No more loose ends. The war, the territory. Everything was taken care of. The man literally planned every scenario, just in case Selena chose to leave. Selena, still trying to make sense of it all, reminded him that in her world, he wouldn't be able to understand the language. Not like her. She had a magic bracelet for that. But Calcion didn't even flinch. He calmly said he could just learn. Status, titles, not a problem. He didn't mind starting from zero if it meant being with her. Now she was the one getting mad. He had been a duke all his life. How could he throw that away so easily? Didn't he understand what it meant to give up everything? But Calcion, ever sincere, just looked at her and said the one thing that made everything clear. "My life means nothing without you, Selena. I want to be happy. With you. And just like that, it all clicked. His love wasn't desperate or selfish. It was pure, willing to let go of everything just to hold on to her. And maybe what he wanted was the same thing she wanted all along. Finally, Calcion stretched out his hand and asked her once more, "Do what your heart tells you. What do you want? Should we run away or go back to Landbird?" Selena tossed all her worries aside and chose happiness. Happiness with him. Without looking back, the two of them started running, getting ready to take that wild leap together. In Selena's mind, she was calm now. The fear was gone. As long as she had Calcion by her side, even death didn't seem that scary. After all, he was the man who loved her more than anything in either world. So no matter where they landed, this world or the next, she'd be okay. As long as he was with her. But just before they jumped, Selena suddenly called his name, stopping them in their tracks. They skidded to a halt, stumbled, and somehow ended up clinging to each other like two clumsy lovebirds at the edge of a cliff. Yep, Calcion really was about to jump for real. Worried, Calcion asked if she forgot something. Catching her breath, Selena gave her answer, not with fear this time, but with clarity. "I just realized you're more important than anything else. Even dying wouldn't matter if I'm with you. Just like you, it doesn't matter where I live. Being with you is what matters most, at least for now. So, Your Grace, let's live, and let's be happy." Calcion was stunned and grateful. From the bottom of his heart, he thanked Selena for choosing him. However, before returning to Landbird, they had one last thing to settle: strategy. Calcion suggested Selena keep researching the Archmage's records. Maybe she could find a safer way to travel between worlds. Who knows? If she pulled it off, she could come and go, just like the legendary mage. Selena agreed. At the very least, she could earn her keep that way. But Calcion looked almost offended. Her paying for anything? Absurd. In his eyes, he should be the one compensating her, for all the sacrifices she made, for leaving behind her fame, her world, her everything, just to be with him. And how would he do that? Calcion revealed that he planned to calculate the exact opportunity cost of everything Selena gave up. Selena's eyes lit up with mischief. Now that's something she looked forward to. But Calcion kept quiet about the final number, or how he will do the trick. That would be a surprise. First things first, they had to head back home, using a different plan this time. Operation Compensation Level 1 was now in motion. Back at Landbird Castle, Dion was on full alert, pacing like a worried parent at war. On the outside, he looked composed. But deep inside, full-blown emotional meltdown. The Duke had vanished in the middle of wartime. What was going to happen to Landbird now? Calcion had left a plan behind, sure, but Dion still felt like a soldier in a storm with no captain. And just when things couldn't get any more chaotic, a demonic beast suddenly showed up at the castle gates. Panic broke out. Was doom knocking? Troops scrambled to prepare for battle, but Dion, squinting through the chaos, yelled for everyone to stand down. Because wait, was that Selena? Riding the beast like some kind of queen? And walking beside her as cool as ever was none other than Duke himself. But the real jaw-dropper came when Calcion stepped forward and bowed, as if introducing a royalty. In front of the entire crowd, he welcomed Selena to Landbird, announcing the arrival of his goddess. So, how did this majestic return even happen? Let's rewind a few hours and find out. Before heading down the mountain, Calcion casually presented Selena with a giant demonic beast. Yep, no big deal, just your usual terrifying monster. And then he actually suggested she write it down like it was some royal carriage. Was he serious? Oh, he was. Because believe it or not, this wasn't just a wild idea. Calcion had a plan. Apparently he stumbled upon this beast in the mountains and punched it into submission. Because, of course, that's what dukes do for fun. But here's the twist. As long as these scary beasts are fed, they're surprisingly sweet. Turns out, hunger is the real villain. So what was the trick? Selena pulled out a sugar cube. Don't ask where she got it. She's full of mysteries sometimes. One simple command, and the beast sat like a trained puppy, wagging its tail while waiting for its treat. With that little monster tamed, it was time to move on to the real plan. Enter Operation Ancient Race. The story? Selena was the last living member of a forgotten, magical race from beyond the Northern Wall. This mysterious bloodline had vanished after a tragic accident wiped their memories. But somehow, Selena survived. Her rare powers and unique body made her something more than human, a goddess to be exact. And as for whether people would believe that, Calcione had thought it through. If an archmage from another world could jump dimensions, then believing Selena was a lost divine being didn't sound too far-fetched. With everything lined up, Selena went along with the plan. And just like that, she became Landbird's brand new goddess. Back in the present, people were buzzing with questions. Was this real? A goddess riding a beast? Well, the Duke said it, so it must be true. And bit by bit, the crowd started to believe. But of course, they needed a little extra proof. So Calcione explained that victory in the upcoming war depended on one thing: taming Demon Beast. And thanks to Selena, they now had a way. He announced that the goddess herself would help them bond with this creature and lead them to victory. Meanwhile, he spun the story of her memory loss, ancient bloodline, and magical destiny. Was it believable? Honestly, Calcione was no actor, but with Selena and the beast putting on a show, nobody seemed to notice. Right on cue, Selena gave the beast a tiny pinch, just enough to make it growl dramatically. Gasps all around. Then, with a strong voice, she called out its name, Minky, and told it to sit. And Minky did. Selena rewarded it with another sugar cube. And the crowd lost their minds. Cheering, shouting, bowing. The whole castle hailed her as their true goddess. And just like that, this fake lovers became a power couple. Who knew world domination could start with a sugar cube? Later, they joined a war meeting at the estate. There was big news. The royal army had officially gathered near Landbird's border, just below Silenza, and even sent a warning. But the good news? The prince's troops were way smaller than expected. Why? Most noble families were hesitating to help him. They claimed they were still preparing, but let's be real. They just didn't want to pick a fight with the Duke, especially now that he was back, with a goddess by his side. The Duke's men were unusually relaxed, considering war was coming. But this meeting wasn't actually about war strategy. Nope, this was about Selena. See, no matter how dramatic or magical the story was, she had attacked the crown prince at his own party. And that's not exactly something a commoner can get away with. Even if they declared her a goddess, it wouldn't change the fact that her status wasn't official. So, Calcione had a backup plan. He turned to Selena with a smile and dropped the real bombshell. Selena will not just be a goddess, she'll be the Queen of the North. Not just a title. A real queen, with real power. Selena was expecting compliments and maybe a new crown, not a full-on job description. So when Calcione dropped the surprise that she'd be Queen of the North, her face froze like someone just told her dessert was canceled. Naturally, she pulled Calcione aside for a friendly chat. Arms crossed, eyes narrowed. Hold on, her look said. Being queen and running a country are two different things, right? Calcione nodded. Technically, yes. But then he explained his real plan. Turns out, Calcione didn't mean she'd rule alone. He wasn't planning to be the king either. Just her ever-loyal support system. If Selena became queen, he'd make sure the duchy handled all the boring paperwork and heavy lifting. Basically, she'd be the face of the North, while he worked behind the scenes, like a royal influencer, but with way more land. Selena, who originally signed up to look pretty, smile, and maybe wave at crowds, started panicking. Ruling a kingdom? That sounded suspiciously like actual responsibility. But Calcione reassured her. She wouldn't lift a finger. He'd handle it all. Diplomacy, defense, taxes, whatever. She could just exist, and people would kneel. That's how powerful Landbird already was. All human land in the north basically belonged to them anyway. So what's new here? Simple. While Calcion's domain would stay in the southern half of the north, Selena's reign would stretch even beyond the Demon Mountains. A whole new kingdom, named Selenia, just for her. And yes, her face would be printed on every coin. People would literally treasure her. Selena finally understood. This wasn't about politics or glory. Calcion was doing it all just for her. His way of saying thank you for everything. When he asked if it was enough, she didn't respond with words. She just hugged him tightly, burying her face in his chest. She felt like she owed him the world, but he believed she deserved it. Then, like a knight out of a fairy tale, Calcion knelt down. "My world, my queen, my goddess, I give you everything, including myself," he said, kissing her hand. Selena couldn't help but smile. Who wouldn't melt? Here was a man who'd give her the moon if she asked. And he meant every word. With a soft smile, she replied, "Out of everything you offered, you're the one I want most, so I can't say no." Then came the kicker. There's no going back. Once it's mine forever. You're mine now. They sealed it with a kiss, a sweet, heart-melting one. And later that night, well, let's just say Selena made it very clear that Calcion's eyes and heart better belong only to her. He promised they always would. It was a beautiful moment. Truly. But reality started tapping on Selena's shoulder after a few days. She found herself wondering, did I agree to too much? Being queen sounded romantic until you remembered there were documents, borders, and maybe meetings involved. But hey, too late now. Their plan actually worked. Independence had been declared. The anthem? Composed. The national flower? Picked. Even the flag was ready. The coronation prep was in full swing. Everything was running smoothly. Well, everything except Jeanette's issue. Calcion didn't want Selena wasting her energy dealing with someone like her. But Selena insisted. She wanted to see Ariel's case through until the very end, as someone who cared, because some endings deserve to be witnessed, especially when they involve unfinished justice. And so the couple paid Jeanette one final visit. Before she could even speak, Calcion delivered his decision. The House of Landbird will press charges against the Crown Prince. As I told you before, I want you to go to the capital and testify in court about what happened that night. Jeanette blinked, unsure. Will my testimony really matter to you? It's not useless, Calcion replied bluntly. That small glimmer of hope made Jeanette desperate. She dropped to her knees, pleading with him once more, begging not just for a chance to testify, but to stay at Landbird. She said she'd take any role, even as a kitchen maid or stable hand. But Calcion remained unmoved. No, he said firmly. You can't stay at Landbird. I'll help you resettle in Myeong, but your time here is over. But Jeanette, bound by her unhealthy obsession with the dukedom, refused to accept it. She shouted that the only place she belonged was Landbird. She begged, insisting she was still needed. But Calcion, cold and unwavering, laid down the truth. I don't need you, he said. Your testimony might make things a little easier in court, but we'll manage without it. You can choose to speak or not, but either way, you will not remain here. Jeanette's world shattered. In her eyes, even death was better than leaving Landbird. Clinging to the last shreds of her pride, she snapped. Why does someone like her get to stay? She cried, glaring at Selena. All she does is sit around looking pretty and flutter her lashes. Still believing she'd done nothing wrong, Jeanette insisted she deserved forgiveness. After all, she hadn't truly harmed the Duke, had she? But Calcion shut that down immediately. You tried to manipulate me. You tried to steal what was mine. And now you say you've done nothing wrong? Jeanette retaliated, accusing Selena of seducing him, claiming he was under some spell. But Calcione didn't flinch. In fact, he shocked both women with his confession. "I'm the one who fell first," he said calmly. "I seduced her. I clung to her. I begged her not to leave me." Selena stood frozen, eyes wide. Jeanette, on the other hand, was crushed as Calcione finished. "Selena means the world to me." It was a brutal wake-up call. For Jeanette, the truth hit hard. She was no longer needed. The estate was doing perfectly fine without her. The only reason she was still here was because Calcione needed a witness, not because he cared for her. That was it. Calcione gave her one last choice. She had until the next morning to give her answer. Then he turned, and the door closed. Firm. Final. Left alone in the silence, Jeanette's eyes welled with tears. Her reason for living was gone. As Calcione and Selena walked quietly side by side, the Duke calmly explained the real deal behind Jeanette's testimony. Honestly, even if she stood in court and told the truth, it wouldn't change much. Especially if the Crown Prince just stood there and claimed innocence with that smug royal face. The testimony? It was mostly for show. Just one more way to squeeze pressure on the prince. Now, if they had Ariel's will in their hands, that would have been solid proof. But of course, plot twist, Juna had vanished again. That girl had a talent for disappearing right when things got serious. But even if they did find the will, Calcione knew the prince could simply yell, "Fake!" and the whole thing would turn into a messy political tug-of-war. In the end, words weren't going to cut it. The only way to truly bring that man down was by winning the war. That way, the trial would just be a formality, a cherry on top of victory. It was then Selena realized something. Calcione didn't really need Jeanette's help to win. What he wanted was for Jeanette to finally own up to her mistakes, to say out loud what she had done wrong, in front of everyone. A harsh move, but strangely noble. The Duke was still showing mercy, even to the one who hurt him. Selena simply hoped Jeanette wouldn't do anything reckless. But hey, with Jeanette, one never really knew. The next morning, a maid brought Jeanette's breakfast to her confinement room, but the moment she stepped inside, everything froze. Jeanette was there, hanging silently, motionless, not breathing. In the end, she chose death over walking away from Landbird. That was her answer. Meanwhile, trouble was brewing fast. The Crown Prince had started to move his army. The first signs of war had begun. As dawn broke, the Duke's army quietly got ready to head out for battle. But Selena, she was confused. Weren't they supposed to have a send-off or something? Maybe a speech from Calcione to boost everyone's spirits before going off to risk their lives? Apparently not. Turns out Dukes of Landbird never do goodbye speeches. Selena had totally forgotten something. Even though Calcione always acted sweet and gentle around her, he wasn't exactly known for being great with people. Public speaking? Not his thing. Selena figured it might make his people nervous, especially since they were marching into war, but she decided not to push him. After all, she didn't want to force him to do something he clearly hated. Instead, she told herself it'd be over soon. With Calcione leading, they had a real shot at victory. And just like that, the Duke slipped right back into his sweet mode. He kissed her gently, reminding her that their only job was to catch the Crown Prince, preferably alive. Though between the lines, he definitely wouldn't mind if the prince accidentally got roughed up on the battlefield. Hey, anything could happen in war, right? Good luck, villain prince. You'll need it. With that, Calcione, Selena, and the Duke's troops began their march. The people of Landbird lined the roads, cheering for their lord, and of course for their beloved goddess Selena. But as Selena glanced at their faces, something felt off. The cheers were loud, but the eyes, full of worry, fear, doubt. So she stopped. Selena wasn't about to let her people stay scared. She grabbed her bow, lit an arrow, and took aim, not at the enemy, but straight at the Ackline flag. Whoosh! It went up in flames. A bold, blazing message. We're not afraid. Then came her voice, loud and clear. Victory belongs to Landbird. Just like that, the mood shifted. Fear melted away. The people finally believed. On the side, Calcione watched quietly and smiled. Moments like that reminded him why he loved her so much. And you know what? Years later, this moment would be remembered as the beginning of a legend, the founding myth of a kingdom called Selenia. Later that day, Selena and Calcione stood atop a ridge, looking down at the enemy troops. Selena squinted. Something wasn't right. Why did the Crown Prince's army look tiny? Calcione answered before she even had to ask more. It was a trap. The men they were seeing, just bait. The real army was likely hidden just behind the hill. He didn't even need to think twice to figure it out. This was his land. He knew every corner. And the prince? That guy had 0 war experience. Everything he knew came from books, not battlefields. Let's be honest. Who in their right mind would join the prince in this mess? It was practically a guaranteed loss. As Calcione explained that they had to wait for the perfect moment to strike. Suddenly, someone from the enemy camp shouted an insult at Selena. Loud, rude, definitely meant to get under Calcione's skin. Well, it worked, because no way was Calcione letting that slide. He simply turned to Selena and said he'd be right back. Selena tried to stop him. It's a trap. Her eyes practically screamed. But Calcione? Unbothered, confident, determined. He was sure he'd be back without a scratch. His soldiers, too. His mission? Teach those fools a lesson for messing with his goddess. He even promised to be back before sunset. Because he wanted to have dinner with her, of course. Priorities. With a quick kiss on her hand, the Duke rode off, straight toward the enemy. True to his word, Calcione returned before the sun even touched the horizon. Selena rushed to him, excited, asking if the day's battle was finally over. He casually nodded. Of course, the next thing she checked was if he got hurt. And Calcione? Oh, he smirked and teased her with, "Not sure. Want to check yourself?" While slyly unbuttoning his shirt like some smug romantic hero. And yes, the lovebirds wasted no time. The moment they were alone inside the tent, the air turned warm. Very warm. Selena took her medical inspection duties very seriously, boldly telling him to take it all off if he expected a thorough checkup. Spoiler alert, that scene quickly got too steamy to share here. Later, the couple shared a bath together, and in the calm after the heat, Selena quietly admitted something. Even though she knew Calcione would be safe, he was the mighty Duke Landbird after all. She still hated the idea of war. Because let's face it, no matter how strong someone is, war always means someone could get hurt. To ease her mind, she asked when all this madness would finally end. Calcione, being honest, said the war might still last a few days. Why? Because he let the Crown Prince escape. Not because the prince was clever, but because catching him now would be too kind. The Duke wanted the prince to sweat a little more before facing the consequences. And judging by Calcione's dark tone, even Selena began to feel a little bad for the guy. Just a little. So where was the Crown Prince? Oh, just hiding in the woods like a scared cat being chased by a lion. He was completely furious. His elite troops? Gone. His plans? Crushed. And now? He was running non-stop. Every time he tried to attack a nearby village, bam, Calcione showed up. And when he tried to escape, Calcione was already waiting for him. It was like playing tag with a ghost who never gets tired. Still too proud to admit defeat, the prince's only plan now was to make it to the Myeong border. If he got there, Calcione wouldn't be allowed to follow. In his mind, once he returned home, he'd punish every noble who didn't help him, then hunt down Selena and Calcione and make them pay. Big talk for someone constantly on the run. After several exhausting days, the prince finally reached Myeong's border and spotted a group of soldiers. Relieved, he sprinted toward them, shouting for help and demanding they destroy his enemies. But awkward, the soldiers didn't move. Then someone stepped forward, Princess Jeriel, wearing a crown, with Count Orleans beside her. Yep, Turns out she was now the Queen of Ackline. Translation: Game over, Prince Raisin. Raisin, in denial, immediately started shouting at her, accusing her of losing her mind. His voice was so annoying that Selena, tired of his nonsense, ordered her men to silence him. Finally, peace. After the chaos settled, Queen Jeriel looked at Selena and asked if she really became both goddess and queen. Of course she knew. Her people did send an official letter requesting independence, after all. But Selena fired back with a grin, reminding her that they never got any notice saying Jeriel had become queen. Busted. Jeriel awkwardly explained that her father died unexpectedly, but before he passed, he changed his will and named her heir, booting Raisin off the throne. Selena figured Queen Meryl probably planned all of this while Raisin was off playing soldier. With the prince now useless, Jeriel asked if she could take him into custody. Naturally, this needed negotiation. She first offered to officially recognize Selenia as a country and grant Landbird independence. Selena, cheeky as ever, reminded her they didn't need permission. They were already independent. Jeriel tried again, offering a non-aggression pact. Still a no. Why would Landbird fear anyone when they clearly held the upper hand? Finally, Jeriel offered the ultimate deal. Selena and Calcione could personally attend Raisin's trial and witness his fall from grace. Front row seats. Now that was tempting. Selena accepted, on one condition. Jeriel would cover all expenses for Landbird's stay in Myeong. Deal sealed. As they shook hands, Selena reminded Jeriel that they were both queens now, so she better start treating her with a little more royal respect. Jeriel, sweating, nervously agreed. And just to make things more adorably awkward, Selena gave her a playful pat on the head, leaving Jeriel blushing. The day of Raisin's trial, aka his humiliation ceremony, finally arrived. But there was a small hiccup. Selena's room for the stay, the prince's old palace. A servant nervously told her that Queen Jeriel gave her permission to trash the place if she wanted. Selena wasn't sure if that was generous or petty. Calcione offered to find another place, but Selena refused. She wanted to face that old, painful memory head-on. So she called her trusty beast, Minky, and told it to destroy the room. Minky blinked in confusion. She clearly needed a tutorial, so Selena flipped a table like a pro and told Minky to try again. And oh boy, the wild destruction party began. Selena, Calcione, and Minky wrecked the place like it was some royal rage room, and it honestly looked like the most fun anyone had in that palace in years. Just then, Dion arrived with news. Juna had been found, and she was in Landbird's mansion in Myeong, holding Ariel's final will. Juna shows up again, dirty, smelly, and clearly not doing well, kneeling before Selena and Calcione just like she did the last time she ran off. She claims she finally found Ariel's will and hands it over like she's offering treasure. But instead of being grateful, Selena grabs it and bluntly asks, "So, how much are you selling this for?" Classic Juna, of course, denies everything. She insists she brought it out of loyalty. Yeah, sure. Selena has heard this woman lie so many times, she could probably spot one of her fibs from across the kingdom. According to Juna, she only ran away because the guards were trying to steal the will and block her from seeing Selena. Another dramatic excuse from the Queen of Excuses. But Selena isn't buying it. She knows Juna tried to sell the will elsewhere, but no one wanted it. And now that she's out of options, she comes crawling back to Landbird. Smart move? Not really. So what does Selena do with the will? She smirks and sets it on fire. Well, it looks like that anyway. She calmly declares that it's useless now, and just like that, Juna's last desperate hope burns away. Furious, Juna screams and threatens her, but Selena doesn't even flinch. This woman betrayed her twice, so instead of punishing her with death, Selena dishes out something worse. She lets her live. But now Juna will spend the rest of her days broke, homeless, and constantly on the run. Harsh? Yes. Deserved? Absolutely. Now that Juna's drama is over, It's time to read what's actually in Ariel's will. Surprise, Selena never really burned it. Just a little sleight of hand from her acting days. One of the perks of playing shady characters on stage. So time for the truth. Ariel's letter is heartbreaking. She confesses that although Duke Landbird saved her family, she fell in love with another man. She felt lonely, judged, and unsure if she was even fit to be a duchess. So instead of turning to the Duke, she turned to someone else and had a child with him. Feeling ashamed and unworthy, she decided to leave quietly and disappear from high society. The letter ends on a sad note. But instead of her signature, there's a chilling detail. Written in blood are the words, Crown Prince. Selena and Calcione stare at the letter, stunned. This wasn't a piece of evidence anymore. It was a ticking scandal bomb. If this truth got out, it would destroy both Landbird's and Ariel's reputations. And honestly, some truths are better left buried. So they toss it into the torch and watch it burn for real this time. Cut to the trial of Prince Racine, held in a grand hall, with Queen Jeriel seated beside Selena and Calcione, and a crowd of nobles eager to witness the downfall. And wow, Racine barely looks human anymore. After facing Jeriel's wrath, he's more bruises than Prince. As witness after witness comes forward, the list of crimes keeps growing. Embezzlement, tax fraud, threatening nobles, kidnapping, even attempted murder. And the cherry on top? Murdering Rosalind, framing Selena, and poisoning the former king over time. It's a full crime buffet. That's when Queen Jeriel steps in with the big reveal. The autopsy confirmed it. Her father was poisoned for years. She turns toward Racine and drops the final blow. The king was murdered by his own son. That's treason. Plain and simple. Despite his desperate cries of innocence and wild claims about conspiracies, there's zero proof on his side and mountains against him. He's declared guilty on 158 counts. But instead of a quick execution, Jeriel orders mercy. Well, her version of it. Racine is stripped of his title, locked up in the cold northern palace and left to rot. If anyone thought the prince got off easy, they clearly hadn't looked at Queen Jeriel's face, because that was not the face of forgiveness. No, that was the face of a woman entering her full villain arc. Death would have been too merciful. What she had in mind was slow, painful, and humiliating. Selena, ever the opportunist, casually snaps her fan and dropped a little request. Make sure that bastard never functions again before he dies. Jeriel blinked, gasped, then broke into a full-on applause. Selena briefly wondered if that line was too much for a royal trial setting, but the queen didn't care. In fact, she was starstruck. I knew you were cool, but this is next level. Strength is beauty, and you, my queen, are a masterpiece. And just like that, Queen Jeriel entered full simp mode. She was so impressed that she proposed to Selena right then and there, loudly, in public. Both Calcione and Selena froze like statues. After some frantic yelling, mostly Selena saying no on loop, and awkward bickering, the two finally escaped the chaos and rode back to Landbird in their carriage. Selena, still flustered, found Jeriel oddly charming. A bit much, sure, but sweet in her own chaotic way. But Jeriel's bold move sparked a thought. Marriage. Not Jeriel and her, of course. She meant Calcione. She remembered how Calcione had been bombarded with marriage proposals even when he was with Ariel, and still while being with her. Nobles were relentless. And there was only one way to shut them all up. Marry the man herself. No grand gestures, no cheesy lines. Selena planned to just drop the question. Nice and simple. But before she could open her mouth, Dion showed up and handed Calcione a report about the triumphal ceremony in Silenza. Just her luck. Calcione glanced over, then noticed Selena staring off. Is everything all right? He asked. Selena smirked. I just realized something funny. You did all the hard work, and yet I'm the one getting all the credit. Seems unfair. Maybe I should reward you. And without warning, she shifted in her seat, right onto his lap, and leaned in to whisper sweet nothings, her voice soft and teasing. Calcione smiled, enchanted. She reminded him to be greedy for her too, not just devoted. To that, Calcione replied with warmth in his eyes, I already have everything I want. You're mine. And that was Selena's cue. Do you really think that? Don't you want more, like, maybe marry me? And boom, brain crashed. He's so shocked. He looks like his brain just blue screened. It wasn't that Calcione didn't want to marry Selena. Of course he did. But since she was the one who'd boldly declared that marriage wasn't her thing, it never even crossed his mind that she would be the one to bring it up first. Cue panic. Selena scrambled to explain herself. Back then, she'd only said that because, well, the odds of someone matching her exact preferences, looks, personality, financials, hobbies, lifestyle, were basically non-existent. Instead of being comforted, Calcione nodded solemnly like a man already halfway into a breakup. He understood now. Even he wasn't her type. Selena nearly tripped over herself trying to backpedal. That wasn't what she meant. If all those impossible boxes were magically checked, then sure, she'd consider marriage. But she'd just never imagined it could actually happen. Calcione, looking like a sad ornamental cactus, softly muttered that yes, he probably passed in every category except personality. After all, he was the infamous Cold Duke, hardly anyone's idea of warm and fuzzy. Selena winced, remembering her own words from way back. She had told him she wanted someone gentle and kind. Oh, why did past Selena talk so much? But now she looked him in the eye and thought differently. His personality wasn't the problem, not with her. In fact, she had never met anyone as sweet and gentle as him. He was so sweet, it was practically overwhelming. That instantly revived Calcione, who lit up like someone had just handed him a bouquet and a puppy. Just as things were starting to warm up, Selena threw a grenade into the mix. What if she stayed with him as his lover, without marriage, and then one day left him for someone else? Calcione didn't flinch. If she no longer loved him, he'd let her go, even if it tore him apart, because forcing her to stay would only make her miserable. However, if she ever found herself being forced into an arranged marriage, well, that was different. In his coldest tone yet, Calcione hinted that people could perish in many ways. Let's not forget, a war had already been fought because of this girl. Selena was just about to finally say it, the phrase, when Calcione gently covered her mouth. He admitted he'd been secretly planning a proposal, something big and unforgettable. He'd imagined it many times, but feared she might misunderstand his intentions. But Selena only smiled and cupped his face with both hands. She didn't need a grand gesture. If he gave her a ring made of flowers, she'd be happy. Because marriage, to her, was about two people being in love and announcing it to the world. If she liked it, that was all that mattered. Touched, Calcione calls for the carriage to stop. He takes her hand and leads her out. He has something to show her. They arrive at a strange giant rock. While Selena had been busy researching Archmage records, Calcione had stumbled upon this pitch-black stone. At first, no one thought much of it, until Calcione dug deeper. Turns out, it wasn't just a rock. It was a fallen star. He wanted to craft it into a proposal gift, but nothing could break it. The technology just didn't exist. Still, he'd managed to clean its surface and reveal the stunning core inside. Why go to all this trouble? Because once upon a time, Selena jokingly told him to fetch her a star. And even if it was a joke, Calcione took it seriously. Overwhelmed, Selena tears up. Then came the moment. The Duke knelt before her, eyes soft but certain, and said he had nothing left to give. He had already given her everything. All he wanted now was permission to stand beside her for the rest of his life. Selena didn't hesitate. She hugged him tightly, eyes sparkling with tears. Of course it was a yes. And just like that, the wedding day arrived. Not everyone was thrilled. Queen Jeriel and Fiona, now a duke herself, sat on the sidelines crying like they'd just attended a funeral instead of a wedding. One of them whispered something about divorce still being an option, while the other vowed to wait until the bitter end. Let them have their delusions, just one last time. Meanwhile, Count Orleans offered her congratulations, but not before leaning in and loudly whispering that if His Grace ever stepped out of line, she'd be the first to fight on Selena's side. Then she winked and walked away like a total legend. Finally, the ceremony began. The bride and groom walked down the aisle together, the sound of wedding bells echoing behind them, cheers and sniffles filling the air. The kingdom of Selenia, though founded under sudden and unusual circumstances, soon became a thriving, independent nation. With the forgotten knowledge of ancient civilizations and the vast resources of Landbird, it made remarkable progress. Queen Selena I, once considered unpredictable by scholars, stunned everyone with her success. Her ideas were new, bold, sometimes confusing, but they worked. She and Calcione had 2 children, a daughter who inherited the throne of Selenia, and a son who became Duke of Sindat, taming the northern lands and even domesticating demonic beasts. Selena and Calcione lived the kind of life people dream of, and yes, they truly lived happily ever after. And with that, our beautiful manhwa ends. Thanks for watching, and see you in the next one.